Hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Naruto was reincarnation of Katakuri. So this is a movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe, and please comment down your thoughts on this video, and you can suggest me some new ideas for new videos. So yeah, do comment down and let's jump right back into the video.
The night Naruto Uzumaki was born did not begin with prophecy. It began with exhaustion. Kushina Uzumaki lay trembling on the cold stone floor of the hidden chamber, her breath raw and uneven, red hair plastered to her face with sweat. The seal that had held the nine-tailed fox for years was breaking exactly as every Jinchuriki birth record had warned it would. Childbirth weakened the barrier. The beast pressed against the cracks. And outside, somewhere beyond the reinforced walls, Konoha celebrated a peace so fragile it did not yet know it was already ending. Minato Namikaze, fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, stood in the center of that room with blood on his sleeve and calculations behind his eyes. He had spent years preparing for impossible moments. This was worse than any of them. The child had been delivered. A boy, small, pale, unnaturally still, as if he were listening to something no one else in the room could hear. For one heartbeat, one stupid human heartbeat, Minato had looked down at his son and allowed himself to feel relief. Then the masked man came. The room split open into violence so quickly that memory could not preserve it cleanly afterward. There was the glint of metal, the impossible movement of space folding in on itself, the sudden absence of the Anbu guards who should have been present, and Kushina's scream, not of pain from childbirth, but of instinctive, immediate terror. The baby was taken. Minato moved. The world bent around the flying thunder god formula. The chamber became a battlefield. The seal failed, and the Ninetales emerged laughing, not with sound. Not at first. Its chakra tore into the world like molten hatred given shape, a pressure so vast it distorted the air. The walls exploded outward. Wood, stone, ceiling talismans, fragments of lantern glass, everything became weightless for one absurd second before the force of Kurama's birth flung it outward in a storm. Kushina collapsed, dragged toward death by the violent extraction. Minato caught Naruto with one arm, threw a kunai with the other, and vanished into the black. When he reappeared on the outskirts of the village, the night was already burning. Kurama moved through Konoha like an old grudge finally given permission. Every sweep of its tails broke streets apart. Roofs caved in. Fire rushed from fractured beams and overturned oil lamps. Shinobi were already converging, brave enough or desperate enough to throw themselves against something that did not recognize their existence as meaningful. Somewhere to the east, the alarm bells began to ring. Somewhere farther away, a child woke and started crying because everyone else was crying too. Naruto did not. Minato noticed. It was a tiny thing to notice in a collapsing world, but he noticed it all the same. The infant did not scream at the noise. He did not flail when the shock waves rolled across the ground. His eyes were open. Blue, not yet the bright, impossible blue they would become later, but a deep infant dusk. And fixed, not on Minato, not on the village, on the chakra, as if he could see it. Minato landed in the forest, clearing where Kushina waited under a hastily erected barrier. She was kneeling, held upright by will alone, chains of chakra shivering around her like golden nerves torn out into moonlight. Every breath seemed to cost her a year of life. Yet when Minato set Naruto in her arms, she smiled. It broke him more than the destruction. "He has your face," she whispered. "And your stubbornness," Minato said, because if he spoke carefully enough, maybe the world would still believe it was ordinary. Kushina looked down at their son. Naruto looked back in silence. For the first time, a crease formed between her brows. "He should be crying," she murmured. Minato knelt in front of them, already drawing seal lines across the ground with marked fingers. The formula for the dead demon-consuming seal existed partly in ink, partly in memory, and partly in the kind of resolve a man could only locate when every other option had died. He did not have enough time to think of this as sacrifice. thinking would slow the hand. The masked man had to be accounted for, Kurama had to be split, the village had to survive, Naruto had to live one piece at a time. "You know the plan," Minato said quietly, Kushina's expression sharpened despite the blood loss. "I know the stupid version you came up with, yes. It's the only one that works. It ends with you dead. It ends with him alive." Her jaw tightened, the chains around her shifted, metal bright and furious. "Don't make me spend my last moments agreeing with you, then disagree loudly." A wet laugh escaped her. It became a cough. She bent, trembling, then steadied above them. The night shook. Kurama roared, this time truly roared, and the trees bowed away from the sound as if in worship or fear. Minato looked upward. The barrier would not last much longer. Hiruzen and the other shinobi would slow the beast, nothing more. There were not enough bodies in Konoha to win by force, so the child would become the answer. That was the arithmetic. But as Minato turned back to Naruto, something in him recoiled, not from the necessity of sealing Kurama, but from the child's expression. The boy still had not cried. He had begun to move one hand instead, tiny fingers opening and closing against the blanket, as though testing the shape of the air. Minato extended his sensory perception for a fraction of a second and froze. Kurama's chakra still flooded the forest from beyond the barrier like red poison poured through the roots of the world. That much was expected. What was not expected was what Naruto's body was doing in response. Most infants exposed to the Ninetales chakra would simply break. This child was not breaking, he was structuring. Minato narrowed his focus. Kushina saw the shift in his face immediately. "What is it?" "I don't know." For Minato Namikaze, those words meant disaster. He placed 2 fingers lightly against Naruto's stomach, not yet over the full seal site, just close enough to read the developing pattern. The Uzumaki vitality was there. Dense, spiraling, absurdly resilient chakra pathways already more robust than any newborn had a right to possess. Kushina's bloodline. But beneath that, beneath the normal architecture of inherited vitality, something stranger had begun. Kurama's hatred was entering the infant system not as raw flood, but as pressure forced through a narrowing channel. And the child's chakra network, those tiny embryonic pathways, was reacting as if it were a forge-quenching steel. Minato's eyes widened. Instead of accepting the fox's chakra as an occupying core, Naruto's body was compressing it, layering it, folding violence inward along a central axis that did not exist in any standard chakra anatomy. The process was not elegant, it was brutal, almost biological in its refusal. An immune response, a rejection. Except what it rejected, it did not expel, it weaponized. Kushina felt Minato's hand tense. "Say it, the seal is going to change," she stared at him. "What? His system is adapting before the formula is complete." "That's not possible." "It is tonight." The infant's stomach pulsed once faintly under the skin, not red, black. Minato pulled his hand back. For an instant, just an instant, he perceived the shape forming beneath the child's chakra network, not physically present, not yet, but defined. A line. Then 3. A central shaft, cross guards, a tip like compressed malice, not claws, not tails, not the formless rage of Kurama seeking expression. A spear, no, something older in its symbolism. A trident spear, severe and immaculate, as if aggression itself had been forced into geometry. Naruto blinked, the shape blinked with him. Kushina's chains jerked outward in reflex. "Minato!" He did not answer immediately, he was calculating too fast. If the boy's network truly was crystallizing the Ninetales chakra, then a standard seal matrix might hold, but not in the way intended. The 8 trigrams was designed to contain a beast and allow gradual intermixing. It assumed a living reservoir on one side and a human vessel on the other. It assumed emotion, turbulence, leakage. This child's system was building a spine out of the beast's violence, a weapon framework. The implications moved through Minato's mind with terrifying speed. No emotional surges, no cloak state rampages, no easy external manifestation. Instead, compressed power, latent and structured, waiting on discipline. Kurama as stored output rather than active tenant, a terrible kind of stability. The ground shook hard enough to split one of the ceiling stakes. Minato looked up. There was no more time for theory. He picked Naruto up, cradled him in one arm, and finished the first stage of the formula with the other. Kushina pulled herself to her feet and summoned the last of her strength. Her chakra chains rose behind her in a halo of golden links. In another life, another story, she might have looked divine. Here she looked like a mother refusing extinction. Kurama descended on them in a wave of red and teeth. The barrier tore. Every instinct in the forest died at once. Birds dropped from branches. Rabbits froze in burrows. Trees bent and cracked under the pressure of the beast's mere presence. Its eyes found the child and burned with instant understanding. It recognized the plan, it recognized insult, it recognized containment, and it hated. "Minato!" Kushina shouted. He moved. The ritual detonated into being. The Shinigami rose behind Minato like famine given ceremonial robes. Invisible to most, unbearable to those who could sense it, the death god's presence dragged frost through the clearing and silence through Minato's veins. Its arm extended. Kurama lunged. Kushina's chains pinned one forelimb for a heartbeat. That heartbeat was enough. The dead demon-consuming seal bit into the fox. Kurama screamed as its chakra was torn in two. A normal split would have been monstrous enough. This one became stranger the moment the half intended for Naruto touched the seal. Minato drove the formula down into his son's stomach. The 8 trigrams flared brilliant white. Kurama's chakra entered, and the child rejected it with absolute newborn certainty. No, not no in language. No in structure. The Uzumaki bloodline answered the intrusion like ancient code waking under pressure. Spirals of sealing script bloomed across Naruto's skin for a second, then vanished beneath the flesh. Kurama's red chakra, instead of flooding outward in chaotic eddies, was forced inward along the axis Minato had felt moments before. Compressed, refined, tempered. The hatred that should have spread like wildfire instead drew itself together into black density. The infant's back arched once. There was a sound like iron cooling in snow, and Minato saw it fully. Within Naruto's chakra system, spanning from the base of the spine to the sternum and branching into the shoulders like forged support beams, a semi-physical construct took form. Black as old obsidian, smooth where it should have been jagged, severe where Kurama was wild. A trident spear aligned through the child's network like a second skeleton, the Magura. Minato did not know the name, but some part of the seal did. The central shaft anchored deep. The prongs formed high, just below the clavicle, their points folded inward as if sleeping. Kurama's raw output, the endless destructive potential of the Ninetales, compressed into the weapon's body as latent structural energy. It did not disappear. It became inaccessible. Locked not by chains, but by prerequisite, discipline, physicality, control. The child would not wield the fox by rage, he would have to earn it by exactness. Kurama realized what had happened to breath before the seal closed. Its howl changed. There was fury in it, yes. But beneath the fury came something rarer, alarm. "You dare!" the fox began, voice shattering trees. The 8 trigram seal slammed shut. The forest went still, not peaceful. Never peaceful. But still in the aftermath way battlefields became still, when shock had not yet decided what shape grief should take. Minato staggered forward, the rite complete. Blood filled his mouth. The Shinigami lingered behind him a heartbeat longer, then receded into the space between one breath and none. Kushina fell to her knees. The chains vanished in sparks. The smell of scorched chakra hung in the air like metal and rain. Naruto lay in Minato's arms, alive, awake, silent. The seal on his stomach remained visible for a moment longer than it should have. A standard 8 trigrams pattern overlaid by a thinner, darker geometry that seemed to shift when seen directly. Then even that settled beneath the skin. Kushina reached out with shaking fingers and touched the boy's cheek. He didn't cry, she whispered. Minato wanted to tell her it meant nothing. He was too honest for that. He forged, he said instead, voice fraying. Your clan's chakra, it changed the process. Kushina stared at him, trying to parse the words through dying exhaustion. Changed how? He lowered his eyes to their son. He isn't housing the fox the way we expected. Then, what is he doing? Minato looked at the child's chest, where that hidden black framework now rested beneath flesh and bone. He's carrying it like a weapon. Kushina closed her eyes, not in rejection, not in fear, in understanding. Because she was Uzumaki enough to know what bloodlines sometimes remembered when minds did not. The spiral was never only for sealing, she murmured. Grandmother used to say we made prisons so well because we understood how to build things that held shape under pressure. Her hand lingered against Naruto's face. A forge. Minato nodded once. In the distance, Konoha still burned. There would be reports, burials, reconstruction. The village would need a Hokage. Hiruzen would resume the robes. Danzo would begin thinking the wrong thoughts immediately. The masked man would vanish back into history's blind spots. And this child, this impossible, quiet child, would grow beneath the gaze of a village that feared what it had survived. All of that future sat around them like waiting weather. But in that clearing, for a brief and terrible softness of time, there were only 3 people: a dying mother, a dying father, and a newborn who looked at the world as if it had already declared itself and found the declaration insufficient. Kushina smiled again, weaker now. You named him, remember? She said. Minato swallowed blood and grief together. Naruto! He'll need someone kind. I know, he'll probably terrify them. A broken laugh escaped Minato. I know. Her fingers slipped from the child's cheek. Minato caught her hand. She looked at him, and for a moment the battlefield vanished. They were young again. No beasts, no masks, no destiny, just 2 stubborn people standing too close to each other and pretending not to notice. Tell him, she whispered. I will. That was not a promise he would keep, he knew it. So did she. But kindness sometimes looked like allowing impossible promises to exist for one last second. Her hand went still. Minato bowed his head once, not because there was time to mourn, but because the body knew certain rituals without permission. Then he stood. He wrapped Naruto more securely in the blanket, though the child did not shiver. He looked toward the village and felt the weight of everything he would not live to repair. He felt also the weight of what he had placed inside his son, not a monster, something potentially worse. A perfect conversion of monstrous force into usable order. He left a final set of instructions where Hiruzen would find them. Containment logic. Seal observations. Warnings written in the plainest language possible, because euphemism killed more cleanly than kunai in political hands. Then he went to die a Hokage's death. Morning came to Konoha like an apology no one accepted. Smoke sat low over the broken districts. The dead were counted in whispers and then recounted because no one wanted the numbers to be real. Medical shinobi moved from ruin to ruin. Civilians carried water. Anbu sealed off unstable streets. Somewhere in the administrative center, the 3rd Hokage put the robes back on because history did not care whether old men were tired. Hiruzen Sarutobi had seen wars enough to distrust dramatic language. Disaster rarely announced itself as destiny. Usually it looked like paperwork stained by ash. He sat in a temporary office with bandaged hands and read the reports, casualty lists, structural damage, witness statements that contradicted each other because terror always did, sealing remnants, notes from towed summons, sensor core approximations. Fragments of Minato's final observations recovered from the clearing, and one medical report from the delivery team. He read that report once, then again, then a 3rd time, male infant, stable, no respiratory distress, no visible mutation, did not cry at birth. Initial concern for shock disproven. Ocular tracking active, heart rate steady. Unusual muscular stillness noted. Hiruzen lowered the page slowly. Across from him, one of the surviving medics shifted uneasily. Lord Hokage! He did not answer immediately. He was thinking about Minato's notes, not the emotional parts. Those were brief and easy to avoid. The technical parts, seal integrity holds. Subject network adapted during process. Beast chakra no longer expressing as standard reservoir. Compression observed. Structural anomaly aligned along central axis. Emotional leakage unlikely. Future manifestation may favor physical conduit over chakra release. Advise long-term observation. Do not provoke output testing in childhood. Hiruzen exhaled smoke from his pipe and hated that his hands trembled enough for the ember to shake. The medic mistook the silence for confusion. We can run more tests when the infant is older. No, Hiruzen thought. We can invent words for what we do not understand and then act brave while using them. Aloud, he said, "No unnecessary testing." The medic blinked. "Sir, routine health examinations only, seal monitoring at distance." Nothing invasive, nothing theatrical. He folded the report carefully. "And this note about the child not crying, remove it from the public archive." The medic hesitated. "Why?" "Because villages gossiped, because stories started smaller than wars. Because if enough people heard that the Ninetales Jinchuriki entered the world in silence, they would begin attaching meaning to that silence. Fear made symbols of infants faster than any propaganda minister ever could. Because it is irrelevant," Hiruzen said, which was how leaders described details that terrified them. When the medic left, Hiruzen remained alone with the mourning and the paperwork and the quiet understanding that Minato had not merely saved the village. He had altered its future into a shape no doctrine accounted for. A Jinchuriki who might not behave like one. A child who might never lose control in the ways containment theory expected. A host whose danger would not announce itself through rage or spectacle, but through efficiency. That was harder. Villages knew how to fear monsters. They did not know how to live beside weapons that could smile politely and attend the academy. Hiruzen set the medical report aside. Then, after a long pause, pulled it back and read the line one final time, "Did not cry at birth." Outside, hammers had already begun rebuilding Konoha. Inside a protected room under Anbu watch, the orphaned infant slept with unnatural stillness. One tiny hand half-curled over his blanket as though gripping an invisible shaft. Deep beneath skin and bone, where no medic could yet see, the black trident framework rested along his chakra network in perfect silence. Not dormant, waiting. And somewhere in the sealed dark of that impossible inner space, Kurama pressed against the forged walls of the weapon that held him and understood, perhaps for the first time in centuries, what it meant to be caged by something that did not hate back. The fox snarled. The spear did not answer. And in the cradle, Naruto slept on. Chapter 2. Sugar, silence, and a shattered practice post. Naruto Uzumaki learned very early that people announced themselves before they spoke. Most people thought speech was the beginning of a thing. It was not. A shinobi moved intention into the shoulders before the mouth opened. A civilian tightened the jaw half a second before forcing politeness. A shopkeeper's fingers paused above a coin tray before deciding whether a child was worth serving quickly or slowly. Even laughter had a structure to it. True amusement lifted through the ribs, while contempt started in the throat and came out wearing a smile. Naruto noticed all of this before he understood why it mattered. He was for the first time he realized adults lied with their faces more often than their words. He was 5 when he stopped waiting for them not to. By 6, he no longer found the difference interesting. Konoha raised children in patterns. Even orphans, especially orphans, were expected to fit somewhere inside the village's neat internal geometry. Loud children were corrected into discipline. Shy children were guided toward confidence. Troubled children were offered ramen, lectures, patience, structure. Every instructor, caretaker, and administrator believed, at least officially, that every child could be nudged into becoming socially legible. Naruto resisted that assumption without ever making it a rebellion. That unnerved people more. He did not act out for attention. He did not pull pranks. He did not vandalize walls. He did not shout challenges at older students or demand to be seen. He attended when attendance was mandatory, left when dismissal allowed it, and spent the hours in between with a kind of absolute self-containment that adults kept mistaking for obedience until they looked closer and found something colder. He followed rules only when the rules were efficient. He ignored ridicule because ridicule changed nothing. He did not seek approval because approval had no measurable combat value. This was not cruelty. That, too, confused people. Cruel children were easier to classify. Cruelty at least acknowledged the emotional existence of other people. Naruto's silence often seemed to suggest that he had sorted the world into factors of relevance and found most human behavior too minor to merit strong reaction. The village responded the way villages always did. It whispered, "There's something wrong with that boy." Naruto heard the sentence first outside a grocer's stall when he was 5 years old. Two women stood near the vegetables pretending not to look at him as he held exact change in his left hand and stared at the shelf of sweets on the right. He doesn't play with the others. He doesn't cry either. Have you noticed? I've never seen him cry. That's not normal. Nothing about him is normal. Naruto did not turn. He reached for the cheapest rice crackers, paused halfway, then moved instead to the round mochi stacked in clear paper wrappers. Strawberry, sweet bean, brown sugar. The most concentrated sugar for the least amount of chewing. He had learned that by trial, not by craving. After longer practice sessions, his hands shook less if he ate sweet foods first. His body accepted them immediately, burning through the fuel with the same ruthless efficiency that everything else in him seemed to obey. He placed the mochi on the counter. The shopkeeper hesitated before taking his money, not fear, not quite, more a species of inherited caution dressed as distaste. Naruto watched the man's fingers, slight withdrawal in the knuckles, microtension in the wrist. The body preparing, however pointlessly, for danger from a child who had said nothing. Naruto took the sweets and left. Behind him, one of the women lowered her voice. "See, didn't even react," the other answered. "That's what I mean." Naruto bit into the first mochi on the walk home and felt the sugar dissolve warm and immediate across his tongue. He did not understand why adults always used the word wrong when what they meant was unreadable. Wrong implied malfunction. Unreadable only meant other people lacked the skill. His apartment was small even by orphan standards. One room. A kitchenette that smelled faintly of old soap and damp wood, a window that looked out across neighboring roofs, a futon, a low table, a shelf with academy materials arranged precisely by size, a training spear carved badly from scrap wood and sanded smooth by obsessive use. 3 boxes of sweets hidden nowhere because no one visited without warning. Naruto liked the apartment because it was honest. The walls did not pretend to be kind. The floor creaked in the same places every day. Sunlight entered at predictable angles. Rain on the roof had consistent rhythm. Objects remained where he put them unless he moved them. This made the room superior to most people. He sat cross-legged on the floor near sunset and unwrapped his final mochi of the day. Brown sugar. Dense. Good for after practice. He ate half of it, then closed his eyes, breathing first, stillness second, read third. This was not meditation in the way monks or academy teachers described it. There was no search for peace in it. Naruto had never particularly valued peace as an internal state. What he wanted was clarity. The world had too many motions in it, too many variables, too many wasted actions. The only useful response was to reduce noise until signal remained. He slowed his breathing. He counted the sounds beyond the walls. Footsteps outside on the hall boards, 3 adults, one heavier than the others, moving left to right. Window latch rattling in the next apartment. Wind against the gutter. A dog barking farther down the street. Someone chopping vegetables with uneven knife pressure. Under that, deeper and stranger, he felt what had been with him his entire life. The line, no, not a line, a structure. A black, sleeping certainty resting through the center of him like a second skeleton. It did not speak. It never had. It did not comfort. It did not instruct. It simply existed with impossible mass for something invisible. as though a weapon had been laid down inside his chakra network, and told to remain perfectly still until the hand holding it had earned the right to close. Naruto had no word for it yet when he was younger. As he grew older, he began thinking of it as the spine spear. Eventually, he would learn the name Magura, but names were less important than behavior. When he exercised for long enough, when the body heated, when the muscles reached repetition beyond fatigue, when the rhythm of motion stripped thought down to intention and execution, he could feel the structure answer. Not by emerging, not by flaring outward in dramatic chakra like the stories older children whispered about bloodlines and monsters. It answered through reinforcement, a thrust that should have stung the wrists, stabilized. A strike that should have jarred the elbows instead transferred cleanly through the shoulders and hips. Fatigue rose quickly, but so did precision. And afterward came the hunger, always the hunger. As if the hidden weapon was not consuming chakra in the ordinary shinobi way, but burning something closer to raw bodily fuel. Sugar helped most, matcha best of all, dense, immediate, almost absurdly effective. Naruto did not know why, he only knew results, so he ate. Then he rose, took the practice spear from the wall, and went outside again. The academy training yard after official hours belonged to the persistent. Children who trained there at dusk usually fell into two categories, the ambitious and the afraid. The ambitious wanted to surpass someone, the afraid wanted never to be weak again. Naruto fit into neither category neatly. He did not train to surpass because comparison wasted time. He did not train from fear because fear assumed future harm that had not yet become data. He trained because the body was a machine, and machines improved under repeated pressure. That was all. The practice posts stood in rows beneath the darkening sky, thick timber cylinders set deep in the ground, wrapped in rope and reinforced to withstand academy abuse. Bruised fists, thrown shuriken, clumsy kicks, dull blades, they had been designed for children who mistook intensity for technique. Naruto regarded them with impersonal dissatisfaction. The one nearest the fence leaned slightly left, structural weakness from prior damage. The next was more stable, better for thrust repetition. He took his stance, left foot forward, right hand near the rear of the shaft, front hand loose. Spine aligned, eyes open but unnecessary. Breath in, then motion. The first thrust struck with a hard wooden crack. He withdrew again. The technique was simple enough that most academy students grew bored of it after 20 repetitions. A linear strike lacked flourish. It did not impress in demonstration. There was no spinning, no dramatic overhead force, no broad movement to advertise effort. Just a forward line seeking the shortest route between intention and target. Naruto repeated it 100 times before the first correction occurred to him. His lead knee was opening by 2 degrees at the moment of extension, small enough that an instructor would likely ignore it in a child, large enough to create wasted motion. He adjusted, another 100, breath began to deepen. Sweat formed lightly at the base of his neck. Somewhere inside him the black structure remained still but attentive, as if pressure were knocking on a door from the correct side. Another correction. Shoulder engagement delayed relative to hip drive. Adjust. Another 100. The yard emptied fully. Distant voices moved away. Lamps lit in the buildings beyond the walls. The sky deepened into indigo. Naruto continued, his world narrowed by design. Target, line, retraction, target, line, retraction. He began experimenting with angle, throat height, solar plexus height, lower abdomen, mid-thigh, collarbone. Horizontal transition, recovery guard, half-step advance, full-step lunge, controlled stop 1 centimeter before contact zone, max penetration. Immediate disengage. The post began to splinter. Naruto did not stop. His breathing had changed now. Faster, but not ragged. The kind of rapid intake that fed labor rather than announced weakness. The hidden spear along his chakra pathways vibrated once, faint, internal, almost imagined. At the same moment, the wooden shaft in his hands felt lighter. Not physically lighter, more correctly aligned. His wrists stabilized under impact, as if a second set of unseen supports had locked into place from inside the joints outward. This was the thing no one had taught him, and no one had witnessed closely enough yet to name. The more exact the motion, the more the inner framework cooperated. Sloppiness received nothing, precision was rewarded. Naruto's eyes sharpened. He drove the spear forward again. The practice post cracked down its center with a report like a snapped bone. He stepped back, studied the damage, and moved to the next one. "Stop!" The voice came from behind him. Naruto halted mid-withdrawal and turned. Iruka Umino stood at the edge of the yard holding a stack of papers under one arm, expression caught between teacherly irritation and something quieter. He was younger then, not yet worn into the full shape of the instructor he would become. But the scar across his nose already gave his face a permanent look of having survived more than he wanted to explain. His gaze moved from Naruto to the ruined post, then to the second post, which bore a cratered ring of impacts at precise chest height. "How long have you been out here?" Naruto considered whether the question required an exact answer. "Since class ended." Iruka glanced at the sky. "It's almost full dark." Naruto said nothing. Iruka walked closer and crouched beside the damaged post. He ran a hand over the break, fingers tracing the repeated entry points. They were clustered so tightly that most of the surface looked less battered than drilled. "This wasn't one strike?" He murmured, mostly to himself. "No. How many?" Naruto took a piece of mochi from his pocket, unwrapped it, and ate before answering. "I didn't count." Iruka looked up at that. "You should go home." "I will." That wasn't a suggestion. Naruto met his eyes. "The post was failing structurally before I started using it." Iruka blinked once. It took him half a second to realize he was being corrected with complete seriousness. "That isn't the point." "It matters. What matters is that academy equipment is for supervised practice. The yard was empty." "That also isn't the point." Naruto studied him quietly. Iruka was not like the others. He still carried caution. Naruto could read it in the small tightness that came into his shoulders whenever conversations lasted too long. But with Iruka, the caution fought with something else. Effort. Deliberate effort. As if the man kept choosing again and again not to reduce Naruto to rumor. That made him unusual. Unusual people were worth a little patience. "What is the point?" Naruto asked. Iruka exhaled through his nose, clearly aware he had just been invited into a discussion instead of disobeyed. "The point is that you're a child, Naruto." This did not land with the force Iruka intended. Naruto tilted his head slightly. "And," Iruka opened his mouth, closed it, started again. "And children aren't supposed to train until they can barely stand." "I can stand." "That's not what Iruka stopped, pinched the bridge of his nose, and tried a different angle. "Why are you doing this every day?" Naruto looked at the post. "Because motion could be improved. Because each repetition stripped away one more meaningless fraction of inefficiency. Because the hidden structure inside him answered exactness like flint answered steel. Because when he practiced hard enough, the world became clean." Instead, he said, "It works." Iruka stared at him for a long moment. There were teachers who would have found that answer insolent, evasive, emotionally deficient. Iruka only looked tired. "What works?" "The body learns faster under repetition." "That's true for anyone." Naruto shook his head once. "Not like this." Iruka's gaze sharpened. For a second, the older shinobi looked as if he might ask the right question, the dangerous one, the one about what exactly inside you is responding. But Konoha lived by avoidance as much as surveillance. Adults near Naruto were trained, formally or informally, to circle the truth without naming it, so Iruka stood instead and said, "Come on, I'm walking you home. I know the way." "I didn't say you didn't." Naruto considered refusing, decided refusal would prolong the interaction, and set the practice spear against his shoulder. "The second post should be replaced too." Iruka made a helpless sound. "That's the part of this you're focused on." "It leans." "It leans because you turned the first one into firewood." "It leaned before that." Iruka looked up at the sky as if hoping patience might descend from it fully formed. When it did not, he gestured toward the gate. "Home, Naruto!" Naruto obeyed, not because he had been ordered to, because practice data for the day had become less useful past this point. That difference would matter more later than either of them yet understood. Iruka walked half a step behind him through the evening streets. Konoha at night smelled of broth, laundry, damp leaves, and old timber. Families gathered behind paper windows. Lantern lights softened the roads. Somewhere a radio played quietly. Somewhere else two shinobi on patrol crossed a rooftop in shadows so practiced most civilians never noticed them. Naruto unwrapped another machai as they walked. Iruka eyed it. "Is that your dinner?" "Yes." "That's not a dinner." "It is if I eat enough of it." Iruka looked appalled. "When was the last time you had actual food?" Naruto thought about this. "This morning." "What did you eat?" "Machai." Iruka stopped walking. Naruto took 2 more steps before noticing and turning back. "That's not breakfast either," Iruka said. "It has rice. It also has sugar." "That's efficient." "For what?" Naruto looked at him as if the answer were obvious. "Recovery." Iruka's expression shifted, not because he fully understood, but because he realized there was logic here. Flawed perhaps, childish perhaps, but internally consistent. Naruto was not neglecting meals because he did not care whether he lived. He had tested his body and reached a conclusion about fuel, a bizarre conclusion, still a conclusion. Iruka rubbed the back of his neck. "You need real food too." Naruto did not argue. "Sometimes." "That's not reassuring." "It isn't meant to be." Iruka almost laughed. It surprised both of them. Naruto watched the laugh happen the way he watched everything else, shoulders relaxing, breath breaking rhythm, mouth changing shape before sound. But unlike mockery, this movement carried no hidden edge. It was brief and genuine, interesting. "Tomorrow," Iruka said, regaining some of his teacher voice, "I'm checking what you bring for lunch." Naruto resumed walking. "You'll be disappointed." "I'm prepared for that." That unexpectedly made something in Naruto's attention settle more closely on him. Most adults around him wanted quick success. Easy signs, correct behavior they could point to and say, "See, this child is becoming normal." Iruka, on the other hand, sounded like someone who expected difficulty and intended to remain present anyway. That was inefficient in social terms. It was also, Naruto suspected, a form of strength. The next week produced 4 shattered posts. By the end of the month, the number became 9. Iruka filed the first equipment request with escalating professionalism. To administrative maintenance, Academy Division subject. Replacement of damaged practice posts in Yard 3, he considered omitting Naruto's name, and decided that would only create worse rumors when the pattern continued. Cause of wear exceeds normal student usage. Recommend reinforced replacements for advanced taijutsu drilling. The request came back stamped with routine delay. Iruka rewrote it. Immediate replacement advised. Damage recurrence likely. Current stock inadequate for one student's training load. It came back approved for standard posts. He stared at the paper for a full 10 seconds, then marched it personally to the office of a clerk who knew better than to smile when teachers were carrying this kind of contained fury. "Did you read this?" The clerk adjusted his glasses. "Yes. I asked for reinforced posts." And the standard response was approved. Iruka leaned over the desk. "The standard response will last 3 days." The clerk frowned, more intrigued than concerned. "What student is breaking academy posts every 3 days?" Iruka straightened very slowly. He should have lied. He didn't. "Naruto Uzumaki." The clerk's face changed in the smallest, ugliest way. There it was. That flicker Naruto always noticed. Muscles choosing caution before the mind finished deciding why. "I see," the clerk said. "No," Iruka thought. "You don't." Aloud he said, "No, you don't. Because if you did, you would understand that this is not vandalism, and it is not an excuse to start another whisper chain. It's a training issue." The clerk looked uncomfortable now, which was something. "I can forward it upward." "Do that." To the Hokage's office, Iruka held his gaze. "Do that." He left before his temper worsened. Hiruzen Sarutobi read the new request in silence. The report was simple. Too simple, which often meant the writer had chosen not to include the parts that felt politically radioactive. Repeated equipment failure. Student, Naruto Uzumaki. Cause, concentrated spear thrust training. Recommendation, reinforced practice posts and extended supervised access to Yard 3 under instructor discretion. Hiruzen set the request beside older files, medical summaries, growth evaluations, Anbu observation notes so carefully phrased they became more alarming by what they refused to speculate about. The child did not socialize conventionally. The child showed no overt hostility. The child displayed unusual patience. The child preferred linear weapon drills far beyond academy curriculum. The child's caloric intake skewed abnormally towards sweets, especially after exertion. No emotional instability observed, no seal leakage observed, no feral episodes, no fox chakra manifestation, no failures. That was the problem. A normal Jinchuriki childhood would have supplied the village with familiar fears. Rage, accidents, loss of control, red chakra flares, something crude enough for civilian minds to process. Instead, Naruto had become disciplined by default, and discipline made adults imagine purpose where there might only be temperament. Hiruzen tapped ash into a tray and reread Uruka's final line. Current equipment inadequate for one student's training load. The old man closed his eyes briefly. Minato's note returned to him like an unwelcome ghost. Future manifestation may favor physical conduit over chakra release. Yes, he thought, I know. He signed the approval himself, not standard, reinforced, no public notation. Then he added a second instruction. Assign one trusted instructor to informal observation. Prefer Yumino Uruka, because if the village insisted on growing afraid of this child, then someone had to remain close enough to see the human being before the weapon. And because Hiruzen, for all his failures, still understood that surveillance without care turned children into prophecies. The reinforced posts arrived on a cloudy afternoon. Most students ignored them. New equipment was boring unless it exploded. Naruto noticed immediately denser timber. Metal core inserts buried deep at center mass, better anchoring at the base. Rope wrapping doubled near strike zone. He approached the nearest post and laid his palm against it briefly, testing resistance through pressure. This one would last. Uruka leaned against the fence with deliberate casualness. Try not to destroy these before the end of the week. Naruto glanced at him. You changed the materials? I filed paperwork. That sounds inefficient. It was. Thank you. The words were so unexpected that Uruka visibly lost track of his expression for a second. You're welcome, he said carefully, as if sudden movement might scare the moment away. Naruto turned back to the post. He took position. Other students were still nearby, pretending not to watch. Sasuke Uchiha, already gathering the atmosphere around himself like a cloak of earned and inherited attention, paused longer than anyone else. Sakura Haruno stood with two friends near the equipment rack, talking just loudly enough to disguise interest. Shikamaru glanced over once, sighed like the entire world was an exhausting puzzle, and sat on the fence. Kiba openly watched with the blunt curiosity of someone who would have asked questions if social instinct were not warning him away from the subject. Naruto ignored them all. Breath, alignment, thrust. The spear in his hands struck the reinforced post with a hard, clean shock. Better. The resistance came back true instead of splintering. He withdrew and struck again. Same height, same line, same control. Third strike, lower angle. Fourth, immediate recovery guard. Fifth, half-step entry. Sixth, stop before impact and redirect to throat level. The yard quieted. There was something unnerving about repetition, done perfectly enough that it stopped resembling exercise and started resembling method. Naruto continued. The first 100 strikes drew sweat. The second 100 drew silence. By the third 100, even students who did not understand weapons could sense that they were watching something academy culture had no category for. Children were supposed to show off, to huff, grunt, grin after impressive motions. seek praise from the edges of the yard. Naruto offered none of that. He practiced as though an invisible opponent existed only for the purpose of dying if he got sloppy. Iruka watched from the fence and felt that old tension return between admiration and concern. There was genius here. And there was danger in genius shaped too early around reduction. Naruto pivoted, reversed grip, and drove a short-range thrust into the post with half the previous travel distance. The impact rang through the metal core. Several students flinched. Naruto's eyes sharpened. That variation mattered. Closer range, less telegraph, more transfer. He repeated it, again. The hidden structure inside him woke more strongly this time. He could feel it now, Megura's internal alignment answering the compressed motion. Not power exactly, permission, as if the weapon approved of economy. His heart rate climbed, hunger followed almost immediately, sharp and physical. Naruto stepped back, reached into his pocket, and ate a matcha in 3 bites without ceremony. Then he resumed training. A ripple of baffled whispers moved through the yard. He's eating during practice? Is that matcha? Who eats matcha like that? Why does he look the same before and after? No idea. Sasuke said nothing at all, but his gaze narrowed. Not in contempt, never that, but in the dawning recognition of another child who had built identity around solitary effort, and now found someone else doing it with terrifying efficiency. That rivalry would come later. First came witness. Naruto struck the post again, and again, and again. The sound carried across the academy yard like a metronome for a future no one there yet understood. That evening, after the students had gone and the sky dimmed toward rain, Iruka remained behind to lock the storage shed. He found Naruto still at the reinforced post. Of course he did. The boy's shirt clung damp to his back. His hands were red at the palms from friction despite the improved shaft wrapping. The new post, built for abuse well beyond academy levels, showed a deep circular depression at center mass where hundreds upon hundreds of precisely identical thrusts had landed. Iruka approached without speaking. Naruto stopped on his own after the next strike and looked over. "Hungry?" Iruka asked. "Yes, good, that means you're done for the night." Naruto considered objecting, found no useful angle, and lowered the spear. Iruka stepped closer to the post and touched the dented strike zone. "You know, most people in this village hear stories about talent and imagine fireworks." Naruto said nothing. Iruka glanced at him. "This is worse." Naruto tilted his head slightly. "Worse? For the people who underestimate you?" "Yes." That earned a small pause, not an emotional reaction exactly. More the stillness of data being filed somewhere important. Iruka straightened. "Come on, I'm buying dinner." "Matcha, actual food." Naruto's expression remained unreadable for a second, then shifted by almost nothing. "Can there be matcha after?" Iruka laughed once, tired and honest. "Yes, there can be matcha after." They left the yard together. Behind them, the reinforced practice post stood under gathering rain, its metal-cored body marked by the early proof of something Konoha had not chosen and could no longer prevent. Not a loud child, not a lonely prankster, not a boy begging the village to see him. Something quieter, something that sharpened itself in public while everyone whispered in private and mistook silence for emptiness. The rain began as they reached the street. Naruto looked up once, gauging angle and speed out of habit. Then he walked on beside Iruka, hands empty for now, appetite rising like a second heartbeat, while deep within his chakra network, the black spear remained perfectly still, waiting for the years ahead, when wood would no longer be the thing asked to survive his precision. Chapter 3. Sweet Sight Awakens. The day of the Genin exam began with rain that never fully committed. Clouds hung low over Konoha, heavy enough to turn the morning gray but too restrained to break into a proper storm. Water gathered in gutters. The roads shone slick and dark. The rooftops held a dull silver sheen that made the whole village look briefly flattened, as if the sky had pressed down overnight and left everything quieter than usual. Naruto liked mornings like that. Rain-muted days reduced unnecessary sound. He stood in the center of his apartment barefoot, wrapping cloth around the lower half of a wooden practice spear that had long since ceased to resemble academy equipment. The shaft had been replaced twice. The grip had been adjusted 4 times. Every angle of friction had been learned through use. Beside him on the low table sat a neat line of food: 2 rice bowls, 1 bottle of water, and 6 wrapped pieces of matcha. Iruka had forced the rice bowls into his routine, not physically. No one short of an S-rank shinobi was likely to make Naruto do anything by force, and even then the attempt would need to be intelligent. But Iruka had a stubbornness that came from caring with enough consistency to become irritating. After enough evenings spent dragging Naruto toward actual dinners and watching him eat as though meals were maintenance instead of comfort, the instructor had finally won one small campaign. Real food first, he had said. Naruto had found the rule inefficient. Then he had tested it for 2 weeks and discovered that heavier protein before longer drills modestly improved endurance during high-precision repetitions. That had made the rule usable, so the rice balls remained. He ate 1 without hurrying, drank half the water, slid 4 pieces of matcha into his jacket pocket, and lifted the spear. Today mattered. Not because of the forehead protector, not because of rank, not because most academy students treated graduation like a symbolic threshold between childhood and relevance. Today mattered because examinations produced concentrated intent. Anxiety sharpened the body. Ambition made people easier to read. Fear narrowed their choices. Hidden instructors watched from walls and windows. Students lied to themselves about calm and betrayed the lie with every shoulder, knee, and breath. A room full of test-takers became an archive of near decisions. Naruto had been noticing those near decisions for years. Today he intended to measure them. He stepped out into the corridor, locked the apartment behind him, and started toward the academy with the spear tied across his back and his thoughts reduced to essentials. Observe. Execute. Do not waste motion. The academy was louder than usual. That, too, was predictable. Children awaiting judgment either spoke too much or not at all. Bragging clustered near the entrance. Forced laughter rippled through groups that would disperse into different teams by the day's end. Parents stood farther away, pretending not to hover. Civilian families made encouragement look anxious. Shinobi families made anxiety look like instruction. Teachers moved through the hallways with official expressions and private bets already forming in the backs of their minds. Naruto entered the building and immediately felt the density of attention shift around him, not openly. Konoha was better trained than that, at least in public academy space, but bodies told the truth first. A pair of civilian mothers near the front windows lowered their voices by instinct when he passed. One academy clerk stiffened almost imperceptibly before catching himself. 2 younger students in the hallway stopped talking and pressed back half a step, not because Naruto had acknowledged them, but because proximity triggered inherited caution. He moved through it without change in pace. He had stopped resenting these reactions years ago. Resentment required the expectation of fairness. Konoha did not fear him because of anything he had done. It feared him because adults were excellent at teaching children where not to look and whom not to trust, then pretending the lesson had emerged naturally. Naruto understood that with the same distant clarity he brought to everything else. The village had made a category for him before he had speech. Its discomfort was structural. Structures were slow to alter. That made them uninteresting. At the classroom door, he paused only long enough to map the room. Students already seated. Sasuke Uchiha at the window, posture exact, expression composed into that coldness he wore like inherited armor. Sakura 3 rows over, outwardly calm, hands folded, left foot tapping too subtly for most eyes to catch. Kiba restless, knee bouncing. Hinata shrinking inward against her own hope. Shikamaru draped over the desk as though gravity had personally offended him. Ino talking to dissolve tension. Choji eating because some bodies negotiated stress with appetite instead of performance. Naruto entered. Conversations bent around him, then resumed with too much care. He took his seat without comment and set his spear against the wall within arm's reach. Mizuki was already at the front of the room, smiling. Naruto had disliked Mizuki for the same reason one disliked a blade with decorative engraving near the hilt. Ornament was often used to hide bad metal. Mizuki's voice always arrived polished. His humor was practiced. His posture toward students suggested friendliness, while his body constantly prepared for status checks. Shoulders ready to straighten, chin angle adjusting whenever senior staff passed. Mouth tensing microscopically whenever attention drifted away from him. He wanted to be liked too much for the wanting to remain invisible. That made him readable. Iruka entered a moment later carrying the exam rosters and several sealed evaluation sheets. Where Mizuki looked assembled, Iruka looked real, slightly tired, slightly damp at the shoulders from the weather. Scar visible. Expression firmer than usual because he knew every student in the room had spent the week oscillating between confidence and nausea. "All right," Iruka said, setting the papers down. "Settle down." The class volume lowered. Today's graduation exam will proceed in stages. Written evaluation first, then practical demonstration. Final rankings will reflect your complete academy record, performance today, and instructor review. Naruto listened with half his attention, the other half tracked the room, sweat levels, muscle tension, breath timing. The micro-patterns of readiness and panic. Something had been changing in him over the past year. At first it was just refinement. A faster noticing, a more instinctive mapping of how bodies committed before movement fully expressed. But lately, under pressure, that noticing had begun to compress into something sharper. Not thought, not prediction in the ordinary sense, closer to immediate preemption. He would see a shoulder load fractionally earlier than before. A knee tighten before a step, a forearm angle before a punch. The world did not slow exactly. It declared itself sooner. He had no language for it yet. So he treated it the way he treated all unfamiliar capability, as a measurable phenomenon rather than a mystical revelation. Useful range appeared limited. 5 meters, perhaps a little less in crowded space. Best under direct line of engagement. Strongest when the target intended violence or abrupt motion. Weaker when people were uncertain. That suggested not telepathy but mechanics, the body choosing before the body acted. Naruto filed the thought and looked up when Iruka called his name for the written portion. He finished first, not because he was the smartest in abstract terms. Sakura held that distinction today with room to spare. Shikamaru, if forced to care, could likely have outperformed half the instructor staff by accident. But Naruto had learned early that written exams were mostly about deciding how much time a correct answer deserved. Most deserved less than students gave them. When he placed the paper on Iruka's desk, Mizuki smiled at him. Confident, Naruto looked at him. The man's mouth remained pleasant. His shoulders did not. Too much tightness along the right side, not fear, interest, evaluative intent with something acquisitive sitting behind it. "Yes," Naruto said. It was one of the few words he would speak that day. Mizuki's smile widened a fraction, like a door opening only enough to suggest there was a room behind it. "Good." Naruto returned to his seat. By the time the written portion ended, the rain had finally started in earnest, ticking softly against the classroom windows. Practical exams began. The demonstrations were held in the covered training hall rather than the outdoor yard. This suited Naruto. Less wind. More echo. Cleaner sound return. Intent traveled well in enclosed space. The hall smelled of timber, chalk, and old sweat. Graduation candidates lined the wall in order while Iruka and Mizuki took positions at the evaluation table. A second proctor from the academy sat near the entrance to verify scores and maintain legitimacy in case any parent later complained that their precious heir had been unfairly judged. The demonstrations themselves were ordinary at first. Transformation technique, clone technique, basic substitution theory explanation, weapon accuracy. Taijutsu form, ordinary, however, did not mean easy for the students performing them. Nervous chakra control ruined henge details. Clone instability caused ugly half-formed doubles. Footwork turned messy under observation. Children who had excelled in practice suddenly remembered every failure they had ever had and tried to perform on top of the memory. Naruto watched all of it without emotional investment. Sakura's henge was clean. Sasuke's clone work was sharp and balanced. Kiba overcommitted on Shuriken release and hid irritation with bravado. Choji nearly forgot a hand sign because he was watching someone else's score sheet. Hinata's Taijutsu form was technically sound but softened by hesitation. Shikamaru completed every requirement with the unmistakable body language of someone resentful that competence continued to be expected from him. Then it was Naruto's turn. He walked to the center of the hall carrying no visible tension at all. That alone unsettled people. A student approaching a life-shaping exam was expected to display something: nerves, excitement, fear, ambition. Naruto arrived as though called to demonstrate weather patterns. Iruka looked up from the roster. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stopped on the mark. We'll begin with Bunshin no Jutsu. A murmur almost passed through the line of waiting students before discipline strangled it. Clone technique had been Naruto's weakest academy requirement for years. Not disastrously weak, but inconsistent in a way that made no sense given the precision of his taijutsu and weapons work. Chakra volume was clearly not the issue. If anything, he possessed too much for ordinary academy handling. Fine distribution had always been the challenge. Naruto brought his hands together. He knew the problem. Standard clone technique rewarded a kind of lightness that his system disliked. Illusory projection required even outward dispersion, a soft, broad cast of chakra shaped by visual intent. Megura did not think broadly. It aligned, compressed, directed. For years, Naruto had approached clones the way he approached a thrust. Too much density, too much commitment, too little diffusion. The result had been warped, underfed copies that looked as though the idea of Naruto had been pinned down and left there to suffer. He had corrected for that over the last 6 months by treating chakra threads like lines of controlled release rather than blobs of will, still inefficient, still annoying, still necessary. He exhaled, adjusted distribution, and released the technique. 2 clones appeared, not spectacular. Not numerous, but stable. Proportions correct, no pallor, no structural wobble. They stood at either side of him with identical posture and then dispersed cleanly when the time window elapsed. Silence filled the hall. Naruto lowered his hands. Iruka's expression did not change much, but relief moved through his shoulders like something physical finally being set down. Mizuki's brows lifted by a fraction. "Acceptable," the second proctor said, making a note. Iruka nodded once. "Next, henge," Naruto transformed into Iruka. Not a childish exaggeration, not a joke version with an oversized scar or absurd grin. An exact copy. Same jacket folds, same height, same tiredness at the corners of the mouth. For one strange heartbeat, the whole contained 2 Irukas, and only one of them looked surprised to be there. Several students laughed before they could stop themselves. The real Iruka cleared his throat. "Release," Naruto did. Weapon accuracy. A target frame was rolled forward. Standard kunai first, then shuriken. Naruto complied, every blade hit center grouping with mechanical reliability. No flourish. No spin beyond the required release. Impact pattern so tight that the 4th shuriken split the edge of the 2nd. Mizuki leaned forward. "Final practical," Iruka said. "Spar form, limited exchange." This was the part Naruto cared about. Another academy instructor stepped into the hall to serve as the controlled opponent. Chunin level, restrained, accustomed to handling student demonstrations without making them look foolish. The format was simple. 3 exchanges, clean form, no serious intent, evaluation of composure and reaction. Naruto took his stance. The instructor smiled the patient smile adults always used before underestimating him. "Ready!" Naruto did not answer. The instructor moved, and sweet sight awakened completely. It was not dramatic. No glow entered Naruto's eyes. No chakra burst announced revelation. No ancestral voice whispered explanation. The world simply resolved. The instructor's front shoulder tightened before the lunge, right hip loading for a low feint. Weight not actually committed to the front foot. Left elbow preparing the real line of attack before the body rotated enough for ordinary eyes to register it. Naruto was already moving. He stepped half an angle offline before the feint existed to anyone else, slipped past the instructor's reach, and placed the wooden practice spear horizontally against the man's ribs at a point that would have become a penetrating thrust if force had followed position. The hole froze. The instructor blinked. He had not completed his opening motion. Iruka straightened in his seat. "Reset," Mizuki said too quickly. Smile stretched thin with interest. The instructor obeyed, this time less patronizing and more alert. He attacked again. Naruto saw the decision earlier. Not in mystical flashes, in microcontractions. A shoulder deciding. A calf choosing tension. Finger flexion changing before grip redirection. The body wrote intent in itself before movement could hide behind speed. 5 meters, maybe a fraction more under direct engagement. A heartbeat before action. Then slightly longer than a heartbeat. Naruto's breathing steadied. The second exchange ended with him past the instructor's guard. Spear shaft pressing into the inside line of the man's elbow in a position that would have broken arm structure if completed. The third exchange lasted less than a second. The instructor tried to vary rhythm, adding a pause before motion, then a half-commitment designed to draw reactive overreach. Naruto read the pause as data. The real attack would come when the right shoulder loosened, not tightened. There. Now. He advanced into the opening before it existed and stopped his spear tip 1 centimeter from the instructor's throat. Rain sounded louder against the roof. No one in the hall spoke. The instructor slowly lifted 2 fingers and moved the spear aside, more out of self-respect than necessity. Demonstration complete. Naruto lowered the weapon. Sasuke's stare had hardened into something intense and private. Sakura had gone completely still, mind clearly racing faster than her expression showed. Kiba looked caught between alarm and excitement. Hinata's hands had tightened together. Shikamaru, for the first time all morning, no longer appeared bored. Iruka wrote on the sheet without looking at Mizuki. Mizuki, however, was looking at Naruto as though he had just discovered a hidden door in a room he believed he knew. Naruto returned to the line. Sweet sight remained. Not fully active all the time. Already he could tell that. It sharpened most under imminent engagement, faded when no decision vectors pressed against him. But now that he had isolated the mechanism, he could feel it with greater clarity, the body deciding before it moved. He could read it. Not thoughts, not plans, the final fraction between intent and execution. That was enough. The rankings were announced near evening. The rain had not stopped. Water ran down the academy steps in narrow streams. Parents clustered under umbrellas and eaves. Students stood in knots of tension, pretending not to care while each name was read. Iruka held the final roster. His voice carried above the weather, graduates. Team assignments to follow at a later briefing, and rankings. Naruto listened because knowing where others placed mattered tactically, not emotionally. Sakura placed high as expected. Sasuke slightly below Naruto in aggregate only because Naruto's weapons and combat scoring had forced the mathematics into submission. Shikamaru landed far lower than his actual capability, which surprised no one who knew him. Kiba celebrated his own name loudly enough for 3 people. Choji smiled with relief. Hinata bowed her head and looked as though she might cry from surviving it. Ino acted victorious regardless of exact placement. Then Iruka read the first rank. Naruto Uzumaki. It took the crowd a second to react because the sentence did not fit the version of him they had carried in their heads. Murmurs spread immediately. First, over Sasuke. How? He had to have cheated the written part. No, Iruka-sensei checked those. I heard he. Naruto stopped listening. None of it mattered. Uruka stepped down from the platform after the announcements and approached him with a forehead protector in hand. The cloth was new. The metal plate caught the gray afternoon light and held it without warmth. "Congratulations," Uruka said. Naruto took the protector. The cloth was rougher than expected. Uruka, after a pause, added, "You earned it." Naruto looked at him. Most praise slid off him because it was socially shaped and therefore unreliable. This did not. Uruka was bad at flattering people, too earnest to lie well. That made his words structurally useful. "I know," Naruto said. Uruka stared at him, then, to Naruto's mild surprise, laughed. "Of course that's what you'd say." Naruto tied the forehead protector around his head on the first attempt, not exact, plate-centered. Several nearby students watched the motion with the covert intensity of people recalibrating an entire hierarchy in real time. Sasuke approached halfway, stopped just within conversational distance, and looked directly at Naruto. The silence between them was not empty. Sasuke's body held too much tension for emptiness. Rivalry had arrived, but not the petty academy version built on bruised pride and loud declarations. This was something cleaner and more dangerous, recognition sharpened by ego. "You moved before he did," Sasuke said. Naruto considered the statement. "No," Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "I saw it. You saw the result." Sasuke held his gaze another second, clearly deciding whether to demand explanation. Then he turned and walked away. He would spend years trying to solve that answer. Sakura approached next, more cautiously. "Congratulations," she said. Naruto nodded once. She hesitated, then asked the kind of question most people avoided because they instinctively sensed he disliked noise. "How do you do that? The reading thing, in sparring?" Naruto looked at her. Unlike most of the others, Sakura asked from analysis rather than insecurity. She wanted mechanism. That was respectable. "Bodies decide before they move," Naruto said. She blinked. "That's all?" "Yes, that can't be all." Naruto slid one piece of matcha from his pocket, unwrapped it, and took a bite before answering. "It is if you notice enough." Sakura watched him as though uncertain whether she had been given wisdom or insult. Then, slowly, she nodded. Interesting, Naruto thought. She might become useful later, not for force, but for questions asked from the right angle. Before any further conversation could form, Mizuki's voice arrived behind them, smooth as oil. "Naruto?" "A moment." Sakura stepped aside automatically. Naruto turned. Mizuki smiled his faculty smile, shoulders relaxed too deliberately. "Just to congratulate you. Walk with me." Every part of the man's surface presentation suggested casual approval. His body suggested appetite. Naruto followed, not because he trusted him. Because information often revealed itself fastest when predators believed themselves unobserved. Mizuki led him to the quieter side of the academy grounds, where rain drummed against broad leaves, and the wall cut most traffic noise away. The teacher folded his arms and leaned back, as though settling into an informal conversation between mentor and exceptional student. "You surprised a lot of people today." Naruto said nothing. Mizuki smiled. "That's not a criticism." Still nothing. Most adults rushed to fill silence when children refused the expected cues. Mizuki did not rush. He had enough social patience to mistake himself for subtle. "Uruka must be proud," he said lightly, "though he worries." That was true. Naruto did not respond. "You know," Mizuki went on, "some people in this village will never see you clearly unless you force them to." Naruto looked at him. There it was, the first real angle, not praise, recruitment through grievance. Mizuki mistook attention for susceptibility and continued. "There are truths the academy doesn't teach. Things about power, about who the village values and who it merely uses. A student like you deserves more than standard lessons." Naruto's eyes remained steady. Mizuki lowered his voice. "There's a scroll in the Hokage's archives, a forbidden one. Techniques no academy student is supposed to touch, but some shinobi were never meant to stay inside academy limits." He tilted his head. "If you brought it to me tonight, I could show you something worthy of your ranking. Something no one else here could survive learning." The rain filled the space after that sentence. Naruto watched the man's shoulders. Not a single lie declared itself cleanly enough to matter. Mizuki believed parts of what he was saying. He did think Naruto deserved more. He did think the academy beneath him. He did want access to the scroll. The body rarely differentiated noble motive from selfish one at the level of simple movement preparation. But the hidden shape beneath Mizuki's posture was obvious enough. He was not offering guidance. He was offering a path into his own ambitions. Naruto considered outcomes. Refuse immediately. Mizuki retreats, becomes cautious, information diminishes. Agree and monitor, greater data yield, accepting risk was justified. All right, Naruto said. Mizuki's smile flashed bright and quick. Good. Meet me in the old training grove after sunset. Naruto turned to leave. Quietly, Mizuki added. Naruto did not look back. Yes. He did not steal the scroll because Mizuki told him to. He stole it because the Hokage security was worth measuring. That distinction mattered to him, if to no one else. The archive seals were competent, not exceptional. Designed to stop ordinary academy foolishness, not a graduate who had spent most of his childhood testing structure for hidden weakness. Naruto bypassed the first layer by observing the chakra trigger lag between seal contact and alarm activation. The second layer responded to presence rather than touch, which was smarter but still flawed. The ward radius could be crossed at the corner where two sensory fields overlapped imperfectly. By the time he reached the forbidden scroll itself, he had concluded that Konoha relied too heavily on assumption as a security principle. He took the scroll, resealed the chamber badly enough that detection would occur soon, and left. He did not open it until he reached the old grove. The trees there were older than the newer academy yards, roots rising thick through the ground, trunks dark with rain. The place smelled of wet bark and earth and old training sweat, soaked too deep into the soil to vanish entirely. Naruto sat on a fallen log, the scroll across his knees. He unsealed the first section and began reading. Multi-shadow clone technique, not subtle, immensely chakra expensive, structurally aggressive, far more compatible with his internal system than academy clone work had ever been. He understood the architecture almost immediately. Of course, he thought, this disperses by division after compression, not before. He was halfway through the second section when Iruka arrived, not sneaking badly, just urgently enough to abandon stealth perfection. Naruto looked up. Iruka came into the clearing breathing hard, rain darkening his hair and jacket. Relief hit his face first. Anger followed only after relief had somewhere to stand. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Reading? Don't do that." Naruto glanced at the scroll. "It seems useful." Iruka made a sound that was half frustration, half disbelief. "Naruto, listen to me carefully. Mizuki lied to you. Put the scroll down and come with me. Now." Naruto studied him for 1 second. Iruka's body held no deceit, no manipulative hook. Only fear, sharp real, directed not at Naruto but toward what was about to happen. That settled it. Naruto rose. Then sweet sight flared, 5 meters behind Iruka in the trees. Shoulder contraction before visual emergence, right side loading high, finger release sequence beginning. Killing intent, focused and immediate. Naruto moved before thought completed. He stepped sideways, one hand already on the spear across his back, and the giant shuriken tore through the space where his head had been. Iruka turned at the sound, too late. Naruto's weapon came free in a single line, the wooden shaft replaced now by something deeper in his grip, an extension of the black certainty in his core. The shuriken embedded in a tree with a brutal thunk. Mizuki dropped from the branches. Gone was the polished academy warmth. What remained was leaner, uglier, almost relieved to stop pretending. "So," Mizuki said, smiling with all the wrong parts of his face, "you really can read it." Iruka stepped between them automatically. Naruto shifted once and placed himself half a line to the side instead, not behind Iruka, but where both men stayed within his measured range, 5 meters, sweet sight clear. Mizuki laughed softly. "Iruka move. The boy brought the scroll exactly like I knew he would." He brought it because he's smarter than you think, Iruka snapped. And because I got here first. Did you? Mizuki's hand went to the massive shuriken strapped behind him. Then maybe I should correct that. Naruto watched the shoulder. There. The killing intent sharpened a fraction before the arm moved. He stepped. The second shuriken came free. Naruto was already outside its optimal line. The spear in his hands rose not in a dramatic deflection, but in a precise vertical snap that altered the weapon's angle just enough for the spinning steel to glance past, shredding bark instead of flesh. In the same motion, Naruto closed distance. Mizuki's eyes widened. For the first time that night, the teacher's body and mind disagreed. The mind wanted retreat. The body had already committed to follow-through too slow. Naruto drove forward and stopped the spear tip 1 centimeter from Mizuki's throat. Exactly 1. The grove went silent except for rain. Iruka froze. Mizuki did too. A single droplet slid off a leaf above and struck the shaft between Naruto's hands. Mizuki swallowed. Naruto could read that swallow too, the instinctive throat contraction, the terror finally forcing itself through the man's posture in honest lines. Sweet Sight held everything perfectly, every micro-adjustment, every aborted attempt at reaching a weapon, every tremor running through the muscles that had chosen violence and now realized violence had been outrun. Naruto did not speak. Mizuki tried to. The spear tip touched skin without piercing. He went still again. Iruka took a careful step to the side, not wanting to startle either of them. "Naruto," he said quietly, "that's enough." Naruto kept the spear where it was. His eyes never left Mizuki. The teacher's body had become simple now. Fear erased subtlety. There would be no further attack, no hidden second plan. Only the animal mathematics of survival useful. Naruto lowered the spear 1 inch. Mizuki collapsed backward onto wet leaves, scrambling away with all dignity stripped from him. Iruka moved instantly, kunai out, pinning him against the tree line until Anbu could be summoned. Naruto stood in the rain with the scroll beside the log and the wooden spear steady in his hand, breathing even, heartbeat controlled. Iruka looked at him, then at the shuriken buried in the tree. Then back at Naruto. "You saw that before he threw it." Naruto gave the smallest nod. How Naruto considered the question, not because he lacked an answer, because the answer was incomplete and he disliked imprecision. "The body decides first," he said at last. "I can read that." Iruka stared at him for a long moment. Most people, on hearing a sentence like that from a newly graduated child, would have reached for mysticism. Bloodline, curse, miracle, omen. Iruka only looked exhausted in a new direction. "Of course you can," he muttered. Then, after a beat, "Did you get hurt?" "No." "Did you learn anything from the scroll?" "Yes." Iruka closed his eyes briefly, accepting the inevitability of that. "We'll deal with one disaster at a time." Naruto slid the spear back into rest position. Anbu arrived in bursts of masked movement, taking Mizuki away, sealing the scroll, verifying facts. Questions were asked. Reports would follow. Hiruzen would read them all with that old man face of his that hid concern behind measured patience. The academy would circulate a cleaner version of events by morning. Students would hear that Mizuki betrayed the village. They would not hear every detail. They rarely did. But one detail could not be hidden from the people who mattered tactically. Naruto Uzumaki had read a lethal attack before release and ended the fight without speaking. That information would move. Within Konoha first. Then farther. Rain continued to fall as Iruka and Naruto finally walked back toward the village, the night smelling of wet stone and exposed roots. Halfway down the road, Iruka reached into his jacket and pulled out a sealed paper packet, slightly crushed from being carried in haste. Naruto looked at it. Iruka sighed. "I was going to give this to you after the ceremony if the day ended normally." Naruto took the packet and opened it. Machai. Sweet bean, still slightly warm, he looked up. Iruka scratched the back of his neck, suddenly awkward. "Congratulations on graduating." Naruto held the packet for a second longer than necessary. Then he took one piece, bit into it, and nodded once. The sugar hit his system fast, warmth chasing the lingering edge of combat readiness. Behind his ribs, the black spear framework remained silent and perfectly aligned. Sweet sight had faded now that no immediate intent pressed against him, but the memory of it remained crystal clear. 5 meters. Roughly 0.3 seconds. Enough to make academy-level combat absolute, enough to change everything. They walked the rest of the way in silence, not uncomfortable silence, not empty silence either. The kind built between two people who had nearly died together and chosen, without saying it plainly, to keep walking the same direction a little longer. Above them, Konoha's lights blurred through rain. And somewhere deep in the village, older machinery, inside report rooms, clan compounds, Anbu channels, and the private calculations of men who feared anomalies more than war, a new understanding began to take shape. The Nine-Tails host was not behaving like a vessel. He was becoming something else. Something that did not need fury to be frightening, something that watched before it moved, something that would not be easy to manipulate again. Naruto ate the second piece of matcha without slowing his stride. Ahead, the village waited. Behind his eyes, the world had started arriving early. Chapter 4. Team 7, and the problem of perfection, the team assignments were posted 3 days after graduation. For most of the academy students, those 3 days felt longer than childhood. Entire futures seemed to hang in the gap between ceremony and selection. Friend groups rearranged themselves in anxious speculation. Clan heirs received polite predictions from relatives who already thought in squad compositions and political optics. Civilian parents asked the wrong questions. Will your teammates be nice? Will your sensei be strict? Because they still wanted to imagine shinobi life could be measured in the same terms as school. The graduating class drifted through the village in a haze of expectation, every conversation eventually collapsing into the same final uncertainty: who would be placed with whom. Naruto spent those 3 days training. That was not stoicism. He simply lacked any useful way to influence the assignment process, which made prolonged thought on the matter inefficient. If the village intended to pair him with incompetence, he would adapt. If it intended to pair him with talent, he would adapt. If it intended to isolate him or contain him or study him through forced proximity to particular personalities, that would become clear soon enough. All variables resolve eventually, so he practiced. He spent the first day in Yard 3 drilling entry angles with the academy spear, until the reinforced post began shedding rope fibers under the exact same impact line. He spent the second mapping sweet sight more deliberately. 5 meters remained the reliable activation zone in direct engagement. Outside that, the read degraded quickly unless the target's intent was sharp and singular. Predictive window averaged a little over 0.3 seconds against academy-level opponents and slightly less against trained adults who varied rhythm intelligently. The mechanism still behaved exactly as he suspected. Not prophecy, not chakra sense in the common shinobi meaning, but a refined capture of pre-movement decision signals. Bodies told the truth before techniques did. On the third day, Uruka found him sitting on the roof of his apartment building at sunrise with a practice spear across his knees and a half-finished box of matcha beside him. "You know," Uruka said, stepping carefully onto the tiles, "most people do things to distract themselves when they're nervous." Naruto did not look away from the village below. "I'm not nervous. I know, that's the weird part." Naruto took another piece of matcha and ate it in silence. Morning had barely begun. Smoke rose in thin lines from cooking fires. A delivery cart rattled over the stones below. Somewhere farther down the street, a dog barked once, then again because the first bark had not sufficiently explained itself. Konoha moved through its own wake-up sequence with the usual mix of routine and hidden strain. Uruka came to stand beside him, hands in his pockets, squinting out across the roofs. "You've been thinking about the teams?" "No, liar," Naruto glanced at him. "No," Uruka exhaled. "That's actually more worrying somehow." Naruto considered that. "Why?" Because most kids your age at least pretend to care who they'll be spending missions with. Naruto looked back toward the Academy District. The selection is already made. That doesn't mean people stop caring. It means caring changes nothing. Iruka made the same frustrated half-laugh he always made when Naruto reduced emotional realities into structural ones. You know, one day, someone is going to explain to you that not every human decision needs to be useful to be real. Naruto picked up the spear and rose. If they explain it well, I'll listen. Iruka watched him settle into stance against the sunrise and shook his head. Your team is going to age 10 years in a week. Naruto drove the spear forward once, clean, direct, uncompromising. Maybe, he said. Neither of them yet understood how correct Iruka was. The academy classroom smelled like damp wood and anticipation. By the time Naruto arrived, most of the graduating students were already there, clustered into nervous groups or pretending not to be. Team assignments had been posted outside, but the official reading and Jonin introductions would happen in the room, which meant speculation had only become more feverish in the minutes between seeing the list and taking their seats. Naruto had seen the board. Team 7 Naruto Uzumaki Sasuke Uchiha Sakura Haruno. He entered the room with that information already filed, and immediately the shape of the arrangement began clarifying itself. Sasuke by the window, as expected, but with more tension in the shoulders than he would have liked visible. Not anxiety, never outwardly that, but tightly controlled irritation at having his future determined in public. Sakura sat 3 seats away, hands folded, posture disciplined, mind clearly moving at a speed her face only partly betrayed. She had seen the list and already started analyzing implications. Class rank distribution, personality balance, combat roles. The fact that being placed with Naruto likely represented either punishment, experiment, or acknowledgement of capability, depending on which instructor had argued loudest. Both interpretations were valid. Several other students looked at Naruto when he crossed the room. Some with curiosity, some with unease, some with the low-grade relief of people grateful an unsettling variable had landed elsewhere. Naruto took his seat without comment. Sakura looked at him first. Not the quick, darting glance she used around Sasuke when academy crushes still complicated her focus. This was steadier, evaluative, a teammate's look or the first draft of one. Then Sasuke spoke without turning from the window. They put the top 3 scorers together. Naruto rested his spear against the desk. Not the top 3, Sakura frowned. What? Naruto looked at her. Shikamaru placed lower than his ability. A beat of silence followed. Sakura blinked once, then twice. That's probably true, actually. Sasuke finally turned. The look he gave Naruto was not surprise in the ordinary sense. More recognition layered over irritation. Sasuke disliked being read, disliked even more when the person doing the reading treated it like simple arithmetic rather than a dramatic victory. You pay attention to useless things. Sasuke said. Naruto answered easily. No, I pay attention to what people hide badly. Sakura's eyes moved between them. Already the team dynamic was beginning before any Jonin had entered the room. Sasuke testing through deflection, Naruto cutting straight through performance. Sakura observing both and unconsciously sorting where force ended and information began. The door slid open. Iruka entered carrying final team files. The room quieted. All right, he said, setting the folders down. Some of you have already seen the assignments. You'll stay with those teams starting today. Your Jonin instructors will arrive to brief and collect you. Murmurs followed. Excitement in some corners, dismay in others. A few students had been paired with friends and looked almost cheerful. Others clearly had not and were learning in real time that ninja life did not care about personal preference. Iruka read off each team formally. Team 8, Team 10, Team 9, then Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Several heads turned again, as if saying the composition aloud made it stranger. Iruka did not comment, but Naruto saw the smallest tightening at the edge of his eyes. Concern, not about raw competence. No one who had watched this trio graduate would doubt their capability. The concern lay elsewhere, compatibility, not in the warm friendship sense. In the sense of whether three sharp tools, each shaped for a different problem, could exist in one place without immediately cutting the hand that held them. When Uruka finished, the waiting began. And waiting, Naruto learned, was one of the Academy's crueler habits. One Jonin arrived early for Team 8, all soft-spoken confidence and controlled humor. Another collected Team 10 with the distracted body language of a man whose mind lived 3 chess moves away from his mouth. Teams left in clusters of awkward excitement. The classroom emptied. Team 7 remained. Sasuke grew quieter, which in him meant more dangerous. Sakura started organizing erasers and papers that needed no organizing. Naruto sat still enough that, had anyone less familiar been watching, they might have mistaken him for bored. In reality, he was mapping sound, footsteps in the hall. Not theirs. 2 Chunin passing, a clerk, someone moving overhead on the roof beams, light, skilled, not trying too hard to conceal presence, pausing above the classroom, interesting. Sakura exhaled sharply after another 20 minutes. He's late. Sasuke's voice carried mild contempt. Maybe our Jonin is an idiot. Naruto tilted his head upward a fraction there, tiny settling shift from the ceiling panel, weight redistribution before entry. He's listening, Naruto said. Both of them turned to him. What? Sakura asked. The classroom door slid open at that exact moment. A silver-haired man in a standard Jonin flak jacket stood framed in the doorway, one visible eye curved in a smile that did not yet mean much. His forehead protector slanted over the left side of his face, concealing the eye beneath. His posture projected laziness so polished it had become a tactical choice. One hand rested lightly on the doorframe. The other held a little orange book closed against his thigh. Hatake Kakashi. He let his gaze drift over the 3 of them, then, after a beat, he said, "My first impression is you're all pretty unlikable." Sakura sputtered. Sasuke's stare flattened further. Naruto simply studied the man. Kakashi smelled faintly of rain, paper, and old blood hidden under clean cloth. More importantly, he moved like someone who had once learned to survive by deciding first and explaining later. That made him dangerous in the correct way. Kakashi's visible eye lingered on Naruto for half a second longer than on the other 2, then he straightened. "Come on! Roof!" The academy rooftop was broad, wind-cooled, and empty except for old scuff marks from years of prior introductions. Kakashi leaned against the railing and looked at them as if mildly inconvenienced by the need to turn children into colleagues. "Let's do a basic introduction," he said. "Things you like, things you hate, dreams for the future, hobbies, that sort of thing." Sakura raised a hand. "Shouldn't you go first, sensei?" Kakashi's eye bent pleasantly. "Me, I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like and things I hate, I don't feel like telling you that. My dreams for the future." "Never really thought about it. As for my hobbies," he looked at the sky. "I have lots of hobbies." Sakura stared. "That told us nothing?" "Correct." Naruto watched the exchange and reached an initial conclusion. Kakashi used flippancy the way some shinobi used smoke bombs. Not to deceive absolutely, but to control tempo and force others to reveal more than he did. Again, dangerous in the correct way, introductions proceeded. Sakura went first, predictably shaping her self-presentation around restraint, academic competence, and a dream she could not say aloud without looking toward Sasuke. She disguised the glance poorly. Naruto noted that she knew she disguised it poorly. Useful self-awareness. Sasuke followed with all the severity of a boy who had decided early that childhood was a failed country. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. There are many things I dislike and almost nothing I like." His voice remained level, hard enough to make the air feel smaller. "What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and kill a certain man." Kakashi's eye did not change, but something behind it did. He knew that tone, too well, probably. Then it was Naruto's turn. 3 sets of eyes shifted to him. The wind moved lightly across the roof. Somewhere below, a cartwheel knocked over a stone and kept going as if nothing had happened. Naruto considered the categories. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he said. "I like efficient training, elevated vantage points, and machai." Sakura blinked. Sasuke did not, but attention sharpened around him. "I dislike wasted motion, loud dishonesty, and weak equipment." That earned the smallest twitch at the corner of Kakashi's visible eye. Amusement, maybe. "As for my future," Naruto looked out across the village roofs. "I don't need a title." Now Kakashi's attention sharpened for real. "I need the village to stop producing the same problems." Silence followed. Not dramatic silence. Not shocked, exactly, the kind created when a sentence arrives from a place older than the speaker's age should reasonably allow. Sakura looked at Naruto as though reindexing him again. Sasuke's expression remained controlled, but that same near-reverent rivalry from the academy was beginning to change shape. Not admiration. Sasuke did not admire easily, but he recognized dangerous seriousness when he heard it. Kakashi straightened away from the railing. "HM," he said lightly. "Well, you all have interesting issues." The phrasing should have annoyed them. It only annoyed Sakura. Naruto kept watching Kakashi, because beneath the lazy tone, the Jonin had not missed anything. The man catalogued rapidly while pretending not to. He had heard Sakura's attachment, Sasuke's vendetta, Naruto's structural answer to a deeply social question. He had already begun measuring not just combat potential but stress lines, where this team would break, where it might become useful, where it might become catastrophic. Good, Naruto thought, at least one adult here is paying attention. Kakashi pushed off the railing. "Tomorrow, training ground 7, 5 a.m. Sakura's face fell. 5! "Don't eat breakfast," Kakashi added. "You'll throw up." Then he vanished in a blur of motion so fast that Sakura and even Sasuke reacted a breath after he had already gone. Naruto did not. He had felt the departure in Kakashi's hips a fraction before the substitution-like speed displacement began. Not enough to counter. Not nearly, but enough to notice. Kakashi, wherever he had landed beyond immediate sight, noticed that Naruto noticed. The problem of Team 7 had officially begun. They were all early. Sakura arrived first because anxiety and preparedness had long since merged in her into one seamless behavioral pattern. Sasuke came next, exact and silent, hands in pockets, expression closed like a door barred from the inside. Naruto arrived last by 30 seconds and still 23 minutes before the appointed time. Training ground 7 held 3 posts at center, open grass around them, and enough surrounding trees to make ambush or observation equally convenient. Dew sat on the blades of grass. Birds had not yet fully committed to morning sound. The world felt balanced on that thin line between stillness and movement. Kakashi did not arrive at 5 or 5:30 or 6. By 6:15, Sakura had burned through irritation and reached mutiny. "He's doing this on purpose." "Yes," Sasuke said. Naruto sat on one of the posts eating machai and tracking the nearby tree line. Kakashi was there, not always in the same place. The man shifted vantage points with expert patience, clearly observing how they handled delay. Sakura paced, muttered, fumed. Sasuke leaned against the fence and appeared unaffected, except for the barely visible increase in muscle tension at the jaw. Naruto waited because waiting was only a form of stillness when one stopped treating it as insult. At 7:12, Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves and false innocence. "Yo," he said. "Sorry I'm late. A black cat crossed my path, so—" Sakura stared at him with open disbelief. Sasuke looked murderous. Naruto simply watched the Jonin's shoulders, relaxed surface, alert underneath. Still observing, Kakashi held up 2 small bells on a red string. They chimed softly in the morning light. "Your task is simple," he said. "Take these from me by noon," Sakura frowned, "but there are only 2. "Very observant," Kakashi said. "That means one of you will fail and go back to the academy." He let that sink in. It landed hardest on Sakura, then Sasuke, and almost not at all on Naruto. Not because Naruto lacked ambition, but because he immediately identified the structure as a false frame. Jonin evaluation teams were not built by random pointlessness. The lesson was somewhere in the mismatch between 3 candidates and 2 bells, but false frame or not, the rules still mattered tactically. Kakashi set down a timer on the stump nearby. "Come at me with the intent to kill," he said pleasantly. "Otherwise you have no chance." Then his eye bent into a smile that carried almost no warmth. "Begin." They vanished into the trees. Well, Sakura and Sasuke vanished. Naruto moved directly forward. Kakashi had expected that, which made it the correct opening. The Jonin's first lazy posture evaporated the moment Naruto crossed range. Kakashi's body reconfigured itself from teacher into predator with almost insultingly little transition. One hand went for a kunai. Weight shifted. Visible eye sharpened. Naruto saw the change. Sweet sight ignited. But the data arriving from Kakashi was fundamentally different from anything Naruto had processed before. The man did not prepare like academy instructors. He did not load obvious shoulders or hips in clean linear sequence. His body held layers. False starts coiled inside real ones. Counters embedded in feints. A relaxed posture that contained 3 possible attacks and 1 probable evasion all at once. Sweet sight still read him, but not as a single line, more like a fan of branching intentions narrowing brutally at the last possible instant. Interesting, dangerous. Naruto adjusted stance and closed. Kakashi moved first with a testing low sweep, not aimed to land, only to draw structural response. Naruto was already stepping over the true line because the sweep had never been the danger. The right shoulder had declared the follow-up before the leg extended. Kakashi's fist drove toward the ribs. Naruto rotated inside the strike. Wood met steel as his practice spear intercepted the kunai Kakashi had drawn in the same motion. The impact snapped through the clearing. Kakashi's visible eye widened by a fraction, not at the block, at the timing. Naruto drove a direct thrust toward the bells. Kakashi twisted, body vanishing sideways in a speed burst that carried him just out of alignment. The spear passed through empty air and clipped a bell string hard enough to ring bright and sharp. No hit, but close. Too close for a genin on first contact. Kakashi increased speed immediately. The testing phase ended. What followed would have overwhelmed most newly assigned teams. Taijutsu transitions from angles that punished indecision. A kunai thrown not to injure but to herd. A substitution from a tree branch into Naruto's blind side. Earth-style manipulation underfoot just enough to destabilize stance. Naruto met it all with alarming economy, not flawlessly. Kakashi was too fast, too layered, too practiced in violence to be solved cleanly by a fresh genin. But Naruto did not react like a child being taught a lesson. He reacted like a weapon system calibrating in real time. A fist came. He shifted before full extension. A kick loaded. He had already vacated the optimal line. A feint toward the head disguised a grab for the spear shaft. Naruto released one hand preemptively and regripped further back, ruining the leverage angle before the tactic completed. Kakashi's eye narrowed. The Sharingan under the forehead protector remained covered. For now. Good, he thought, because using it on a genin would be absurd. Another thought followed immediately, unless this keeps escalating. Naruto advanced with a sequence of linear thrusts that should not have worked against a Jonin at all. Too simple, too obvious, too direct. But the force behind them was never their mystery, it was their timing. He was not aiming where Kakashi stood. He was attacking the positions Kakashi's body had already begun committing toward. Kakashi slipped 3 in a row. The 4th kissed fabric at his shoulder, not injury, message. The Jonin disengaged in a leaf blur and landed atop a branch 10 meters back. Now taking the boy fully seriously, below, Naruto did not pursue recklessly. He stopped, reset stance, and simply looked up. No triumph. No hunger for praise. No loud declaration that he would become Hokage or prove his worth. Just stillness, spear in hand, as though asking a practical question. Are we done measuring surface speed yet? Kakashi felt a very old sensation crawl up his spine. Dread. Not because Naruto was stronger than him. He was not. Not remotely. Kakashi could end this exchange decisively whenever he chose to cross certain lines of force. No, the dread came from recognition. Veterans learned to fear not power alone, but shape. Certain shapes in a fighter's development signaled futures that were difficult to soften once they hardened completely. Naruto's was one of them: efficiency without vanity, precision without hesitation, violence that did not seek emotional permission before becoming possible, that could be trained. But this had not been trained into him, this had been grown. Movement below and left. Sasuke entered the fight at last, driving a coordinated strike from Kakashi's flank after patiently waiting for an opening. Good instincts. Better timing than most fresh genin would manage. The Bell test's true solution was already pulling at the edges. Layered pressure. Kakashi pivoted. Naruto read the pivot first and altered his own angle to cut escape. For one beautifully dangerous half-second, Team 7 moved like a real unit without speaking. Sasuke's fireball forced vertical displacement. Kakashi leapt. Naruto's spear drove toward the landing vector before the Jonin touched down. Kakashi substituted with a log. The spear punched through wood and pinned it to the earth. Sakura, hidden in the brush and watching everything with wide, stunned eyes, finally understood the gap between academy theory and combat reality. More importantly, she understood something else. Naruto and Sasuke together created too much direct pressure for ordinary support timing to matter unless she chose her moment precisely. Her mind clicked into place. Not frontline force, tactical modulation. She began moving. Kakashi landed further back, mildly singed at one sleeve from Sasuke's technique and no longer smiling even with his eye. "Well," he said, "this is a little more serious than I expected." Sasuke's answer was immediate. "Good." Naruto said nothing. Kakashi launched again, this time targeting Sasuke first. Not because Sasuke was weaker, but because Sasuke's emotional responses were still more exploitable. A provocation here, a pressure point there, and the Uchiha boy would chase structure-breaking offense. Naruto saw it coming. "Don't overcommit," he said. Sasuke ignored him. Of course he did. Kakashi baited the lunge, slipped the line, and trapped Sasuke into a tree root bind with humiliating ease. A normal genin would have frozen. Sasuke fought it instantly, furious. Naruto was already moving to intercept the Jonin's follow-up. Kakashi turned just in time to block the spear with a kunai braced by both hands. The collision drove him back half a step. That half step mattered, because Sakura chose it. She emerged from concealment not with a scream, not with reckless heroics, but with a thrown wire line aimed not at Kakashi himself, but at the bell string. The tactic would never have worked on an uncommitted target. It only became viable because Kakashi's hands were occupied redirecting Naruto's force. The line snapped tight. One bell tore loose, not captured, but loose. Kakashi severed the wire an instant later and retreated again, bell string repaired in motion, yet the point had been made. Sakura landed, breath sharp, eyes wider now not from fear, but from the exhilaration of having found a meaningful insertion point in the fight. Naruto glanced at her once. Useful, that glance said. Sakura, who had spent years being underestimated by boys who measured capability only in spectacle, understood the glance immediately and straightened. Kakashi looked at all three of them and finally saw the real danger, not the individual talents. The possibility that those talents might stabilize each other's worst tendencies before he could decide whether to pass them. Sasuke cut free of the root, bind with brute persistence, and landed beside Naruto. For a heartbeat, the two boys stood shoulder to shoulder facing their teacher. Rivalry still lived between them. It had not diminished, but rivalry was beginning to mutate into something harder to manage: respect, not comfortable respect, not friendship. More like each had accepted that the other was real in a way the world rarely was. Kakashi did not like where that could lead unless someone anchored the team. His gaze slid briefly to Sakura. There, not strongest, not fastest, but already compensating. Already reading emotional tempo, already finding angles the other two ignored. a tactician born in the shadow of heavier weapons. That might work, or it might simply make the team more effective at becoming a problem. The timer clicked onward. 3 hours remained. Kakashi closed his eye and smiled again, returning some of the old laziness to his posture like a mask picked up from the ground. "Take 5, he said. Sakura stared. "What? You heard me. Hydrate, breathe, then try again," Sasuke bristled. "We're not done." "No," Kakashi agreed. "You aren't." Naruto watched him carefully. The Jonin was changing approach, not easing, reframing. Good. That meant the test had progressed past humiliation and into real evaluation. They withdrew to the shade edge of the training ground. Sakura drank water with hands that shook only slightly. Sasuke refused to sit. Naruto leaned the spear against a tree and opened a box of matcha. Sakura looked at it despite herself. "You brought snacks to a Jonin exam?" "Yes." "That's insane." Naruto handed her one. She stared, then laughed once in disbelief and took it. Sasuke did not ask, but Naruto set a second piece on the root beside him anyway. After a second's hesitation, too brief to acknowledge, Sasuke picked it up. The absurdity of the moment nearly unmade Sakura. "We're eating matcha because our teacher is trying to psychologically destroy us," Naruto replied evenly. "Sugar helps." Sasuke, after swallowing his bite, muttered, "He's not wrong." Sakura looked between them and realized with sudden, bright clarity that this team would make no emotional sense from the outside at all. Then Kakashi's voice drifted over from where he pretended to read his book. "Interesting." None of them answered. He closed the little orange novel and tucked it away. "Again," he said. The second phase of the bell test was worse for Kakashi, because now they had patterns. Naruto pressured positional exits. Sasuke forced escalation through aggressive mid-range attacks that denied comfortable pacing. Sakura tracked openings and adjusted the others with sharply timed warnings. "Left blind angle, root under you." He's baiting vertical movement. 3 genin should not have been able to challenge a jonin. In the absolute sense, they still could not. Kakashi retained dozens of ways to decisively win if actual combat standards applied. But within the constraints of the exercise, Team 7 had become infuriatingly difficult to dismiss. Naruto remained the center of that difficulty, not because he dominated the field in flashy ways. Quite the opposite. He dominated by making every moment near him geometrically unpleasant. Kakashi could not open the Sharingan line casually because Sweet Sight detected the chakra shift in the left eye socket before the reveal completed. The first time Kakashi considered it, Naruto's spear angle changed preemptively. Not enough to stop activation, but enough to threaten the opening window. Kakashi aborted. That gave him a deeper kind of unease. The boy doesn't know exactly what I was doing, he thought. He just knows something dangerous begins there. Sasuke noticed the half-gesture too, and rivalry flickered again. His own doujutsu still nascent, still emotionally tangled, still far from useful here. Naruto, noticing the eye before the Sharingan even appeared, felt like trespass into a category Sasuke had assumed belonged to his clan alone. He attacked harder after that, predictably. Naruto adjusted around him, also predictably. Sakura kept them from breaking formation through ego collapse. At one point, Kakashi buried Naruto in earth-style restraint from below, hands trapping his ankles long enough to create a clear line to strike Sasuke aside. Sakura, seeing the sequence, threw a kunai not at Kakashi but at Naruto's spear where it lay half-fallen. The shaft rotated, Naruto caught it one-handed, used the leverage to break the mud hold, and re-entered before Kakashi finished the second motion, not planned, not rehearsed, functional. That was somehow worse. By late morning, Kakashi had what he needed, not the bells. Those had remained on his belt, though one hung by a frayed string and the other had nearly been taken twice. What he had was proof. Naruto would not negotiate by instinct. Sasuke would pursue power until it cut him. Sakura would become the team's balancing intelligence if given room. More importantly, each had already begun adjusting in response to the others. The process was raw and unstable, but real. Kakashi ended the test exactly the way cruel teachers always ended foundational lessons, with lunch and a lie. He tied Sasuke to a post for disobeying an instruction, sat the others in front of boxed meals, and said flatly, "No feeding him, that's against the rules." Then he vanished again. Sakura stared at the lunches, then at Sasuke, then at Naruto. He wants us to break the rule. Naruto opened his box. Rice, fish, vegetables, balanced and boring. Yes, Sasuke scowled from the post. Don't! Sakura looked between them. That's not your decision, he glared. Naruto lifted half his rice with chopsticks and held it out. Sasuke stared back in offended silence for 3 full seconds before leaning forward and taking it. Sakura laughed under her breath and handed over the rest of her side dish. Kakashi appeared in a burst of theatrical anger a moment later, as though offended by the exact outcome he had engineered. "You idiots," he barked. "Shinobi must follow the rules." Sakura straightened. Sasuke stopped chewing. Naruto kept sitting. Then Kakashi's visible eye curved into something real for the first time all day. "But," he said, "those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum." Silence settled. The sentence hit Sakura first in the heart. Sasuke somewhere old and wounded. Naruto somewhere more complicated. Because he understood the logic. He simply did not yet believe comradeship should be treated as sentiment first and tactical reality second. To him, sharing food under test conditions had been the obvious structural answer. Denying a teammate resources before more combat made no sense. If Kakashi wanted to call that moral virtue, fine. Naruto called it efficiency aligned with survival, different languages, possibly compatible. Kakashi untied Sasuke and stood over the 3 of them, looking tired in a way that suggested memory more than exertion. "You pass." Sakura's breath escaped in astonishment. Sasuke rolled his shoulders free and said nothing. Naruto looked up. "Conditionally?" he asked. Kakashi's eye narrowed in amusement. "Very." That got the smallest almost smile from Sakura. Kakashi handed them the official Team 7 file and watched them absorb the fact of it. This was real now. Missions, training, shared risk. And he, Hatake Kakashi, had just accepted what might be the most unstable genin cell the village had built in years. He would spend the afternoon regretting that, but not enough to reverse it. That night, Kakashi sat alone in a small administrative room with the team files open in front of him. Standard Jonin intake notes were usually brief, a line or 2 about temperament. Tactical category estimates, skill deficits, whether a particular genin needed extra chakra control work or less ego or harder conditioning. Team 7 required more, he wrote carefully. Uchiha Sasuke. Exceptional combat instincts, emotionally volatile under provocation, high growth ceiling, rivalry patterns pronounced, must be monitored for isolation-driven escalation. He paused. Then Haruno Sakura. High analytical capacity, excellent chakra control, currently underconfident in direct combat, strongest candidate for tactical coordination and team stabilization. Another pause, then Naruto. Kakashi stared at the page longer than he liked. He wrote, Uzumaki Naruto. Abnormal sensory combat read preceding observable movement, appears to detect pre-execution physical intent with high reliability at close range. Physical doctrine heavily linear but extremely refined. Emotionally self-contained to a degree atypical for age. Does not posture, seek praise, or require audience response. Shows no instinctive interest in negotiation. Restraint appears principled only where context defines it. He stopped and reread the lines. Too clinical, not enough. He added one more. Important. Do not assume this behavior was trained into him. It presents as developmental structure rather than acquired style. Kakashi set the brush down, then picked it back up and wrote the note he knew mattered most. Operational recommendation. Do not place in situations requiring negotiation as primary success vector. Do not assume visible calm equals moral hesitation. If properly anchored, may become decisive asset. If left unanchored, risk profile difficult to estimate. he considered ending there. Instead, after a long silence, he wrote the thought that had followed him since the first spear strike of the bell test. Problem: perfection bias. Subject defaults toward eliminating inefficiency faster than human systems can comfortably absorb. Must be taught where precision ends and people begin, if such separation is still possible. Kakashi blew gently on the ink to dry it. Then, because Jonin paperwork had room for one final discretionary note, he added in smaller script at the bottom, "Personal assessment. Grown, not made." He closed the file. Outside, Konoha moved through evening. Lamps lit. Families ate. Patrol routes crossed. Somewhere on a rooftop, he suspected, Naruto was probably sitting with Machai and a spear and that same unreadable stillness that made adults project monsters into silence. Kakashi leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. The boy could still be guided. He believed that. He had to. Because if not, then Konoha had already done what villages so often did best: taken a child, shaped him into an answer for fears he did not create, and then planned to call the result inevitable. Kakashi disliked inevitability. It made people lazy. Tomorrow, training would begin properly. And somewhere beneath the paperwork, beneath the bell test, beneath the official designation of Team 7, the real truth had already established itself. Konoha had not assigned 3 children to a Jonin. It had handed Hatake Kakashi one prodigy of grief, one prodigy of intellect, and one quiet, spear-shaped anomaly who moved as though the world had been slightly too slow for him since birth. The village thought that arrangement might become a team. Kakashi suspected it might become history. Need a bridge. Konoha liked to pretend that important things began with missions. They rarely did. By the time Team 7 received the Land of Waves escort assignment, the real beginnings had already happened elsewhere, in rooftop introductions, in bell test calculations. In the quiet way, Sakura had started adjusting her speech depending on whether she was addressing Sasuke's pride or Naruto's utility. In the even quieter way, Sasuke had stopped dismissing Naruto as merely unusual and started treating him as a benchmark. What the mission provided was not origin. It provided exposure. A village could ignore a dangerous child for years so long as his violence remained theoretical, contained in academy yards and instructor reports, and whispers passed between adults over tea. A foreign road changed that. Foreign roads forced talent to declare itself in the open, and the road to Waves country began in boredom. The mission room smelled of parchment, dust, and old impatience. Sunlight fell across stacked request scrolls in pale rectangular cuts. The third Hokage sat in his usual place at the front, pipe smoke rising with the slow resignation of a man who knew no institution in human history had ever been improved by committees, and yet still had to preside over them daily. Several Chunin clerks stood off to the side with clipboards and the mild, permanent stress of people who processed danger into paperwork. Team 7 stood before the desk in varying states of dissatisfaction. Sakura had her hands folded behind her back, face carefully composed around disappointment. Sasuke projected visible contempt toward the entire category of low-level work. Naruto stood with his usual spear across his back, expression so still it would have been impossible for anyone unfamiliar to tell whether he was irritated or merely recording the room's structural weaknesses for future use. Kakashi arrived late enough to count as tradition. "Sorry," he said, visible eye curved in lazy apology. "I got lost on the path of life." "You were buying flowers for a memorial stone again," the third said without looking up. Kakashi's posture changed by almost nothing. Enough, Naruto noticed. Sakura noticed that Naruto noticed. Sasuke noticed both and filed the entire chain away in the private archive where he kept things that might matter later. The Hokage finally lifted the current mission slip. Team 7. C-rank escort duty. Protect the bridge builder Tazuna of Waves country until he returns home and construction is resumed safely. The old man gestured toward the corner of the room. That was where Tazuna stood, arms crossed, posture carrying the loose hostility of a man accustomed to building things in places where weather and poverty had long since stripped politeness down to a luxury. He smelled faintly of salt, sawdust, and liquor dried into old cloth. His face was carved by labor rather than elegance, skin darkened by sun, jaw rough with stubble. He squinted at the team. "This is it," he said. "These are the ninja they're sending me." Sakura's expression tightened. Sasuke's went colder. Naruto simply looked at the man. Tazuna pointed first at Sakura. "The girl looks useful if paperwork needs organizing." Then at Sasuke. "That one looks like he's angry at furniture." Finally, his gaze landed on Naruto and stayed there slightly longer than was comfortable. "And what's wrong with him?" The room went quiet in the particular way rooms did when a civilian blundered into village politics he did not understand. Hiruzen removed his pipe from his mouth with practiced patience. "Nothing is wrong with him." Tazuna snorted. "He hasn't blinked in 10 seconds. Naruto answered before anyone else could. "You're underestimating the mission because you believe visible age equals low capacity." Tazuna stared. Sakura closed her eyes briefly. Sasuke's mouth almost moved, not quite a smile, more the ghost of one. Kakashi, who had already begun to enjoy the specific ways Naruto dismantled civilian assumptions without raising his voice, scratched the side of his face and said mildly, "He does that." Tazuna frowned. "Does what?" Make people wish they'd asked better questions. The bridge builder grumbled something impolite under his breath, but the mission had already been assigned. Formalities followed. Route map, return timeline, payment confirmation, expected threat level, bandits, drunks, and weather, which meant almost certainly something else. Naruto listened to the details, then watched Tazuna's shoulders when the threat level was read aloud. There, tiny contraction along the upper back. Breath shallow for one beat too many. Eyes not widening but narrowing inward, a lie. Not a large one in language, perhaps, but large enough in consequence that the body had prepared for being challenged before the mouth ever claimed innocence. Naruto filed it. Kakashi filed it too. Neither spoke yet. Some truths were more useful once they ripened. Travel began the next morning under a sky so clear it felt dishonest. Konoha's outer gates fell behind them with the usual clank of iron and lazy banter from guards pretending not to care about who came and went. The road stretched westward through mixed woodland and low hills, the summer air carrying pollen, warm stone, distant water, and all the subtle signatures of a country at peace with itself. Wave's country was not at peace with itself. Naruto knew that before Tazuna said a word. Men carrying secrets moved differently than men merely going home. Tazuna did not scan every tree line like a shinobi, but his body had learned the heavier civilian version of vigilance. Shoulders that never fully dropped, head turning not by curiosity but by habit. Footsteps that slowed at blind bends without the mind needing to consciously decide. Sakura noticed it on the second hour of the first day. "He's nervous," she said quietly when Tazuna had moved a little ahead of them on the road. "He smells nervous," Kakashi replied. Sasuke scoffed. "He's a civilian on a foreign road with ninja escort. That doesn't prove anything." Naruto walked at the rear left position, spear angled across his shoulder. He was lying in the mission office. Sakura looked at him immediately. "About what?" He knew the listed threat level was false. Kakashi's eye bent. "Reasoning," Naruto glanced toward Tazuna's back. Body tension when the Hokage read the mission profile. He was preparing to be challenged. Sasuke looked annoyed for exactly half a second, then thoughtful. He had learned by now that dismissing Naruto's observations usually meant discovering later that the dismissal had been expensive. Kakashi, however, did not immediately turn the team around or press Tazuna. That was deliberate. Jonin survived longer than Genin partly because they understood the uses of timing. "So," Kakashi said lightly, "we'll continue until the lie becomes more specific." Sakura shot him a look. "That sounds terrible." "It is," Kakashi agreed. "It's also efficient." Naruto said nothing, but the corner of his attention shifted toward Kakashi with slight new weight, Adults who chose timing over outrage were rarer than speeches made them sound. The road narrowed, birdsong shifted. And then the first kill attempt happened. The puddle on the road had no reason to exist. The day was dry. The ground around it held no recent saturation. The trees overhead did not drip. It lay in the shadow of a bend like something placed there rather than formed there. Kakashi saw it and did nothing. Naruto saw it and revised every line of his posture internally without moving at all. Sakura saw Naruto's revision before she consciously identified the puddle. That was new. She had started learning his silence as signal. Sasuke noticed the same thing a heartbeat later and adjusted his center of gravity by instinct, irritation already rising, because being forced into reactive formation by invisible logic offended him. Tazuna kept walking. The ambush launched the moment Kakashi passed the puddle. Two figures erupted from the water in a whirl of chain-linked gauntlets and serrated claws. The demon brothers of Kirigakure, missing Nin, who specialized in synchronized dismemberment and intimidation theatrics. Their chain snapped around Kakashi's torso. For a civilian or a lesser team, the illusion of immediate victory would have mattered. One brother yanked the chain tight, the other crossed the angle. Kakashi's body exploded into chunks of meat. Sakura gasped. Tazuna stumbled backward. Sasuke's hand went to kunai. The demon brothers grinned. Naruto did not even look at the gore. Substitution. Old, clean, obvious to anyone who had tracked the puddle and the Jonin's readiness. The real threat vector was not Kakashi's apparent death. It was the assassin's follow-up line toward the client while the genin processed shock. Naruto's sweet sight opened before the brothers fully turned. Two bodies. Shared momentum. Chain tension communicating intent through linked movement. Each assassin's decision arrived not as isolated data, but as a coupled signal. The front brother redirecting left knee and shoulder to initiate the cut. The rear brother lowering center of gravity to pull the chain into decapitation line. Naruto was already moving. Sasuke moved too, fast enough that an academy observer would have called it instantaneous. He threw a giant shuriken toward the linked chain, not to kill but to force separation. Good, but Naruto was closer. He stepped through the exact gap before the chain fully tightened, spear shaft catching one serrated gauntlet at the wrist line. The impact rang hard enough to deaden the brother's fingers. In the same motion, Naruto rotated and drove the butt end of the spear into the second brother's sternum with enough precision to empty his lungs without breaking the ribs. Sasuke's shuriken cut the chain on the rebound. Metal whined. The first brother pivoted with the offhand claw already aimed for Naruto's neck. Sweet Sight had declared the angle 0.3 seconds earlier. Naruto ducked under it, rose inside the man's guard, and placed the spear tip against the underside of the assassin's jaw, not piercing. Present. The second brother regained breath and tried to lunge toward Tazuna anyway. Sakura moved. She had been a half-step too frozen at the start, human, understandable, infuriating to herself. But analysis had already caught up. She drove a kunai down into the man's sleeve at the ground line, pinning cloth and forearm long enough to ruin the lunge. Kakashi appeared beside the second assassin in a blur and finished the exchange with clinical efficiency, twisting the man's arm behind his back and driving him face first into the road. The whole ambush ended in less time than Tazuna's pulse needed to accept it had begun. Silence followed. One demon brother gasped beneath Kakashi's knee. The other stood held perfectly still by the fact that Naruto's spear point remained exactly where the jaw became throat. Sasuke exhaled through his nose. Sakura's hands shook once and then stopped. Tazuna stared. He was not staring at Kakashi. He was staring at Naruto, which was understandable. Most civilians, when picturing children, did not imagine this. A blonde genin no older than early adolescence standing in the road under bright morning sun with an expression of total calm and a spear resting 1 inch from a murderer's brainstem entry line. No shouting. No gloating. No trembling. No righteous speech, just solved violence. Kakashi tied off the captured assassin and looked at Tazuna over his shoulder. "So," he said pleasantly, "you want to tell us why 2 Chunin-level missing nin from the mist are trying to kill a C-rank client?" Tazuna's mouth opened, closed, opened again. His body had already surrendered the answer. The lie had become specific. They paused in a shaded clearing off the road to hear the truth. Tazuna sat on a fallen trunk with both hands over his face for a long moment before speaking. When he finally did, the words came with the exhausted bitterness of someone who had spent too long being trapped between shame and necessity. Wave's country, he explained, had been economically strangled by a shipping magnate named Gato. The man controlled ports, trade routes, import access, extortion rackets, labor, and through all of it, the practical future of the country. Tazuna's bridge was not merely a construction project. It was a line of independence. If completed, Waves would no longer be forced to rely on Gato's ships for connection to the mainland, which meant Gato had hired mercenaries and missing nin to stop it. "I didn't have enough money for a higher-ranked mission," Tazuna said. "If I told the truth, Konoha wouldn't have sent anyone." Sakura looked appalled, partly at the deception, partly because the man's logic, infuriatingly, made sense. Poor countries did not receive safety in proportion to need. They purchased as much of it as they could afford and lied to fill the gap. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, this is no longer a C-rank." Sasuke's response was immediate. "So we continue." Sakura turned to him. "It could become a B-rank, maybe worse." "Then it stops being boring," she glared. Kakashi glanced at Naruto. "Opinion," Naruto looked at Tazuna. The man's shoulders carried not just guilt, but the heavier collapse of someone waiting to be abandoned because abandonment had become politically rational. "He lied because his country is poor," Naruto said. "The mission is now defined by hostile intervention against infrastructure." Tazuna blinked. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly with interest. Naruto continued, voice even. "If the bridge matters strategically, leaving ensures Gato succeeds." Sakura stared at him. "That sounds less like compassion and more like military analysis." Naruto met her eyes. "They are not always different things." That quieted the clearing. Kakashi let the sentence hang for a beat, then sighed. "All right, we continue." Relief passed visibly through Tazuna's frame. Sakura saw it and softened despite herself. Sasuke looked satisfied. Naruto took a piece of machai from his pouch, bit into it, and looked back toward the road as if the decision had closed a simple equation. Kakashi watched him and felt that old unease again, not because Naruto lacked empathy. That would have been easier. Easier to diagnose, easier to fight, easier to morally condemn. No, the problem was that Naruto did possess something like empathy. He simply processed it by structure rather than sentiment. Poverty became logistics. Fear became predictable body response. Oppression became a system to be interrupted. The humanity was there. It had just been sharpened into a form that removed most of the comforting noise people used to reassure themselves they were good. Kakashi disliked how effective that might become. They resumed the journey. This time, everyone walked a little differently. Team 7 had just crossed the invisible line that separated academy narratives from real shinobi work, and the road ahead led into mist. Waves announced itself before it appeared. The air thickened first. Humidity gathered against skin and cloth, carrying salt water, rotting rope, wet timber, and the faint, sour trace of stagnant poverty. The roads narrowed into marshy approach routes. The sky seemed lower. Even the light changed. Less open, more filtered, as though the country existed behind a thin, wet veil that the mainland had forgotten to wipe away. They boarded the boat at twilight. The ferryman rowed without conversation, head lowered, each dip of the oars quiet and practiced. Tazuna sat near the bow, jaw tight. Sakura kept glancing through the fog and then hating herself for doing so. Sasuke stared outward with the rigid focus of someone daring danger to materialize. Naruto sat in perfect balance near midboat, spear horizontal across his knees. Eyes not on the mist, but on the surface tension patterns where ore movement intersected with current. Kakashi stood at the rear, hand casual, near a kunai pouch, visible eye half-lidded. No one spoke until the bridge came into view. Or rather, until its skeleton did. Enormous supports rose from the water in unfinished lines, vanishing upward into mist so dense that the future of the structure had to be imagined before it could be seen. Even incomplete, it carried scale enough to feel offensive to anyone whose money depended on isolation. It looked like defiance halfway built. Sakura finally whispered, "It's huge." Tazuna's mouth moved around something like pride. "It'll change everything." Naruto studied the supports. Bridges, like spears, were declarations of force made through structure. They worked because weight could be persuaded to travel through chosen lines rather than collapsing where gravity preferred. He understood that, perhaps not the mathematics, but the principle. The boat scraped dock wood on the wave's side, and Sweet Sight opened into emptiness. Naruto's gaze shifted, interesting. No immediate body signal. No close-range attacker, no human pre-motion within 5 meters, but the atmosphere had changed too abruptly. Birds absent, water too quiet. Mist moving in unnatural sheets. Kakashi spoke softly without turning his head. "Stay sharp." Then came the voice, low, amused, carried through fog like a blade drawn very slowly. Well, Kakashi of the Sharingan, I wondered what kind of dogs Konoha would send." Tazuna went white. Sakura's hand snapped to kunai. Sasuke's shoulders lowered into combat readiness. Naruto rose from the boat in one smooth motion, spear already in hand. The mist thickened until distance became theory. And then, Zabuza Mamachi appeared standing on the broad blade of a giant sword driven into the waterlogged road ahead. One arm resting on the hilt as if this were a social call rather than an assassination attempt. Demon of the hidden mist. Missing Nin, killer of graduation classes. A man whose presence arrived before his features did, because some people carried intent so densely that atmosphere bent around them. Kakashi's tone stayed lazy by habit, but all false softness was gone from it. "Zabuza, put the old bridge builder down and walk away," Zabuza said. "I only need the client." Naruto looked at the man's body. Nothing about Zabuza moved like academy or even standard Jonin combatants. His musculature was heavy, yes, but not blunt. He carried the deceptive stillness of a predator large enough to stop pretending it cared whether prey ran. Every line of him implied power stored in sudden arcs. Sweet Sight caught pre-signals, but they came layered beneath the Mistmaster's trained suppression like sparks seen under black water. Harder, not impossible. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan beneath. Protect Tazuna. Sakura, client priority. Sasuke, Naruto, adapt to visibility loss. Do not chase sound blindly. Zabuza laughed, and the mist answered. Hidden mist technique spread across the road like a second country invading the first. Vision died, shapes flattened. The world became near touch and implication. Sakura cursed under her breath and moved close to Tazuna. Sasuke's breathing tightened once, then steadied as he adjusted. Kakashi vanished into white. Naruto closed his eyes, not because blindness helped, because sight had stopped mattering. Sweet Sight did not depend on vision. That was its first true advantage outside training. Within 5 meters, a body's decision still announced itself whether fog obscured shape or not. The mist silenced distance, not intention. So Naruto listened to structure instead, moisture hitting fabric. Weight shift through waterlogged ground. The almost inaudible vibration carried through air when massive steel was raised with murderous patience. Chakra-breathing patterns, not as mystic signatures, but as alterations in the physical rhythm of presence. There, left flank. 7 meters. Too far for clean read. Approaching, no, faint true line above, blade preparing descending arc toward Kakashi. Naruto moved without waiting for confirmation. By the time Zabuza's sword carved through the mist, Naruto had already stepped into its path. Megura did not manifest fully. It never did so crudely. But the spear in Naruto's hands aligned with the hidden black structure inside him so completely that for one instant, the wooden shaft behaved like forged reinforcement rather than timber. The executioner blade slammed against it with a metallic crack that rang through fog and bone alike. Kakashi reappeared on Zabuza's blind side in the same heartbeat, kunai driving for the neck. Zabuza tore backward with astonishing strength, laughing even as he disengaged. "Oh," the swordsman said. "The brat doesn't use his eyes." Naruto said nothing. Mist breathed around them. Zabuza's smile widened behind the wrappings. "That's annoying." The fight changed after that. Against normal opponents, hidden mist created uncertainty, panic, guesswork. Against Naruto, it only reduced available distractions. He began tracking Zabuza through tiny mechanical truths, the vibration in pooled water when the oversized sword shifted grip, the brief sound of cloth tension before explosive movement, the way killing intent altered a fighter's breath one fraction before motion. Sweet sight did not dominate the whole battlefield. The range was too short, the opponent too skilled. But every time Zabuza entered that lethal 5-meter envelope, the world clarified just enough. He attacked from the rear left. Naruto was already turning. Zabuza tried a low body check to create angle for decapitation. Naruto dropped his centerline first and jammed the shaft across the swordsman's ribs before power could fully express. The demon of the mist adapted instantly, redirecting with brutal speed. So did Kakashi. Sasuke, meanwhile, was learning at dangerous pace. Without Sharingan fully matured, he could not match Naruto's pre-read, but he could observe the consequences. Where Naruto shifted, Sasuke started attacking the positions that shift exposed. Less a synchronized plan than an opportunistic geometry. Twice it nearly worked. On the third time, Zabuza abandoned testing and committed to lethal force on the client instead. He vanished from Naruto's range entirely. Bad, Sweet Sight went silent. Sakura felt the attack first through fear, which still counted if one responded correctly. She pulled Tazuna down, but Zabuza's true line aimed beyond that, using the first kill angle as pressure to open the second. Naruto searched for signal. Nothing. Then understood. Absence. Where there should have been body data. Something. Anything. There was a pocket of wrongness in the mist, a region where no read arrived because Zabuza had submerged killing intent so cleanly that the lack itself became information. Naruto threw the spear. Not at a visible man. At the hole in the pattern, the shaft cut through fog and struck steel with a hard crack as Zabuza was forced to parry mid-entry, momentum ruined. Kakashi appeared a breath later and drove him into the waterline with a lightning-fast counter. The mist broke. Not because the technique ended completely, but because concentration had fractured enough for ordinary sight to resume in gray strips and torn veils. Zabuza landed knee-deep in water, one hand on his sword, eyes no longer amused. Kakashi stood opposite him with Sharingan exposed. Naruto retrieved his spear from the mud. Sasuke breathed hard, eyes bright. Sakura kept one hand on Tazuna's shoulder and the other white-knuckled around kunai, disgusted with how close she had come to failing and furious enough to improve immediately because of it. For a moment, no one moved. Then 2 senbon needles flashed from somewhere deeper in the trees. They struck Zabuza in the neck. The swordsman stiffened, toppled, and fell face-first into the shallows. Silence followed. A masked hunter nin emerged through the mist, graceful and slight, wearing the porcelain animal mask of Kirigakure's corpse recovery division. "Thank you for your assistance," the figure said softly. "I have been tracking Zabuza for weeks." Kakashi's posture did not soften, but protocol did enough that suspicion narrowed rather than exploded. Questions were asked, answers given. The hunter nin took the body and departed into fog. Only after the figure was gone did Naruto speak. "He isn't dead." Every head turned. Kakashi looked at him. "Reasoning? Needle placement preserved key survival pathways," Naruto said. "Temporary death state." Tazuna stared. Sakura stared. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slowly. I thought so too, he said. That was not entirely true. He had thought the situation suspicious. Naruto, however, had reduced suspicion into anatomical certainty on a single glance. Useful, troubling, again both. We move, Kakashi said. Fast, they did, not to safety exactly, only to the next defensible position, which in this country meant Tezuna's house, but the mission had changed again. The road to waves had become a battlefield, and the bridge ahead would demand another. Tezuna's house sat on a rise above the water. Worn but held together by the kind of labor poor people gave homes because replacing them was not an option. Tsunami, Tezuna's daughter, opened the door with all the tired alertness of someone who had learned not to ask hopeful questions unless survival had already walked through the threshold. Her young son, Inari, hovered farther back with the brittle hostility of a child who had witnessed adults fail often enough to distrust courage on sight. Introductions happened around exhaustion. Kakashi, having overused the Sharingan and tanked Zabuza's pressure long enough to protect the team, finally admitted he needed rest. That left the genin with rotating perimeter watch, client security, and enough unspoken adrenaline to fill the house twice over. Sakura took to domestic structure almost immediately, helping Tsunami with cooking and room organization while carefully pretending she was doing neither, because being seen as just useful in a house still offended the part of her that had been underestimated too often. Sasuke stood watch with that cold attentiveness he wore best when fatigue threatened to make him human. Naruto sat on the rear porch with his spear against the wall and a box of matcha in his lap, reading the surrounding terrain through sound more than sight. Kakashi found him there after sleeping 4 hours and said nothing for a while. Below them, the tide moved in and out against support beams. Inari shouted at someone inside, then fell quiet again. The night smelled of salt, cedar, and cooking rice. Finally, Kakashi spoke. You changed the fight in the mist. Naruto ate another piece of matcha before answering. Zabuza expected eyes, so do most people. He used the sword's sound to mislead. And the sword is too large to lie completely. That got a brief, quiet laugh from Kakashi. Fair. They sat in silence again. Kakashi studied the boy at his side. Naruto did not fidget, did not seek the conversation, did not puff himself up with post-battle excitement. Most genin, after their first real clash, oscillated between bravado and delayed panic. Naruto seemed instead to be metabolizing the encounter into pure operational memory. Correct line, incorrect line, missed behavior, sword weight cues, distance limits, fuel loss, recovery demand. He reached into the box for another matcha. Kakashi watched that too. The appetite was real. Not gluttony, not comfort eating, not childish sweet obsession in the normal sense. The boy's system burned through high-precision combat the way furnaces burned dry timber, completely and without apology. The sugar mattered. Kakashi had suspected as much since the Bell test. Waves only confirmed it. You're tired, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded once. You don't show it. No reason to. Kakashi looked out toward the invisible bridge. That's not always true. Naruto was quiet for a moment, then, showing it doesn't reduce it. No, Kakashi said. But hiding it too well can make your team forget you're paying a cost. That landed, not visibly perhaps, but Kakashi saw the boy consider it, which was more than most adults ever earned. Below them, Tsunami called everyone in for food. Sakura answered first. Sasuke did not answer at all but appeared in the doorway anyway 30 seconds later. Naruto stood. Kakashi stood too, slower. As they went inside, the Jonin found himself caught by a thought he did not want. What does it cost someone to become this efficient? Not stamina, not calories, not sugar. Something deeper, some human margin shaved away so early and so cleanly that no one in Konoha had realized, until now, that the missing pieces might have been important. Kakashi had no answer. He disliked that almost as much as he disliked the question. Dawn brought training. Zabuza would return. Kakashi knew it. Naruto knew it. Sasuke sensed it in the way battle had opened something ugly and hungry in him. Sakura, to her credit, admitted the truth before anyone forced her to. "We're not ready for another Jonin-level fight," she said on the shoreline path the next morning. Kakashi, one hand in his pocket, looked mildly approving. "Correct. So what do we do?" "Improve." That was the entire lecture. Tree walking began. Sakura mastered it first, of course. Chakra control was where her talent became impossible to politely ignore. She climbed, balanced, corrected, and stood upside down on bark with less struggle than most Chunin would have admitted in public memory. Sasuke gritted his teeth through repeated failure, and climbed by refusing shame the satisfaction of public victory. Naruto approached the exercise differently. Most shinobi treated tree walking as chakra adhesion technique, a matter of output balance and focus. Naruto understood that part well enough. But for him, every exercise filtered through Megura's architecture. Too much output and the hidden spear framework encouraged compression instead of spread. Too little and the body slipped. He had to think of the chakra not as force pushed outward, but as lines anchored inward through exact placement. He failed twice. The third attempt held. By the 10th, he was running vertically. By afternoon, Sasuke caught up through equal parts talent and fury. Kakashi watched from a branch and pretended to read. In truth, he was observing what happened when three children under pressure improved in each other's presence. Sakura's competence sharpened Sasuke's competitiveness. Sasuke's refusal to fall behind raised Naruto's threshold for acceptable repetition. Naruto's detached precision forced both of the others to stop dramatizing discomfort and simply solve it. None of this resembled friendship yet. Good teams seldom started as friendship. They started as mutual alteration. That evening, when the bridge workers returned, and Tazuna's house filled again with talk of wages, fear, and weather, Naruto sat on the dock with a box of matcha balanced beside him and looked across the mist toward the unfinished bridge. He did not say much. He rarely did, but Sakura came to sit nearby anyway, and after a few minutes, Sasuke did too, standing rather than sitting because rest remained emotionally complicated for him. "Tomorrow?" Sakura asked quietly. Naruto answered without taking his eyes off the bridge. "He'll use distance pressure first, then force separation." Sasuke folded his arms. "I'll handle the distance." Naruto glanced at him once. "Not alone." Sasuke met the look and, to Sakura's surprise, did not argue immediately. Instead he said, "Then keep up." Sakura looked between them, exasperated and oddly reassured at once. "You two have the worst version of teamwork I've ever seen." Naruto considered that. "It works." Sasuke's silence was effectively agreement. The fog over the water thickened as evening lowered itself onto waves. Somewhere out there, on the unfinished bridge, Haku waited behind a porcelain mask, and Zabuza prepared a second attempt with all the brutality of a man who had now measured his opposition and disliked the answer. Naruto took one final piece of matcha from the box and ate it slowly. When he finished, he set the empty container aside, leaned the spear against his shoulder, and closed his eyes. Not to sleep, not yet, but to let the city-sized rhythm of water, wood, steel, breath, and construction settle into him. The bridge did not need hope, it needed time. And time, Naruto suspected, could be purchased the same way most things were, with geometry, with force, with someone standing in the right place refusing to move. The battle on the bridge would come with morning. But that night, when the team finally took the boat back from the final clash days later, Haku fallen, Zabuza finished, Gato dead, the bridge secured, the workers and villagers too exhausted to celebrate properly. Naruto sat against the side rail with 3 empty matcha boxes stacked beside him and salt wind drying blood at the edge of one sleeve. He had not spoken more than necessary since they boarded. Sakura, bruised and hollow-eyed from relief, sat opposite him with hands folded around a blanket she did not realize she was twisting. Sasuke leaned nearby, pretending not to hurt. Kakashi stood at the stern watching his students in the quiet way veterans watched battlefields after deciding they had done enough damage for one day. Naruto finished the last piece of machai. Then, with the same total commitment he brought to combat, he fell asleep sitting upright before he had fully set the wrapper down. The wrapper drifted from his fingers. Sakura reached out automatically and caught it before the wind took it. For a moment, no one said anything. Naruto slept without softness. Even unconscious, his posture stayed aligned, spine straight against the boat's side, one hand still loosely touching the spear shaft, as if some part of him refused to fully relinquish readiness. Kakashi looked at him and felt the question return. What does it cost someone to be that efficient? The boy had held the mist against a swordsman, mapped a battlefield through sound and intent, blocked killing lines meant for grown shinobi. And after all of it, his body had demanded sugar, silence, and sleep with the impersonal honesty of a machine finally running low. There was no answer in that. Only the shape of one. Kakashi looked away toward the dark water and the half-finished bridge behind them, and for the first time since Team 7 formed, the Jonin understood that the problem Naruto represented was not merely power. It was sustainability. Weapons broke. Children did too. The village liked to imagine those were different tragedies. Kakashi was no longer certain. The boat cut forward through black water toward home. Above them, the sky remained empty. Behind them, Waves Country finally had a future. And in the center of the boat, Naruto Uzumaki slept with the stillness of something built for violence and accidentally left alive long enough to need rest. Chapter 6. Buzzcut Machai and the Chunin exams Waves Country changed Team 7 in the exact way real violence always changed children. Not by making them older. That was a comforting lie adults preferred because it made damage sound like maturity. What real violence did was more specific. It removed the luxury of pretending your teammates were temporary. It stripped the decorative edges off rivalry. It revealed which habits held under blood pressure and which ones had only survived school, because school had never asked the body to choose between fear and action fast enough to matter. When Team 7 returned to Konoha, the village saw the same 3 genin walking through the gates. Hatake Kakashi saw a different formation entirely. Sakura no longer wasted time wondering whether she deserved to stand on a battlefield. She still doubted, still second-guessed, still occasionally caught herself measuring value in the wrong currencies. But now the doubt was operational instead of existential. She wanted to be useful because she had seen precisely what happened when usefulness arrived half a second too late. Sasuke had come back worse and better in equal measure. Worse because Waves had given him proof that Naruto's edge was real, measurable, and not a classroom illusion. Better because proof forced clarity. Sasuke no longer thought of Naruto as an academy anomaly. He thought of him as opposition that had somehow landed on the same side of the field, and Naruto had become harder for Konoha to misunderstand and easier for it to fear. Because now there were witnesses outside rumor and paperwork. Boatmen, workers, a bridge builder, a frightened family. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura. All of them had seen the same fact from different angles. When conditions became chaotic, Naruto did not become unstable, he became simpler. That was more alarming than rage. Rage at least looked human while it destroyed things. Naruto's violence looked like math. The weeks after Waves passed under the guise of recovery. Officially, Team 7 was on reduced mission load while the Hokage's office reviewed Zabuza's involvement, Gato's collapse, and the emerging political value of the Great Naruto Bridge, though no one in Konoha called it that yet, without sounding faintly embarrassed about the name. Unofficially, Kakashi used the time to study his students more closely than before, and to decide which dangers belonged to enemies and which already lived inside the team. Most mornings began with training ground drills. Sakura worked on timing and field reading, her frustration now cleaner than before. She no longer resented physical limits in the abstract. She attacked specific deficits like problems that could be solved with enough observation. Her throws sharpened. Her trap placement improved. Her voice, when it cut across live movement, became more precise. 2 meters right. Sasuke, he's baiting height. Naruto, your left flank is opening when you pivot too fast. She was not always correct, but when she was, it mattered. Sasuke, trained like insult, had become a renewable energy source. He pushed harder every session, often past reason, because Naruto's existence had resolved into an ongoing offense to his private order of the world. Sasuke had expected to find obstacles. He had not expected one of them to grin at nothing, eat machai in inappropriate quantities, and intercept elite-level attacks by reading the body before the attack finished becoming real. So he trained, fire release refined. Shuriken trajectories varied, feints layered under faster entries. His first flickers toward deeper visual acuity began not from peace, but from refusal. Naruto trained the way water carved stone, without drama, without pause, without asking permission from anyone observing. The training posts on Ground 7 stopped lasting. Kakashi had replaced one himself with reinforced timber and a metal rod core. It survived longer than Academy stock, not long enough. Naruto's practice remained brutally narrow by ordinary standards. He did not crave variety. He pursued compression, linear thrusts, close-range shaft work, impact transfer, angle denial, body reads, limited distance bursts that prioritized first contact over stylistic mobility. The hidden black structure of Megura continued rewarding that specialization with terrifying consistency. Sloppy experimentation produced nothing. Exact repetition deepened the weapon's presence through his frame like iron cooling deeper into bone. And always, after the harder sessions, came the hunger. At first, Sakura had thought the machai was just Naruto being Naruto, another inexplicable habit from the collection that made him both unsettling and impossible to fully dismiss. But patterns accumulated. After high-output sessions, his complexion sharpened rather than paled once sugar hit his system. The subtle tremor that sometimes followed long precision drills vanished after 2 or 3 dense sweet rice cakes. Even Sasuke, who considered most of Naruto's preferences an argument against civilization, eventually stopped mocking it once the cause and effect became obvious. One afternoon, after Naruto had driven a reinforced spear point through a layered sandbag target hard enough to rupture the rear support frame, Sakura folded her arms and said, "Your body's metabolizing combat like it's a furnace." Naruto took a bite of brown sugar machai and nodded once. "Yes." Sakura blinked. "You say that like it's normal. For me, it is." Kakashi, leaning nearby with his little orange book closed for once, looked at Sakura. "Congratulations, you've just discovered that your teammate is a high-maintenance weapon platform." Sasuke snorted. Naruto kept eating. Sakura rubbed her forehead. "That's the most disturbing way you could have phrased that." It was also the fastest. That was what Team 7 had become in those weeks. 3 young shinobi orbiting an increasingly undeniable truth while Kakashi pretended the orbit was under control. Then the Chunin exams arrived and made restraint irrelevant. The announcement came in the middle of an otherwise routine briefing. Kakashi stood before them at Training Ground 7, one hand in his pocket, visible eye lazily curved in the shape it took when he was about to drop something disruptive into the day. "I'm recommending you all for the Chunin exams." Sakura stared first, then Sasuke. Naruto did not outwardly react, but Kakashi saw the slight realignment in his stance that meant attention had narrowed. Sakura recovered enough to speak. "Already," Kakashi shrugged, "you've seen real combat, more than some older genin." "The exam is a recommendation, not a guarantee." Sasuke's answer came instantly. "We're taking it." Kakashi did not look at him. "That isn't your decision alone." Sasuke's jaw tightened. Sakura glanced at Naruto, then back at Kakashi. "What's the catch?" "The catch," Kakashi said pleasantly, "is that the Chunin exams exist partly to evaluate leadership and partly to advertise villages through controlled brutality." Sakura stared. "That is not reassuring. It wasn't intended to be." Naruto finally spoke. "What is the failure profile?" Kakashi's eye moved to him. "Broad. Meaning?" meaning you could be eliminated on paper in the field by another team by bad judgment, by correct judgment applied too slowly, or by someone stronger deciding your day belongs to them now. Naruto nodded once. Good. Sakura turned toward him. Good. It clarifies structure. Sasuke crossed his arms. I said we're taking it. This time Naruto looked at him. You can want the exam. That doesn't alter the parameters. For a second, the old academy spark threatened to turn the exchange into open friction. Sasuke's shoulders tightened. His eyes narrowed. Waves had not erased the rivalry between them. It had only stripped childishness away from it. Now the rivalry sat closer to the spine, where serious things lived. Kakashi watched both boys and thought, not for the first time, that Konoha had made a catastrophic administrative choice and then handed him the paperwork afterward. Sakura cut in before either could escalate. We're taking it! Both of them looked at her. She folded her arms tighter, partly to stop her hands from moving. If we don't, then we stall. If we do, we get data. She looked at Kakashi. And if you're recommending us, you already think we're ready enough to survive a first pass. Kakashi smiled with his visible eye. That's a very optimistic reading of my motives. It's the one I'm using. Naruto considered her, then nodded once. Sasuke said, fine, which from Team 7 was nearly harmonious. Kakashi handed over the recommendation forms. Sign if you're entering, he said. I don't care what your reasons are. Just don't mistake ambition for preparedness. Naruto took the form and scanned it with the same expression he used for mission maps and enemy spacing. Sakura watched him from the corner of her eye. You were going to sign even before reading, weren't you? Naruto answered honestly. Yes. That's terrible exam discipline. The reading is to confirm there isn't hidden inefficiency. There's always hidden inefficiency. Naruto signed anyway. The written exam did not interest Naruto. That did not mean he failed to respect it. He understood immediately what Ibiki Morino was actually testing. Not knowledge, not really, but pressure compliance. A room full of candidates, controlled stress, hidden cheating incentives, observed social fracture points. Most of the questions were designed to be functionally unsolvable for fresh genin under honest conditions, which meant the true subject of evaluation was whether a team could gather information while under the threat of humiliation and elimination. Fine. Sakura solved the paper the way a blade solved cloth. Sasuke used the Sharingan with cold precision and the expression of someone personally offended by inefficiency in authority. Naruto did neither. He could have cheated with less elegance than the others and probably still succeeded, but the room interested him more than the test, so he watched. He observed who panicked, who adapted, who masked fear badly, who had been trained by clans to break rules beautifully, who had been trained by failure to do so messily. By the time the final question arrived and Ibiki revealed the true emotional trap at the heart of the room, Naruto had already concluded that the exam system valued selective ruthlessness more honestly than the village did. Then came the second phase, and with it, the forest of death. That interested him. Anko Mitarashi delivered the rules with all the visible joy of someone who considered institutional sadism a performance art, scroll acquisition. Team survival, entry and exit windows, central tower. Failure by loss of scroll, disqualification, or death, though only the first two were phrased formally. The gates opened, the forest swallowed them. Immediately the world changed scale. Konoha's training grounds had trees. The forest of death had vertical authority. The trunks rose in ancient columns, roots like coiled muscle beneath the ground, canopy layers thick enough to distort light into something green and predatory. Humidity pressed against the skin. Insects thrummed in invisible pockets. Every leaf seemed ready to become a signal if disturbed incorrectly. Sakura took point for the first 5 minutes of internal navigation because her map memory was strongest. Sasuke tracked the rear. Naruto moved in the middle, spear angled downward, and attention spread in disciplined cones. The forest did not behave like an ordinary environment, everything in it exaggerated consequence. Sound carried strangely. Distance lied. A snapped twig could mean animal, trap, or bait. Even the air moved with more intention than it should have. Other teams were out there too, moving under the same pressures, and that meant every route was also a prediction about how strangers would think. Sakura kept them off obvious lines. Sasuke identified likely ambush terrain and marked alternatives. Naruto read what the environment itself could not quite hide. There was always body language before attack, even in a forest. 2 hours in, they acquired their first scroll through sheer pressure. Another team from Rain attempted a cautious flanking maneuver after assuming Team 7 was resting near a root shelf. Sakura spotted the waterline trickle that revealed their approach path. Sasuke forced them upward with fire release. Naruto intercepted the lead fighter the moment he tried to turn descent into counterattack. The spear butt struck the clavicle line. The follow-up shaft snap to the ribs destroyed posture. The other two surrendered their scroll almost immediately. Too easy. Naruto disliked easy. Easy often meant the real problem was still choosing its angle. By mid-afternoon, the forest's natural hostility had layered itself over the exam's human one. Sweat clung to clothes. Breath came harsher. Sakura hid fatigue well until one knew where to watch. Sasuke hid it through defiance. Naruto's energy remained stable only because he had consumed nearly an entire pouch of matcha during short movement pauses. "You planned rations around sugar again," Sakura said under her breath as they crouched in the shadow of a leaning trunk. Naruto swallowed. "Yes, that should be irrational." "It stops being irrational if it works." Sasuke, watching the tree line, muttered, "He's right." Sakura looked at both of them. "I hate when that keeps happening." Then every muscle in Naruto's body went still, not because he sensed danger in the dramatic way stories described. No sudden chill. No prophetic vision. He noticed absence. Birdsong had ceased in a radius too broad for coincidence. The insect sound was still present, but displaced. Louder farther left, quieter ahead, as if the forest itself had made room. And beneath that, at the edge of Sweet Sight's range before any visible figure existed, came the strangest signal Naruto had ever read from a human body. A ghost flicker. The pre-movement patterns were there, but fractionally out of synchronization with the body carrying them. Tiny delays between muscular commitment and the deeper rhythm that should have unified the whole. Not hesitation. Something far more wrong. As if intention arrived first and the flesh obeyed a beat later because the flesh was not quite native to the will inside it. Naruto looked toward the canopy. "Sasuke," he said quietly, "don't move right." Sasuke stiffened immediately, which in itself was a kind of obedience even if he hated the form it took. Sakura had already turned toward Naruto's line of sight. "What is it?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. "A body that doesn't fit itself." The wind changed. A massive snake dropped from the branches with its jaws open wide enough to swallow a human whole. Sasuke reacted fast, kunai out, fire release igniting almost from reflex. Sakura moved faster than she had in the academy days, but still not faster than the forest required. Naruto stepped into the attack line as if the snake were only a badly disguised spear thrust. Sweet Sight did not read animals the way it read humans. Their movement logic differed too much, their intent patterns less articulated. But this snake had been directed. That gave him structure. He angled left, drove the spear tip up through the lower jaw into the palate hinge, and used the beast's own forward force to redirect the head into the trunk behind them. The impact shook leaves loose in a violent green cascade. Sasuke's fire hit a fraction later, blooming hot across the snake side. The giant body convulsed, then split, not from damage, from revelation. A figure slid from the snake's open mouth like something shedding bad theater. Pale skin, dark hair, yellow eyes, Kyusa forehead protector. Smile too wide, too patient, too delighted by its own existence. Orochimaru. The disguise was good enough for ordinary observers, not good enough for Naruto. The ghost flicker remained, there in the shoulders. There again in the jaw before the smile settled. fractional desynchronization between lived flesh and occupying intent, a body swap history engraved into motion itself. Sasuke saw the opponent and went immediately more rigid than fear alone should cause. Something instinctive in him recognized predator class. Sakura felt the pressure next. It rolled off the stranger in waves so dense and intimate that thought itself seemed to shrink from contact. Killing intent but refined into a kind of invasive atmosphere, Orochimaru's eyes lingered on Sasuke, of course, the Sharingan, the Uchiha bloodline. The prize he had come into the forest expecting to mark, isolate, corrupt, eventually possess. Then his gaze shifted to Naruto, the smile altered, interesting, it said. This one was not in the reports correctly. Well now, Orochimaru said, voice soft enough to make the skin reject it. Kakashi's little team is even more charming in person. Sakura's fingers tightened around kunai until the knuckles blanched. Sasuke's breathing sharpened. Naruto kept reading. The man's body swap history had left traces even sweet sight found unusual. Most fighters telegraphed through honest physiology, muscle chains, tendon loading, breath and weight, and the simple betrayal of life preparing to act. Orochimaru's signals came in slight fractures, ghost flickers, shoulders beginning before spine fully aligned, wrist intention half a beat ahead of elbow commitment. Not slower than normal, but wrong enough that anyone reading only surface movement would hesitate. That hesitation killed. Naruto would not hesitate. Orochimaru laughed quietly as though delighted by the boy's focus. You see it, don't you? Naruto didn't answer. How rude. Orochimaru took one slow step forward and the forest seemed to lean away. No matter, I only came for one of you. His eyes slid back to Sasuke. Sasuke stepped forward instead of back. Of course he did. Naruto moved one half angle and blocked the clean line between them. Sasuke snapped, move. No, that single word carried enough force to make Sakura forget fear for a second and just look at both of them in disbelief. Orochimaru's smile widened further. Good, he murmured. Very good. Then he attacked. Orochimaru moved like a lie that had learned anatomy, no wasted motion, yet every motion somehow implied too many possible endings. A lunge that became a slip that became a strike from a limb already extending too far. Neck angle wrong, jaw too loose. Spine carrying a softness that should have weakened him, but instead made direction unreadable to anyone depending on normal human mechanics. Sweet sight caught the ghost flickers and did what it always did. Reduced impossibility to timing. Naruto was already inside the first strike. Orochimaru's hand shot for Sasuke's throat on a line so fast, Sakura barely saw it begin. Naruto's spear shaft cracked across the forearm just below the wrist, redirecting the angle by centimeters. Orochimaru turned the redirected arm into a follow-up elbow without pause. Naruto saw the shoulder declare it first. He shifted, ducked, and drove the butt of the spear toward the stranger's solar plexus. Orochimaru bent around the blow in a way spines should not. The strike landed anyway, not enough. The pale man slid back 3 meters through fallen leaves, smiling as if being touched at all had become a gift. Remarkable, he said. Sasuke, enraged by being screened, launched his own attack. Shuriken first, then a fireball meant to constrain Orochimaru's movement into predictable escape lanes. For most opponents, that would have forced response. For Orochimaru, it simply created material to play with. Wind and mud and serpents moved in quick, ugly sequence. The fire split. The Shuriken were redirected. One snake whipped from the ground towards Sakura, who cut it with a kunai slash and immediately leapt back into better cover, mind racing to keep the battlefield legible. Naruto re-entered before Orochimaru's counter-sequence completed. The spear line went for the sternum. Orochimaru's body ghost flickered, shoulder intending left, hips lagging, real escape dropping low and inward. Naruto caught the wrongness rather than the visible feint and altered the thrust mid-flight. The spear tip tore cloth and skin along Orochimaru's shoulder instead of missing cleanly. That changed the atmosphere. Until then, Orochimaru had been playing. Now he looked interested in the dangerous way old monsters did when forced to admit novelty. "Your eyes aren't special," he said softly. "And yet, they aren't eyes," Naruto answered. The first real stillness entered Orochimaru's face. Then delight. Sasuke heard the exchange, and something ugly twisted deeper in him. Not because Naruto spoke often, but because he did so rarely enough that every sentence sounded chosen. Orochimaru, whatever he was, had seen Naruto and answered as if speaking to an equal problem. That infuriated Sasuke more than terror did. He lunged again. Orochimaru let him. That was the danger. Naruto saw the trap before Sasuke fully entered it. Orochimaru's right shoulder loosening too much, torso opening as invitation rather than defense, jaw tension shifting not toward attack but bite. Curse-marked delivery line. Naruto moved. This time he didn't aim for distance control. He aimed for interruption. The first close-range strike hit Orochimaru at the lower cervical node, just off the spine. The second snapped into the opposite shoulder gate. The third drove into the upper thoracic junction with almost no travel distance at all. Buzzcut Machai debuted not like a named technique announced to the sky, but like a problem solved too fast for ordinary eyes to parse. Short-range shaft work. No full thrusts. No dramatic wind-up. Just rapid, dense, brutally precise impacts targeted along the chakra pathway nodes Naruto had mapped through endless repetition and live observation. The motions were compact enough to live inside another fighter's guard. Each one clipped structural command centers rather than seeking broad injury. Orochimaru's hand froze 1 inch short of Sasuke's neck. His smile vanished. Naruto hit him again. Left scapular channel, right collar gateway, base of the neck. The pale Sanin's body shuddered with sudden, involuntary misfires. Chakra distribution buckled in local loops. Limbs responded half a beat late. For the first time in years, perhaps decades, Orochimaru experienced his own movement not as mastery but as interference. He jumped back. Actually jumped back, not elegant, not planned. Retreat born from instantaneous recalculation. Sakura stared. Sasuke stared harder, because this wasn't Naruto's usual linear dominance. This was something else, closer, denser, uglier in precision. The spear had become less a weapon and more a rapid surgical instrument wielded by someone who did not particularly care that the surgery was happening while the patient was still trying to kill him. Orochimaru landed on a branch and flexed his fingers once. The hand answered incorrectly. Very interesting, very alarming. He had come to the forest of death believing Sasuke Uchiha would be the singular center of the exercise. The Uchiha boy still mattered immensely. That hunger in him was real, valuable, cultivable. But now Kakashi's quiet blonde complication stood below. Spear lifted, expression unchanged, having just temporarily disrupted a Sanin's motor chakra continuity through pure close-range precision. It should have been impossible, which meant it would happen again if allowed. The forest held its breath. Naruto did not pursue recklessly. Buzzcut Machai had cost him. Already the familiar furnace hunger surged behind the ribs, harder and faster than after standard exchanges. The technique demanded extreme compression of timing and contact control. Megura loved it. The body paid for it immediately. He ignored the hunger for now. Sakura saw the slight shift in his breathing and understood enough to be frightened by it later. Orochimaru rolled one shoulder. The lag remained. Minor, temporary, real. "A non-lethal choice," he said softly, looking down at Naruto. "How civilized." Naruto's voice stayed flat. "This is the exam context." Orochimaru laughed again, but now the sound carried edge. "Then outside the exam context, I wonder what you permit yourself." Sasuke bristled. Sakura felt cold run through her spine. Naruto simply read the branches. Ghost flicker adjusting, motor pathways recovering faster than a normal body could. Fine. Then the window was short. Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips in that obscene serpent way of his. Perhaps today doesn't need to end with a mark after all. Sasuke froze. Sakura looked sharply toward him. Naruto heard the line for what it was, not threat alone but revised decision. Orochimaru had intended contact, corruption, ownership. Now he was reconsidering because the delivery mechanism had become too expensive inside Naruto's interference radius. Good. Then keep the cost high. Orochimaru attacked again, this time with the forest itself. Snakes spilled from sleeves and roots, killing intent thickened enough to make the leaves seem brittle. Sasuke and Sakura were forced apart. Naruto moved through the center, splitting lines, reading ghost flickers wherever the Sannin's true body approached close enough to matter. A snake lunged for Sakura's leg. He broke its spine with the spear butt without turning. Sasuke, overcommitted toward the pale face, glimpsed through branches. "Sasuke, down!" Sakura shouted. Sasuke actually obeyed. A blade of compressed wind tore the air where his head had been. Orochimaru emerged from behind the cut, hand already extended, not toward Sasuke now, but toward Naruto's spear shaft itself, perhaps to test the contact property directly. Naruto let him almost touch it. Then Buzzcut Machai opened again. This time the sequence targeted arm pathways, radial nerve line, elbow node, shoulder gate, upper spine. The strikes sounded like hard-wood taps to ordinary ears. To Orochimaru's body they arrived as local betrayals. Fingers clenched when they should have spread. The shoulder deadened for one fatal instant. The Sannin's reach collapsed inward. Naruto's follow-up thrust stopped at the hollow of Orochimaru's throat. 1 centimeter, the exact same distance he had once held on Mizuki. The exact same geometry now applied to one of the most dangerous men alive. Everyone understood the meaning. Orochimaru went very still. Then, incredibly, he smiled again. Not because he was unworried, because he was fascinated enough to make room for worry later. "How lovely," he whispered. Naruto kept the spear there. Orochimaru's body told the truth. He could still counter, still erupt into something uglier, still choose escalation that would turn the forest into a graveyard. But the bite line towards Sasuke was gone now. The priority had shifted from acquisition to study and preservation. Naruto saw that change arrive through the ghost flicker before Orochimaru spoke it. "Another day," Orochimaru said. "For both of you, I think." He looked at Sasuke as he said it, then at Naruto. The look he gave Naruto carried no simple category. Hunger, yes, curiosity, calculation. And beneath all of it, the first sincere note of caution. That was new for him. He retreated without finishing his original objective. No curse mark, no triumphant branding, no violation disguised as destiny. Just a Sannin slipping back into the trees with wounded grace, and a mind already spinning new equations around a variable he had not planned for. The forest slowly resumed its sound. Only then did Sakura realize how hard she had been breathing. Sasuke lowered his hands inch by inch, face pale with rage at being protected and something more complicated than rage at what had nearly happened. Naruto stepped back once, then twice. The spear remained steady, his stomach did not. The hunger hit all at once, sharp, destabilizing, immediate. Not weakness exactly, but expenditure demanding payment now and without politeness. Sakura saw the minute shift and moved faster than thought. "Sit!" Naruto looked at her. That wasn't a request. She snapped, already reaching into his pouch because she had memorized where he kept the emergency sugar after weeks of watching cause and effect. She shoved a wrapped matcha into his hand. "Now!" Sasuke, still staring at the trees where Orochimaru had vanished, said hoarsely, "He left." Naruto unwrapped the matcha with exact fingers and bit into it. "Yes, he left," Sasuke repeated, as if language had not caught up. "Because he was interrupted," Naruto said. Sasuke turned on him. "Don't phrase it like that." Naruto looked back with the stillness that always made anger work harder than it wanted to. "Why?" "Because that was Orochimaru." "Yes. And you," Sasuke stopped because the sentence had too many endings. "You stopped him, you got in the way, you made him retreat. You did the thing I was supposed to survive myself." Every version sounded wrong in his mouth. Sakura cut across the silence with clinical force because that was how she survived her own fear. "We're moving, now, before he changes his mind." That restored function, they ran. Not in panic, but with the disciplined velocity of people who understood exactly how narrowly catastrophe had chosen not to finish speaking. They reached the tower before midnight. The route there blurred into pure mission logic. Avoid other teams where possible. Engage only if scroll parity required it. Preserve energy. Don't discuss Orochimaru in a forest that still felt as though it might be listening for names. The doors of the tower closed behind them with a heaviness that made safety feel temporary rather than real. Only inside, in a secured room with stone walls and standardized exam architecture, did Team 7 finally stop moving. Sakura checked the scrolls twice. Sasuke leaned against the wall, breathing as if he hated the fact of needing air. Naruto sat on the floor and ate through the remainder of his emergency machai supply with total concentration. No one spoke for nearly a minute. Then Sakura, because someone had to, said, "All right. We need to say what just happened." Sasuke looked up sharply. "I know what happened, do you?" she shot back. "Because from where I was standing, one of the legendary Sannin disguised himself, entered the exam personally, tried to isolate you, and then left without doing the thing he clearly came to do because Naruto turned his nervous system into an argument." Sasuke glared. Sakura glared right back. Naruto kept eating. Eventually, Sasuke's eyes cut toward him. "What was that technique?" Naruto swallowed. "Short-range disruption. That is not a name." "It isn't a name." Sakura, because she could not help herself, said, "It needs one." Naruto considered this, then, "Buzzcut Machai." Sasuke stared. Sakura stared too for one impossible second. After all the death and pressure and almost catastrophe of the afternoon, she laughed. Not gracefully, not quietly, a short incredulous burst that startled even her. "That's the worst name I've ever heard." Naruto took another bite. "It fits." Sasuke rubbed one hand down his face. "You cannot name a combat technique after a snack." "Why not?" Because you can't." Sakura laughed again, softer this time, exhaustion fraying it into something near hysterical. "No, unfortunately he can. That's exactly the kind of thing he can do." Naruto finished the last piece and set the empty wrapper aside. Then he looked at both of them. The room quieted. "Orochimaru's body has desynchronization from repeated transfer," he said. "Sweet Sight reads it as ghost flicker. He is harder to read at distance because his surface movement lies. At close range he becomes easier because the mismatch increases." Sakura's expression sharpened immediately, mind switching back to analysis. "So the closer he gets, the more the inconsistencies betray him?" "Yes." Sasuke folded his arms tighter. "And those strikes?" "Chakra pathway nodes," Naruto said. "Spine, shoulders, arm gates, temporary limb and flow disruption." Sakura let out a slow breath. "You disabled a Sannin with blunt force acupuncture." Naruto tilted his head. "Essentially." "That is not a reassuring answer." "No," Sasuke pushed off the wall. Some color had returned to his face, but the anger remained, not at Naruto, not entirely, but at the shape of the day itself. "Next time I won't need to be covered." Naruto looked at him for a long moment, then said the one thing guaranteed to make honesty unbearable. "Today you did." Sasuke's jaw locked. Sakura started to intervene, then stopped, because however harsh it sounded, it was true, and Team 7 had passed beyond the stage where comforting lies built anything useful between them. Sasuke looked away first, not surrender, storage. He would carry that sentence a long time. Outside, the tower held dozens of other surviving teams, each convinced their own trial had been the real center of the exam. None of them knew that, in the forest below, Orochimaru had revised his strategy, because a blonde genin with a spear and a sugar dependency had made straightforward corruption tactically inconvenient. Kakashi would learn it soon enough. When he did, he would become angry in the quiet way he reserved for threats he took personally. But for now, the room belonged only to Team 7, and the aftershock of surviving something bigger than the exam was designed to contain. Sakura sat down across from Naruto. Sasuke remained standing because standing still let him pretend he had more control than he currently felt. Naruto rested the spear beside his knee and closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to settle the last edges of expenditure into stillness. The hidden black structure of Megura rested through his chakra network like a second spine cooled after overuse. It had answered beautifully today, too beautifully. Orochimaru had seen enough to respect the danger, perhaps even fear the pattern. Good, fear created room. And room was sometimes all a team needed to keep moving in the forest outside. Somewhere beyond walls and protocol and official exam channels, Orochimaru traveled through the dark with his injured pathways already recovering, and his mind alight. He had not marked Sasuke. That should have infuriated him. Instead, he found himself smiling. The Uchiha boy remained a magnificent vessel of grievance and latent potential. Still desirable, still worth future work, but Naruto Uzumaki was new, no elemental exploit vector, no easy emotional manipulation line. No theatrical bloodline eyes to covet or outmaneuver. Just a closed-loop weapon system built on reading intention, converting contact into advantage and stripping opponents of movement before they fully understood why their bodies had betrayed them. Fascinating, alarming, worth patience. For the first time in many years, Orochimaru chose retreat not because he had been defeated, but because continuation had ceased to be elegant. That, in its own way, was a greater compliment than victory. Inside the tower, Naruto sat in stillness while the last of the sugar settled through his system and the room's sound resolved into safe shapes. Sakura eventually leaned her head back against the wall. Sasuke stared at nothing. No one thanked Naruto. He neither wanted nor expected it. That, too, was part of what made him terrifying. He had prevented a disaster and then treated the prevention as maintenance. Team 7 had survived the forest of death, but something larger had happened there than mere survival. Orochimaru had come looking for one future. He had left having seen two. Chapter 7. Shattering the cage bird, the Chunin exams did not slow down after the forest of death. That was one of their crueler efficiencies. A team could survive a hidden Sannin, blood loss, sleep deprivation, pursuit through hostile terrain, and the suffocating arithmetic of scroll acquisition. Then be told, with all the administrative grace of a village clerk stamping a form, that the next phase would begin immediately because there were too many survivors and the schedule could not be inconvenienced by trauma. Children had always been easiest to process when institutions renamed damage as evaluation. Team 7 reached the tower filthy, hungry, alert beyond comfort, and still carrying the pressure signature of Orochimaru in their nerves. Then the exam officials opened the inner chamber and informed them they would be fighting again. The preliminaries arena sat underground, broad and circular, with the kind of blank, practical architecture villages preferred when they intended young people to bleed in an organized way. Stone floor. High walls. Observation balcony. Too much open space to hide in, not enough to feel safe. The lighting came from above through a recessed ring in the ceiling, making everyone in the center feel slightly dissected. Genin from all surviving teams lined the edges of the room, trying not to look at one another too closely. Team 7 joined the formation without discussion. Sakura's exhaustion remained carefully disguised under posture and breathing discipline. Sasuke looked worse in a way only trained eyes would catch. Tiny stiffness in the neck and shoulder line where Orochimaru's pressure had lodged itself even without the curse mark. Naruto stood exactly as he always did after expenditure. Very still, as though the body had entered low-power mode while the mind continued sorting priorities at full speed. Kakashi arrived on the balcony with other Jonin and said nothing to them at first. That mattered. Adults often rushed to reassure children because reassurance made adults feel functional. Kakashi, by contrast, understood that false comfort wasted time and accurate comfort required information not yet available. So he watched, the same way Naruto watched. the same way veterans always watched when systems entered the stage where they might fail publicly. The proctor for this phase, Gecko Hayate, sickly and sharp-eyed beneath his perpetual cough, explained the rules with the weary neutrality of a man whose body disliked its own lungs, but whose job required professional indifference to adolescent violence, single elimination. No killing unless the proctor judged it acceptable, victory by surrender, incapacity, or intervention, straightforward, which meant the hidden complexities would all be human. Naruto's attention moved through the room. There was Neji Hyuga, posture precise enough to border on contempt even at rest. The white eyes of the Byakugan turned calm and unreadable toward nothing in particular. Beside him, Tenten masked nerves through practical focus. Lee stood bandaged from earlier damage in the forest, and wearing disappointment with enough stubborn brightness to make it painful to look at directly. Gaara of the Sand held still in a way that made Naruto mildly curious, because here was another vessel whose silence contained violence but did not resemble his own. Then Hinata. She stood with shoulders folded inward by habit rather than current fear, and yet there was something harder in her than before. Not hard enough to overcome everything, but enough that when Neji's gaze passed across her, she did not immediately look away. Interesting. The board lit with the first names. Other matches happened first. Naruto watched them the way he watched storms and tool use, interested in structure, not spectacle. Shikamaru weaponized laziness into misdirection. Kankuro made puppetry look more vulgar and more effective than most people wanted to admit. Sakura fought smart and lost honest, which hurt her more than a worse defeat would have because honesty left fewer excuses afterward. Sasuke was withheld due to lateness and missing presence, which annoyed half the room and confirmed Kakashi's priorities to the attentive. Then came Hinata versus Neji. The room changed, not loudly, not like audiences in stories gasping at obvious drama. Real tension rarely announced itself so cleanly. It entered through posture. The Jonin balcony went slightly quieter. Kurenai's expression became intent enough to cut. Several Hyuga observers high above the ring leaned forward without appearing to. Hinata's teammates stopped performing casualness. Naruto watched Neji. He had noticed him before, of course. Anyone with functional pattern recognition would. Neji moved like a finished argument written by a cruel calligrapher. Every gesture exact, every angle economical. No flashy waste. The Byakugan suited him less as power than as confirmation of a worldview already in place. He looked like someone who had taken the idea of inevitability personally and decided to become its cleanest instrument. That made him dangerous. It also made him limited. The match began. Hinata fought with courage that cost her visibly. Neji fought with the calm of someone who had already buried the outcome and was merely waiting for the body to catch up. He dismantled her gradually, not because he needed to for victory, but because his anger at the main house and everything symbolized by inherited softness leaked into method. Byakugan opened, gentle fist flowed, chakra pathways closed under precise strikes. Naruto watched not the hits but the sequencing. Neji saw chakra first. Paths, nodes, circulation, tenketsu openings, attack preparation visible as energetic prelude before flesh completed the motion. An extraordinary passive sensory system, also notably a system still filtered through chakra. That would matter. Hinata fell, rose, fell again. At one point she looked toward the balcony where her father sat. He did not move. Naruto looked away from that and back to Neji because the father was uninteresting now. The cousin was not. Hayate should have stopped the match earlier. He did not. Adults so often mistook children enduring pain for proof that the lesson had value. When Neji delivered the final sequence and Hinata dropped for good, the arena felt colder. Naruto noticed several things at once. Hinata's defeat tightened Sakura's face with a species of fury she would later use productively. Kiba shouted louder than he needed to because grief at powerlessness often disguised itself as noise. And Neji, as he stood above his fallen cousin, did not look victorious. He looked confirmed, as though the purpose of the fight had never been to beat Hinata, but to force the world to briefly resemble the prison he believed all people were born inside. Naruto disliked that, not morally, not even emotionally, structurally. Any fighter who elevated inevitability into doctrine eventually started making choices just to prove the doctrine correct. That created exploitable habits. Hayate called the result. The board changed. A later match, Naruto versus Kiba. The arena received the pairing with the kind of low collective interest that accompanied assumptions of entertainment. Kiba in Yuzuka was loud, kinetic, aggressive in the familiar academy-compatible way. Naruto, to most of the room, remained the quiet, strange one who moved too early and didn't advertise himself properly afterward. Kiba entered already grinning. Well, this'll be easy. Naruto stepped to center with spear in hand and said nothing. Akamaru barked from Kiba's hood. The match began. Kiba rushed immediately because that was his style, and because he believed speed plus initiative plus confidence amounted to dominance if expressed loudly enough. The body always gave itself away during that kind of attack. Too much jaw, too much breath. The shoulders riding ahead of the hips because the mind had already chosen victory, and the flesh was hurrying to join the fantasy. Sweet sight opened. Kiba's first strike became irrelevant before it existed. Naruto shifted half a line, let the clawed hand pass, and tapped Kiba's ankle with the spear butt at precisely the moment his weight transferred. The Inuzuka boy crashed to the floor with all the indignation of someone betrayed by his own leg. Laughter rose from parts of the room. Kiba recovered with a snarl and doubled down. That made it worse. Akamaru transformed, fang over fang initiated. The arena filled with spinning motion and noise designed to overwhelm reaction speed by replacing choice with blunt rotational pressure. Naruto watched the entry line, not the spin. The line. There, the exact corridor through which Kiba's body had committed before momentum removed the option. He drove the spear forward once. The shaft struck the rotational center not with brute force but with angle theft. Kiba's attack flew off course, tore a groove through the stone wall, and exited half the ring away in a blur of fur, dust, and public humiliation. Akamaru disentangled from the crash more gracefully than Kiba did. Naruto closed the distance before Kiba fully reoriented and placed the spear tip against the boy's throat. Hayate stared for half a beat, then lifted a hand. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The whole exchange had taken less time than some students required to form a complex hand sign. Kiba, face red with fury and embarrassment, looked up from the stone and said, "That was a fluke." Naruto moved the spear away and answered with complete sincerity, "No, that somehow hurt worse." The preliminaries continued after that, but the room had begun to recalibrate around several facts. Sasuke's absence had become ominous instead of merely rude. Gaara was something wrong in the sand, and Naruto's victories, first in the forest, now here, were accumulating into a shape that audiences could no longer explain away through luck or rumor. Then the board displayed the pairing everyone on the lower level immediately felt before they fully interpreted. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga not today, the finals. 1 month from now. Across the arena, Neji's expression did not change, but Naruto saw the tiny adjustment at the left shoulder. Interest, good. The month between preliminaries and finals divided the village according to how it thought power should be discussed. Most shinobi cared about matchups, clan techniques, conditions, terrain, what might counter what. They asked intelligent questions because intelligence kept people alive. Civilians preferred stories. The loud underdog, the avenging prodigy, the doomed heiress, the dark genius. The village had no shortage of words for children once it became entertaining to place money on them. Naruto ignored all of it. That did not mean the month lacked pressure. It simply meant the pressure arrived through routine rather than gossip. Kakashi devoted most of his overt attention to Sasuke for obvious reasons. The Uchiha boy needed speed conditioning, Chidori groundwork, and something resembling adult supervision before the finals turned him into a public obituary. Sakura trained largely under self-direction, supplemented by Kurenai, inner library study, and the relentless humiliation of no longer accepting good chakra control as enough. Naruto trained with less ceremony. He had already fought Neji once in his head the moment the board announced the bracket. Now he fought the match repeatedly in motion. Problem 1, Byakugan, not the vision. That mattered, but not uniquely. The true problem was layered perception. Neji would see chakra pathways, stance transitions, and likely infer strike patterns from distribution shifts. He would attempt to meet linear spear doctrine with gentle fist disruption and rotation-based denial. Against ordinary opponents, that combination became suffocating. Problem 2, 8 trigrams rotation. Naruto had watched enough Hyuga drills and enough fragments of Neji's earlier work to grasp the principle. Rotation created a dynamic shell of spinning chakra and movement, converting incoming force into redirection and repulsion. A wall that moved as it denied. A wall was still a structure. Structures failed under rules. Naruto spent the month determining which rules applied. He trained on circular pressure first. Sakura helped by rigging weighted ropes to swing at various heights and speeds while he tested entry timing. Sasuke, when Kakashi's schedule allowed and pride permitted, attacked from different angles using shuriken and fire pressure so Naruto could read how rotating force altered body commitment. None of it replicated the rotation. But approximation rarely had to become accuracy if the principle was understood well enough. The crucial development came not from sparring, but from exhaustion. One evening, after repeated full-force thrusts against a reinforced post, reinforced again by Naruto's own insistence on denser materials, he felt Megura react differently under contact, not on strike release. On impact reception, the hidden spear framework within him did not merely stiffen or align. It drew. The force of contact, kinetic chakra embedded within a powered defensive response, did not disappear into the post as expected. A fraction of it slid along the line of the spear and vanished inward, down the shaft, through the palms, into the black structural axis buried inside Naruto's core. Absorption, partial, not dramatic enough to advertise itself, not broad enough to make him invincible, but real. Naruto tested it again and again. Every time a chakra-charged impact met the spear head at the right angle, some portion of the force was not repelled. It was taken, stored. Megura, he realized, was not merely a prison or an internal weapon. It was a conduction system. Kurama's compressed output remained inaccessible as wild release. But contact-based kinetic chakra could feed the framework and remain there temporarily as structural charge. That changed Neji's rotation from problem 2, possible fuel source. Sakura found him that night on ground 7 under moonlight, driving repeated controlled impacts into a rotating wire-and-weight apparatus they had built from 3 failed trap frames, 1 broken practice wheel, and Sasuke's irritation. "You've been here for 5 hours, she said. Naruto didn't stop moving. "Yes, you're bleeding through the palm wraps. Yes, that's bad. Yes." Sakura folded her arms. "Are you going to elaborate on any of that?" Naruto halted, looked down at the spear, then at his hands. When he spoke, the answer came with the clarity of someone stating weather conditions. Neji's defense converts outward. Sakura waited. Megura can partially draw inward. Understanding moved across her face slowly, then all at once. "You think you can rob the rotation?" "Not all of it." "How much?" Naruto considered. "Enough." Sakura's breath left her in a short, disbelieving laugh. "That's not a number. It's the useful number." She stared at him another second, then rubbed her forehead the way she always did when Team 7 turned the impossible into an agenda item. "You are the least emotionally expressive person I know, and somehow that doesn't make this any less insane." Naruto began rewrapping his palms. "Will you help calibrate the angle?" Sakura looked at the apparatus, looked at him, exhaled. Yes, that was what the month became, not sentiment. "Calibration?" Finals day arrived wearing spectacle. The arena above ground had been built not merely for examination, but for display. Sunlight poured over broad stone tiers filled with villagers, shinobi, merchants, clan representatives, gamblers pretending not to be gamblers, and officials from other nations who smiled too politely and measured everything. Flags moved in the wind. Announcers performed excitement. Vendors sold snacks to people who would later tell themselves they hadn't enjoyed the violence at all. Naruto stood in the competitors' holding area beneath the seats and listened to the structure of the day, crowd rhythm. Armor movement, the click of wooden sandals on stone, match calls. Shouts rising and breaking. Somewhere above, Hyuga elders had positioned themselves in a line of quiet authority, already carrying the stillness of people who expected to be proved right by bloodline logic. Kakashi stood nearby with one hand in his pocket and his visible eye on nothing obvious. "You know," he said, "most genin get at least a little excited before public combat." Naruto adjusted his grip on the spear. "This is public combat." "Yes, that was the point." Naruto glanced at him. "The audience doesn't alter Neji." Kakashi's eye curved very slightly. "Good answer." Then, after a beat, "Dangerous answer." Naruto said nothing. Kakashi studied him anyway. The boy's stillness before battle was no longer merely unsettling. It had become informative. There was no adrenaline display phase, no ritual boasting, no visible attempt to psych himself into aggression. He seemed instead to reduce all extraneous factors until only the relevant opponent remained. That worked very well against the world. It worked less well around people. Kakashi chose not to give a speech. Speeches before a match like this were usually vanity disguised as mentorship. Naruto already knew the stakes, already knew Neji's doctrine, already understood that Hyuga perception and pride would try to make this fight about fate, so Kakashi only said, "Don't let him define the terms first." Naruto nodded once. Above them, Hayate announced the next match. Naruto stepped into the light. The arena received him with a strange mixture of noise and restraint. He was not beloved the way loud underdogs became beloved. Too quiet for that, too difficult to project onto. But the crowd had learned to pay attention when he fought, not because he entertained exactly, because he resolved situations with a speed and coldness that made people uneasy in ways they later mistook for admiration. Across the stone, Neji entered to a different form of attention, respect. Clan prestige, the weight of Hyuga reputation. The audience knew what the Byakugan meant even if most of them did not understand its full implications. Neji carried all of that without seeming to care for it. His expression was calm, almost blank, but the blankness was deliberate. An empty gate built in front of deeper certainties. Hayate called them forward. They stopped at starting distance. Neji's gaze moved once over Naruto's spear, once over his posture, then settled on the eyes. "People are making this more dramatic than it is," Neji said. Naruto waited. Neji's voice did not rise. He had no need to perform. "Your style is efficient. Your awareness is unusual. None of that changes outcome. There are ceilings people are born beneath." Up in the stands, several Hyuga elders did not move at all. Naruto listened. Neji continued because philosophy, once mistaken for truth, always liked the sound of itself. You cannot escape the structure you were placed in. Power, role, blood, failure, these things decide before effort ever matters. Some are born to stand above, some are born beneath. Pretending otherwise only makes the fall uglier. Silence followed, the crowd leaned, everyone expected something then. Anger, rebuttal, a loud declaration of will, the kind of speech stories trained audiences to seek before major fights. Naruto looked at Neji and said only, "You build your cage carefully." It was not an argument. That made it land harder. Neji's expression sharpened by less than a millimeter. Hayate looked between them, coughed once into his hand, and raised the start signal. "Begin." Neji moved first. Of course he did. Not because he was reckless, but because the Hyuga style preferred information dominance established early. Byakugan opened in a ring of veined tension around the temples. those pale eyes drinking in pathways, stance, and internal circulation. Gentle fist depended on controlling the unseen by touching the visible. Against most opponents, the opening moments determined the rest. Naruto had prepared for that. Sweet sight opened with the same precision. And the first realization arrived instantly. Neji was faster up close than anyone Naruto his age had yet fought. Not louder. Not stronger. Faster in the pure technical sense that mattered most. His body made decisions with almost no wasted intermediate tension. The Byakugan did not grant that directly, but the years of discipline beneath it had. Shoulders committed cleanly, hips aligned without telegraph. Hands traveled minimal distances on optimal lines toward Tenketsu closure. Good. Clean opponents were easier to read than messy ones if one could survive the speed. Neji's first palm strike aimed not for the body, but the spear shaft itself, intending to redirect the weapon and collapse Naruto's center line in the same motion. Naruto saw the shoulder declare it 0. 3 seconds early and shifted the spear grip back 1 hand length. Neji's fingers brushed empty wood instead of control point. Naruto's counterthrust drove toward the sternum. Neji flowed around it. Not retreat, flow. The body sliding at an angle that made the direct line useless without technically leaving its range. His left hand flashed toward Naruto's right shoulder gate. Naruto withdrew before contact completed. The crowd saw only near misses. Kakashi saw the truth. These were not near misses. These were microscopic thefts of failure, each boy arriving just early enough to deny the other's doctrine from becoming dominant. Neji pressed harder. Palm, palm, step, turn, fingertips like surgical knives carried by a body that had long ago decided mercy was a sentimental inefficiency. Naruto gave ground without losing alignment, spear shaft snapping short defensive lines, redirecting wrists, denying the clean torso entry's gentle fist required to become catastrophic. Then Neji adapted. He stopped targeting the center and went for the lead leg. Smart. Naruto's stance narrowed 1 fraction in response. Smart again. Sweet sight caught the sequence under the chakra layer. Knee intent, hip commitment, palm line high after all. Naruto aborted his defensive drop and let the real strike skim past cloth. He countered with a short thrust that would have cracked ribs. Neji met it with a palm to the spear head. The contact rang, and Megura drank only a fraction. Only enough for Naruto to feel the black axis inside him wake with cold recognition. Yes, it said without words, this. Neji's eyes narrowed. He had seen something odd through the Byakugan. Not enough to name. Enough to register that his chakra output on contact had not rebounded cleanly. Naruto saw that realization move through him and filed it as leverage. The first exchange broke. Both stepped back. The crowd erupted into delayed reaction now that it had permission to be loud. The Hyuga elders remained motionless. Kakashi exhaled through his nose. Sakura, in the stands beside Tenten and several other competitors, realized she had stopped breathing halfway through the exchange and corrected that with annoyance toward herself. Sasuke watched with arms folded so tightly it looked painful. He hated Neji's composure. He hated more that Naruto was matching it through a different route. Mostly he hated that somewhere in the back of his mind, a private measuring line kept updating. Neji came again with more certainty. The thing about fixed worldviews was that they often made excellent mid-fight engines. Doubt slowed motion. Belief accelerated it. Neji believed not only in his superiority, but in the correctness of a universe that would express that superiority through him if he remained disciplined enough to serve as conduit. So he served. 8 trigrams precision entered the match in earnest. His palms struck in patterns now, not isolated attacks but nets. Upper chest, lower flank, shoulder gate, liver line. Sternum approach denied into neck feint. Every touch threatened chakra closure. Every almost touch forced Naruto to move along corridors Neji had already considered. This was the true danger of the Hyuga style. It did not need spectacular damage immediately. It only needed to keep reducing your options until the body belonged more to its decisions than to your own. Naruto shifted from long thrusts to compact shaft work. The spear no longer acted as a distance weapon only. It became a rotating barrier of denial in his hands, wood snapping, sliding, intercepting, butt end striking for balance theft, forward end threatening puncture whenever Neji overcommitted even microscopically. Sweet sight remained the difference. Neji saw chakra preparation. Naruto saw physical intention beneath chakra activity. When Neji loaded the right shoulder for a chest line closure, Naruto moved before the Byakugan-enhanced flow could translate into completed motion. When Neji disguised a low entry beneath broad chakra spread, Naruto ignored the visible field and responded to the decision the leg muscles had already made. 3 times Neji should have closed Major Tenketsu. 3 times Naruto slipped the line early enough to deny the touch. The arena began to understand. Byakugan could see everything, but it could not see what had already become action in a different layer of time. Neji's frustration did not show on the face. It showed in the feet, slightly stronger plant, slightly harder push-off. Good, pressure-changed fighters. The audience may have seen a battle between 2 prodigies. Naruto saw something else. A boy trying desperately to force inevitability back into a match that had stopped obeying it. That was when Neji widened the field. 8 trigrams, he said. The stance settled. The arena quieted instantly because everyone knew or sensed that technique names mattered more when the speaker meant them. 64 palms. Sakura's fingers tightened around the railing. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. Naruto lowered his center of gravity. The first 2 strikes came like gunfire. Right shoulder gate, left flank node. Naruto blocked the first with the shaft and only partially evaded the second, feeling the near-contact burn chakra flow disruption across the surface without full closure. Neji accelerated. 4, 8, 16. The sequence multiplied not merely in count but in inevitability, each strike forcing alignment for the next. The gentle fist became a map drawn onto flesh through impact. Naruto yielded space strategically, retreating just enough to spoil the rhythm but not enough to give Neji clean pursuit geometry. It almost worked. On the 32nd palm, Neji clipped the outer line of Naruto's right arm. The limb went numb to the elbow in a burst of white absence. Sweet sight did not vanish, but the body suddenly held one less viable answer. The crowd reacted. Hyuga elders leaned forward the smallest possible amount, Neji pressed, because of course he did. 33 through 48 came faster than normal eyes could track. Naruto's spear moved one-handed now, grip shifted, body rotating with brutal economy to preserve center access while avoiding total pathway shutdown. A palm tore across the ribs. A fingertip strike grazed the collar node. One more and the match would break. Then Naruto changed distance completely. Instead of retreating, he stepped in, not out. In, the move was so counter-doctrinal that Neji's body needed a fraction to update around it. Gentle fist assumed survival instincts. It assumed opponents resisted encirclement by widening range or panicking backward. Naruto's step destroyed the prepared rhythm. He drove the spear butt into Neji's hip line and used the impact to twist off-axis. The final 16 palms missed their intended grid. Neji disengaged on instinct and immediately rotated to recover position. The crowd exploded in noise. Hayate coughed blood into his handkerchief and continued not dying in the corner. Naruto flexed his numb arm once imperfect response. Manageable. Neji looked at him with the first clear expression he had shown all match, not anger, disbelief. Because the 64 palms were not supposed to be escaped. Survived perhaps partially. Endured by tanks or monsters or fools. But the internal pattern of the technique, once established, was meant to close like a mathematical proof. Naruto had stepped inside the proof and broken one of the symbols. No speech followed, no taunt. Naruto simply adjusted his grip and waited. That was worse. Neji decided then to stop proving and start ending, You could see it in the way the philosophy drained out of his movements and the fighter remained. Cleaner, harder, less interested in demonstrating the world's truth, more interested in enforcing it manually. He attacked with far less verbal doctrine after that. Palm strikes lost the faint ceremonial edge and became killing efficient. Footwork tightened into narrower arcs. He no longer tried to dominate the whole field. He targeted specific failures. Naruto's right arm numbness, the left side rib graze. Slight fatigue around the hips from repeated spear redirection. Good, that made him more human. More human meant easier to read. Naruto retaliated in the same language. The spear thrusts shortened further. He stopped aiming for dramatic centerline victories and began targeting the spaces between Neji's assumptions. Wrist line when Byakugan tracking prioritized torso. Clavicle notch during stance transitions. Knee drive when Neji overtrusted the invulnerability of perfect form. Twice the spear head kissed cloth. Once it tapped Neji's shoulder with enough force to deaden the arm for half a second. The audience saw a close fight. The fighters experienced a narrowing corridor in which one mistake would become history. Then Neji made the inevitable choice. If linear assault and gentle fist compression could not guarantee dominance, he would deploy the absolute defense of the Hyuga inner doctrine. He widened his stance. Chakra surged, Byakugan fully dilated. Rotation. The arena seemed to suck air inward. Naruto had been waiting for it. Neji exploded into motion, chakra spiraling outward from every tenketsu in a spinning dome of violent repulsion. Stone dust erupted from the floor. The air distorted. The technique was beautiful the way saw blades were beautiful, precision expressed through circular destruction. Any direct force meeting it should have been flung away and punished for trying. Naruto drove straight in. The crowd shouted in collective disbelief. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed to a razor. Sakura felt every muscle in her body try to stand and remain seated only because she knew panic would change nothing. Sasuke's hands clenched once, hard. Naruto's spearhead met the rotation at the exact angle he had spent a month building toward. Impact. Normally, the outward force should have launched him backward. It did launch some of him backward. Enough to tear skin at the palms, enough to send shock through the shoulders, enough to bruise the ribs where his stance absorbed what could not be denied. But the spearhead held for one impossible instant, and Megura opened inward. The spinning chakra shell struck the weapon and instead of fully repelling, lost a fraction of itself down the line of the shaft. Not broken, not neutralized, drawn, robbed. A sliver of kinetic chakra vanished into the black internal framework as stored charge. Neji felt it immediately. The rotation's repulsion thinned at the exact point of contact. Only by degrees. Degrees were enough. Naruto stepped through, not fully through the intact technique. Through the dissipating seam his absorption had created. The spear shaft scraped along the weakening outer shell. Sparks of chakra burning bright where contact should have become rejection. Then the tip emerged inside the circle and stopped against the main tenketsu of Neji's right arm. 1 inch from closure, 1 inch from puncture. The rotation died. Silence fell across the arena like a dropped blade. Neji stared at the spear point resting where his defense should have made contact impossible. The Hyuga elders on the upper tier were very quiet. Kakashi let out a breath so slow it could almost have been prayer. Naruto did not move the spear. He did not speak. Neither did Neji. That was the real break, not the technical one, not the defensive seam. The philosophical one. Neji had spent years building a world in which birth, blood, and ordained structure dictated all meaningful outcomes. The Byakugan had fed that world. The branch house seal had caged it. Every humiliation and observation since childhood had reinforced it, until the doctrine no longer felt like despair, but honesty. From inside that honesty, he had become exquisitely cruel because cruelty was easier to justify if the victim had never had a real choice anyway. Now a blond boy the village still half feared had taken the Hyuga absolute defense. robbed it of force through contact no one else in the room fully understood, and placed a weapon at the exact tenketsu that would cripple Neji's dominant arm. No speech could help that. No enemy explanation could soften it. There was only the fact. Heiei's voice, when it came, sounded almost embarrassed to disturb the moment. "Winner," he said. "Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd erupted several heartbeats late because the human mind hated updating its hierarchies in public. Neji didn't move at first. Naruto withdrew the spear by one clean line and stepped back. Still no speech. Still no declaration of freedom or fate or changed destiny. Neji remained kneeling for a second longer, staring at the stone between his hands as if expecting the answer to have been written there and simply overlooked. Naruto turned and began walking toward the exit. That, finally, made Neji speak. "Why didn't you finish it?" The arena quieted again. Naruto stopped. He did not turn immediately. When he did, his expression held no triumph. "This was the exam context," he said, the same answer he had once given Orochimaru, no more, no less. Neji looked at him and understood at last something colder than mercy. Naruto had not spared him to prove moral superiority. He had chosen the non-lethal line because the rules and context had defined it as sufficient, which meant outside those rules, different sufficiency would apply. That realization changed Neji more deeply than any inspirational speech could have. Because speeches invited resistance. Facts did not. Naruto left the arena. Behind him, the cage bird seal under Neji's forehead cloth seemed to ache in the sudden absence of doctrine strong enough to make sense of its cruelty. He had seen everything through the Byakugan, and predicted nothing that mattered. The corridors beneath the arena were cooler than the stone above. Naruto walked them in silence with the spear across his shoulder and blood drying tacky inside the palm wraps. His right arm had begun regaining proper sensation. The stored charge from rotation contact rested inside Magura as a cold reserve, dense and waiting. Not permanent, not vast, but enough to confirm the deeper rule: opponents who relied on chakra force contact could be made to feed him. Useful. He was halfway to the holding room when Sakura found him. She had run. He knew that before she turned the corner because breath and footfall always told the truth faster than faces did. "You idiot," she said the moment she saw him. Naruto stopped. She planted both hands on her hips, chest rising with exertion and leftover terror. "Do you have any idea what that looked like from the stands?" "Yes." "No, you don't, because from the stands it looked like you tried to spear your way into a chakra tornado on purpose." "I did. That wasn't a request for confirmation." Naruto looked at her for a moment, then said, "It worked." Sakura stared at him, then, against her own will, laughed once in exhausted disbelief. "I know it worked. That's the problem. Things should stop working when you do them like that." She reached for his hands before he could object and unwrapped the bloodied palm cloth with the impatient competence of someone who had long since accepted that Team 7 survived partly by treating absurdity as triage compatible. The skin beneath was split and bruised. "You absorbed something?" she said, not looking up. "Yes." "How much?" "Not enough for certainty, enough for entry." Sakura exhaled. "You say things that should sound impossible, and somehow they just sound annoying now." Sasuke appeared at the far end of the corridor and stopped within earshot. He had watched the entire match in silence that felt increasingly expensive. Now he looked at Naruto's hands, then at the spear, then at the floor as if the latter had personally offended him. "You broke rotation," he said. Naruto corrected him without malice. "I exploited a seam." Sasuke's jaw tightened. "That's not better." Naruto considered, then nodded once. "No." For a long moment none of them spoke. Then Sakura finished rewrapping the palms and stepped back. "What happened to Neji out there," she said quietly, "was worse than losing." Naruto rested the spear against the wall. "Yes, you know that?" "Yes." Sasuke looked at him then, something raw and analytical and unwillingly respectful passing behind the eyes. "He wanted you to argue." Naruto met his gaze. "I know." Sasuke folded his arms. "You didn't." There was nothing to argue. That answer settled over the three of them with uncomfortable accuracy, because that was what distinguished Naruto from most other fighters, and perhaps from most other people. He did not need to defeat your idea of the world verbally if he could place a spear at the structural consequence of that idea and let you continue living with it afterward. Again, worse. From somewhere overhead, the crowd roared for the next match. Down here in the corridor, the noise felt distant and almost theatrical. Sakura leaned back against the wall and looked at both boys. "You realize," she said, "that from the outside this team probably looks completely insane." Sasuke answered first this time. "It is," Naruto said. "It functions." Sakura closed her eyes briefly. "That is not the comforting response you think it is. It isn't meant to be." That earned another short laugh from her despite everything. Above them, the finals continued. Elsewhere in the arena, politics, clan pride, and public violence kept performing their old marriage. But for the moment, the important thing had already happened. Neji Hyuga had entered the ring carrying inevitability like scripture. He had left it carrying uncertainty instead. No speech from Naruto would guide what came next. Neji would have to sit with the defeat alone, with the memory of the spear inside his absolute defense, with the knowledge that someone had seen through the cage and then declined to narrate the experience for him. That loneliness would do more work than comfort ever could. As for Naruto, he stood in the corridor with bloodied palms, a half-fed internal weapon humming quietly with stolen rotational force and no visible interest in applause. The audience above might eventually tell the story as the day a quiet genin defeated a Hyuga prodigy. Kakashi, who watched from the balcony and knew better, would remember it differently. It was the day Naruto proved that perfect defenses were only prisons until someone understood their architecture. And architecture, no matter how sacred, could always be entered. Chapter 8. The will of fire burns alone. Invasions did not begin with explosions. That was how civilians remembered them, because civilians remembered the moment private fear became public sound. Shinobi remembered differently. An invasion began when too many people in one place started carrying the same hidden intention. It began in shoulders, in breath, in the tiny collective tightening of bodies that had been given a signal and were waiting for the world to catch up. By the time the first roof tile shattered or the first banner caught fire, the real beginning had already happened inside muscle and nerve. Naruto noticed that kind of beginning before anyone else around him gave it a name. The finals had turned the arena into a market of concentrated attention. By the time Naruto's match with Neji ended and the crowd had finally finished updating its assumptions, the upper tiers were full beyond comfort. Civilians leaned too far over stone rails. Merchants sold tea and skewers to people pretending they had only come for the festival atmosphere. Clan elders occupied their reserved sections with the rigid serenity of families that liked power most when seated. Visiting shinobi from sand, sound, and smaller nations wore diplomatic expressions over more practical calculations. Every set of eyes in the place wanted something slightly different from the day: entertainment, validation, intelligence, humiliation for rivals. Proof that their village raised stronger children than someone else's. The arena floor below them looked clean because institutions always tried to make violence look sanitary before it started. Stone repaired, blood washed, sand raked smooth near the edges. Ceremonial banners hanging high enough to imply order, even if events beneath them no longer deserved the word. Naruto stood in the competitors section with fresh wraps over his palms and the spear resting upright at his side. Sakura had returned from seeing to Hinata with the kind of controlled face she wore only when anger had become too useful to waste on expression. Sasuke was still absent with Kakashi somewhere beyond the arena, which meant the crowd's impatience had started becoming audible. Gaara waited alone at the opposite end of the bracket corridor with arms crossed and eyes half-lidded, his siblings farther back and visibly aware that whatever they were calling their teammate no longer matched what sat behind his face. Naruto watched Gaara the way he watched all anomalies. Not emotionally, structurally. Most Jinchuriki, as the hidden villages understood the category, carried beasts as reservoirs of unstable leverage. Immense chakra made usable through trauma, rage, fear, or ritualized discipline. Naruto's life had already diverged from that model so completely that he no longer thought of himself through the village's usual vocabulary. He had not been raised against a leaking monster inside him. He had been forged around a weapon framework that compressed, aligned, and punished imprecision. Gaara, however, looked closer to the standard horror, not identical. Never identical. Every vessel warped differently, but recognizable. The sand around him moved not like a trained element, but like a body refusing to allow its host to be touched. Automatic defense had eaten too far into personal boundary. Even at rest, there was too much tension in the skin, too much dryness around the eyes, too much of that particular stillness that belonged to people who had stopped distinguishing between self and weapon because the distinction had not benefited them often enough. Naruto understood the shape. He did not pity it. He merely recognized it when it stood under light. The final board above the arena shifted once more, characters reforming under the roar of the crowd. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Sand. At almost the exact same moment, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared on the entry stairs. Late enough to offend the audience, precisely on time for everything else. Sasuke descended in dark clothes marked with new strain. The month under Kakashi had altered him in visible ways. His posture held more speed now, if posture could be said to hold such a thing. The muscles no longer simply stored violence. They stored readiness to disappear from one point and arrive at another, before observers completed the sentence of what they had seen. There was also a sharper electricity around him, not literal yet, not fully, but enough that Naruto immediately identified a new technique being held close under the skin. Useful, dangerous, predictably Sasuke. The crowd welcomed him with relief sharpened by grievance. People preferred geniuses to arrive exactly when a story required them. Hayate coughed into one hand, announced the match, and stepped away. Gaara and Sasuke took the field. Naruto did not sit. The fight began with disdain on both sides. Sasuke disdained Gaara's silence, his reputation, his dependence on automatic defense. Gaara disdained almost everything that was not pain, but in Sasuke, he saw at least the dignity of another person built around grievance. Their first exchanges belonged to the crowd. Sasuke moved fast enough to force gasps. Shuriken lines layered over feints, short-range acceleration, body flicker entries, the kind of technical aggression spectators could admire because it looked like mastery even before it landed. Gaara's sand answered with brutal economy, rising in sheets and spikes, not because Gaara carefully commanded each grain, but because the defense around him had long ago stopped waiting for conscious permission. Then Sasuke accelerated again. This time many in the arena lost the motion entirely. Naruto did not. Sweet Sight tracked the decision before the body vanished into speed. Sasuke's hips declared the angle, the shoulders carried the follow-through, and Gaara's sand responded just a fraction too late because speed, properly used, made even automatic defenses choose between lines. Sasuke's fist connected. For the first time that day, Gaara moved backward not by preference but by force. The crowd exploded in noise. Gaara's expression changed, not outwardly at first. The face remained mostly still, but the rhythm inside him destabilized. The sand around his body no longer rose in clean defensive surfaces. It began pulsing in irregular bursts, as though something beneath the skin had heard blood and mistaken the sound for invitation. Sasuke pressed. Naruto watched the blood appear on Gaara's cheek. A thin line. Almost nothing. More than enough. The thing inside Gaara leaned closer to the surface. There were moments when the entire world seemed to choose between futures on details no bigger than that. One cut, one delayed breath, one shoulder tightening where it should have relaxed. Naruto felt the arena change. Not from Gaara first, from everywhere. The hidden intention that had been collecting all day reached critical density. Across the stands, too many visitors from Sand shifted at once. In the lower support corridors, several chakra signatures hardened into readiness. Among the civilian crowd, planted operatives began the small, synchronized motions of people preparing to cast genjutsu from disguise. On the high platform, the Keisage's body leaned toward the third Hokage by one exact angle too intimate for diplomacy. The invasion had arrived inside muscle before sound. "Naruto," Sakura said quietly from behind him. "What is it?" He did not look at her. "Don't look up," he said. "Disrupt your chakra now." Her body responded faster than her question. "Good." Sakura formed the release before she fully understood why. Naruto drove a pulse through his own system along Megura's axis, not because he saw the genjutsu yet, but because he had already read the people creating it. White feathers began to fall from the air. Civilians sighed and slumped where they sat. Several genin went down with them. Hayate cursed. Jonin in the balconies shouted. Sound erupted through the arena all at once, steel on stone, banners ripping, tiles cracking overhead as the carefully assembled day tore open and revealed what had been inside it all along. On the platform, the false Kazekage moved. The disguise tore away into Orochimaru's grin. He seized Hiruzen and vanished to the rooftop with the speed of a man who had rehearsed this in his mind for years. Purple barrier flames rose moments later around the upper roofline where the Sound Four locked formation and sealed the old Hokage away from rescue. Panic spread. That was expected. The arena had been built for witnessed violence, not distributed war. Genin looked upward because children often still believed the most important thing would be happening where the adults were. Civilians ran where other civilians ran, which was to say into bad geometry. Chunin shouted orders that dissolved under the first collisions of escaping bodies and entering attackers. Kakashi gave commands, guided too. Anbu launched toward the rooftop barrier. Sand and sound forces flooded the outer compound. Naruto did not look at the roof again. He looked at the arena map he had already built months ago out of boredom. 4 primary access points from the stands into the inner compound. 2 stair arteries from the underworks to the central floor. 1 service corridor leading toward the competitor, holding rooms and administrative passage to the Hokage platform stairs. If the invaders took those lines, the arena's heart would collapse inward. Civilians would clog every usable channel. Reinforcements for Orochimaru's barrier team would move cleanly. Pressure would spread too fast for command to retake structure, so Naruto chose structure first. He moved, not toward Orochimaru, not toward spectacle. Toward the stair mouth where 3 of the lines converged into the inner compound below the stands. Sakura saw where he was going and understood 1 beat later. "Civilians to the West Passage," she shouted, already moving to redirect them. "Not the center stairs, the West Passage." It was not a heroic call, it was correct. That made people listen faster. Sasuke, still on the arena floor with Gaara opposite him, had barely enough time to register the wider attack before the sand vessel's body started changing in earnest. 1 arm half transformed, sand thickening. Temari and Kankuro moving from the shadows with the desperate urgency of siblings who had expected war, but not their brother to become part of its schedule this quickly. Gaara looked once toward Naruto. Naruto looked back while running. Recognition passed between them before language did. Not friendship. Never that. Only the obscene clarity of 1 altered vessel seeing another and understanding that neither had become what the village manuals promised. Then the geometry split them apart. Naruto reached the compound stairs and held. He did not make a speech. He did not rally the defenders. He did not announce that Konoha would stand or that the will of fire burned in its children or any of the things villages liked to hear when blood made them uncertain about themselves. Naruto planted the butt of his spear against the stone where the converging lines narrowed and made the area in front of him mathematically hostile to advancement. That was all. The first two sound shinobi through the corridor died before they properly understood the battle had changed. One led with speed and a low tanto line, sweet sight opened, shoulder declared, hip carried. Knee committed, Naruto's spear entered the throat at full extension and came back clean before the second attacker's hand signs completed. The follow-up shaft crack broke the other man's wrist, then clavicle, then dropped the butt end into the sternum hard enough to stop the heart's rhythm for one fatal second. The bodies hit stone. The corridor behind them stalled. Naruto adjusted one half-step left so that the dead men themselves reduced usable space, geometry. A sand shinobi tried wind release from the rear, expecting to clear the choke point with force. The gale struck the spear head. Megura answered. Some portion of the kinetic chakra slid inward instead of exploding outward across Naruto's body. Not enough to negate the technique, enough to rob it of clean lethality. The wind blades tore cloth at his sleeve and raised blood along one cheek. Naruto drove forward through the diminished force and put the spear through the caster's mouth. The men behind him hesitated. Good. Hesitation widened the perimeter more efficiently than distance. To Naruto's right, Sakura had already restructured the civilian panic into a flow. She was not leading bravely in the theatrical sense. She was triaging with an angry, precise voice and the instincts of someone who had learned under pressure that fear became less destructive if given a route. Children first through the West Hall. Stay low. If you can't move, get against the wall and stay there. Two genin from another team fell into her pattern by simple proximity. Then three more. Not because she inspired them, because panic disliked competent imperatives, Naruto did not look back. He held the line. The next wave came harder. Sound operatives had understood now that the inner compound did not remain open. They adjusted from scattered infiltration to deliberate breach. Wire traps came first, thrown low to bind ankles and weapon shafts. Naruto cut the first two and stepped over the third. A fire release jutsu followed from farther back in the corridor, where bodies blocked direct entry. The flames roared. The spearhead entered them. Kurama's compressed output did not burst free the way another Jinchuriki's might have. Megura simply became denser inside him, taking the contact, storing some fraction, letting the rest bleed around in manageable heat. Naruto's palms burned through the wraps. He did not loosen his grip. When the flames thinned, he was already moving three thrusts. One to the solar plexus, one to the neck, one to the groin and upward through the pelvis. The corridor became a place no rational person wanted to enter first. That was the point. Naruto was not trying to kill everyone in the arena. He was trying to make it geometrically impossible for enough invaders to pass through his position in time to matter upstairs. It was working. Above, Anbu and Jonin had begun engaging the Sound Four, maintaining the violet barrier. But the attackers, who should have been reinforcing them from inside the compound, were arriving late, broken, or not at all, because the choke point had turned into a spear tip. The battle around the arena grew louder by the minute. Roofs burned. Summoned snakes tore through outer walls. Metal screamed across stone as Konoha shinobi fought sand puppeteers and sound assassins in clusters of small wars that none of the civilians would later remember clearly enough to tell in order. At the center of all that disorder, the inner compound remained strangely narrow. Naruto made it narrow. He did not pursue fleeing enemies. He did not widen the field. He kept reducing it back to the span his body and sweet sight could dominate. Every new attacker entered a world already defined by him. A Chunin-level sound operative tried to body flicker over the deadline of corpses at floor level. Naruto had read the ankle load before the flicker finished resolving and drove the spear shaft backward under his own arm without looking. The wood cracked teeth. The follow-up thrust entered under the jaw and pinned the man to the wall. Another attacker attempted Earth-style rise from beneath the stone. The floor telegraphed differently when prepared for eruption. Naruto stepped off the seam, reversed grip, and drove downward the moment the head surfaced. The stone closed around the body afterward like a mouth too late to help. He began feeding on their ninjutsu now in the strict mechanical sense. Fire, wind, kinetic chakra layered into thrown weapons and enhanced strikes. None of it disappeared fully into Magura, but enough did that his next movements carried impossible stiffness and transfer. The spear no longer felt like carved wood with iron reinforcement, it felt like a concentrated decision. Sakura crossed his rear field once with blood on one sleeve and a cut above one brow. "West Passage is clear," she said. Naruto did not turn. "How many left?" "Most of the civilians are out. Genin are split, some on the outer wall, some below." She looked over the bodies. "You can't hold this forever." "No." That answer landed harder than panic would have, because there it was, the simple honesty underneath all of Naruto's combat logic. He was not pretending at invulnerability. He knew endurance had a ceiling. He was simply spending toward it without drama. Sakura swallowed once and nodded. "Then I'll buy you structure." She vanished back into the side corridors. A minute later, exploding tags detonated in 2 feeder holes to the north and west, collapsing part of the side passage and narrowing the approach even further. Smart, not elegant. Effective. Naruto filed it without praise because praise would have wasted breath. This was Team 7 version of trust now. Correct action arriving at the correct angle without needing to be narrated. Gaara reached him at the height of the second wave. Not alone. Temari and Kankuro moved with him through a rear compound line that had half collapsed under battle damage, trying to get the sand vessel clear before full transformation made the entire invasion harder to control than their superiors had planned. Gaara's body was changing faster now. One arm entirely sand-formed, the skin around one eye cracking into that terrible sleepless pattern. His breath came wrong, as though he were already sharing it with something bigger. Temari saw the corridor of bodies and swore. Kankuro's painted face lost what little color it had left. Naruto turned his spear a fraction toward them. Gaara stopped. For one brief instant, all the surrounding noise receded. Not because the battle lessened, but because recognition made other inputs temporarily inefficient. Gaara looked at Naruto's weapon. Naruto looked at the sand arm. Gaara spoke first. "They sealed yours wrong too." Naruto's answer came without heat. "No, they forged it." That was all. Temari dragged Gaara onward before the moment could become anything else. Kankuro covered their withdrawal. Naruto let them pass because the perimeter mattered more than chasing another vessel into a different battlefield. Mutual recognition did not require agreement, only accuracy. Then they were gone toward the trees beyond the compound, and the invasion resumed its larger shape. On the roof, Hiruzen Sarutobi fought for time. That was what age reduced even the strongest men to eventually. Not victory, but time bought in diminishing units against opponents younger, crueler, or simply more willing to turn the world into a laboratory. Orochimaru had planned the battle as a coffin with stages: barrier, isolation, psychological erosion, reanimated teachers dragged from old graves to turn memory itself into a weapon. Hiruzen had expected to die the moment the violet flames sealed around the rooftop. He knew Orochimaru too well not to understand what kind of student only returned in person for a lesson like this. So the old Hokage did what old Hokage were supposed to do. He fought alone. Enma's staff form broke tiles and bone alike. Fire techniques scorched the roofline. Earth release bulwarks cracked under summoned power. The first and second Hokage, twisted into Orochimaru's blasphemous puppets, pressed him from angles designed to erode dignity as much as stamina. Orochimaru smiled with the specific tenderness of a trader enjoying confirmation. Below them, Konoha should have collapsed faster. That had been part of the plan. The inner compound was supposed to fall to confusion. Reinforcements from sound and sand would stabilize the barrier perimeter. The old man above, hearing the village break beneath him, would choose sacrifice sooner. But the compound did not fall on schedule. Reports reached Orochimaru piecemeal through sound operatives, late to their appointed points, and not all of them coherently alive enough to deliver detail. A corridor blocked, the western inner line still resisting. Arena support stairs unusable. Additional Konoha Jonin breaching from outside because the interior had not become chaos quickly enough. Orochimaru realized the shape before he knew the cause. Something in the center had not broken. That mattered. Because time, once denied to a battle plan, became available to the defender. Hiruzen felt it too, not through hope. He was too old and too bloodied for that sentimentality. Through pressure math. The village beneath him was still fighting in organized pockets. The barrier casters outside were beginning to receive damage from multiple angles. The attritional curve no longer favored immediate sacrificial closure. So Hiruzen did the thing no one in Konoha would later understand without access to his private terror. He chose not to die yet. The Reaper Death Seal remained an option. He saw its outline like a familiar cliff edge in the mind. But the village had not fallen enough to require it. Not yet. He shifted doctrine. Enma extended into a length of impossible adamantine force and smashed one reanimated body clear across the roof. Hiruzen used shadow clones not as last rites, but as time multipliers. He played for minutes instead of moments. Minutes were everything. Because outside the barrier, Anbu had finally broken one of the rotating support patterns around the Sound 4. Guy intercepted a reinforcement cell meant for the northern anchor. Kakashi, too late to save the match schedule, not too late for anything that mattered, arrived with a lightning blade and removed one barrier keeper's certainty permanently. The violet flames flickered. Only once, enough. Hiruzen saw the seam and took it, not with sacrifice. With a king's staff strike delivered through all the age still left in him, the barrier cracked outward. Orochimaru cursed and leapt back. Enma extended, smashed through tile and flame, and the rooftop was no longer a coffin. The battle became escape instead of execution. Orochimaru still damaged Hiruzen badly. Deep cuts. Poison. Chakra depletion severe enough that every later medic would speak of miraculous survival only because medicine liked to rename narrow margins as destiny after the fact. But the old man lived. Lived because a plan built on collapse had found one corridor in the village where collapse had been denied longer than intended. Lived because time arrived from below carried on a spear. Orochimaru understood this before he fully retreated, and it unsettled him more than the old teacher's survival itself. There had been an additional variable in Konoha, one not properly accounted for. He smiled anyway, because Orochimaru always smiled when reality became more interesting than he had budgeted for. Then he withdrew with what remained of his operation, and the village spent the next hour turning invasion into pursuit. Naruto's perimeter ended not with triumph, but with arithmetic. There came a point when the dead in the corridor had become obstacle enough, when the surviving invaders had started choosing other lines, when allied shinobi had reclaimed sufficient portions of the inner compound that his position stopped being singularly decisive and became merely one strong point among several. That was the moment he stepped back, not because he was willing, because staying forward would cease to be efficient. His arms felt like iron rods driven too long through furnace heat. The palms under the wraps were wet. Blood from the cheek cut had dried stiff at the jawline. Megura thrummed inside him with stored fragments of stolen force. Wind, fire, impact, rotation residue from Neji earlier, all compressed into a black interior stillness that would take hours to settle cleanly. Sakura found him when Konoha shinobi finally flooded the reclaimed stair mouth. He had not fallen, of course not. He simply stood there among the bodies with the spear butt resting lightly on the stone, and his eyes half-lidded in the posture she had learned meant he was measuring whether the battle had truly changed enough to release. "It's clear," she said. Naruto looked up once. Past her, Leaf Shinobi were already moving wounded civilians and binding prisoners. The central line held. The compound was theirs again, he nodded. Only then did the spear lower fully. Sakura took one look at his hands and swore under her breath. Sit! No! Yes! He looked at her. She did not blink. Naruto! This time he sat, not because he was told to, because the battle state had changed and her demand aligned with the data. Sakura knelt, cut away the ruined wraps, and breathed out slowly at what the skin beneath looked like. Bruised, split, half-burned where repeated chakra contact and friction had turned the spear into something closer to live metal than wood. You fed on all of it, she murmured, partially. That is not better. No. Around them, the arena compound exhaled in broken pieces, crying civilians, shouted field reports. Medics running. Jonin landing from rooftops. Smoke thick enough to make the far end of the corridor look underwater. Sasuke arrived later than Sakura, breathing hard and carrying the smell of forest pursuit, lightning chakra, and dust. Whatever had happened with Gaara beyond the walls had not gone cleanly. Nothing about Sasuke's expression suggested victory exactly. More the exhausted, furious look of someone who had run headfirst into another version of himself and disliked the resemblance. He stopped when he saw Naruto sitting in the stair mouth among the aftermath. For 1 second, Sasuke said nothing. Then, "You held this alone," Sakura answered before Naruto could. "Mostly." Naruto corrected her automatically. "Not alone." Sakura looked at him. He tilted his head once toward the collapsed side passages she had rigged, the civilian route she had restructured, the bodies whose placements he had used, the reclaimed compound behind them full of shinobi who had advanced only because the center had not broken. Not alone. Sasuke understood too. He didn't say thank you. Team 7 rarely wasted language on things already proven. He only looked at the corridor, then at Naruto's ruined hands, then away. That was enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Naruto again just before dusk. The old man should have been unconscious by then. By all reasonable medical expectation, he should have been sedated, bleeding under 3 layers of healing seals, and absent from command until the village stopped burning. Instead, he insisted on one pass through the secured inner compound while the medics shouted, and the Anbu pretended obedience had always included carrying stretchers at exactly his pace. He was pale. His robes were ruined. One arm shook with the aftereffects of too much chakra expenditure and pain disguised as authority. Then he reached the central stair mouth and stopped. Naruto was there, sitting on a broken section of corridor wall while Sakura rewrapped his palms for the 2nd time, and a medic tried unsuccessfully to convince him to lie down. The spear leaned beside him upright and almost untouched by the rest of the destruction, as if the weapon had passed through the day more cleanly than its owner. Bodies had already been removed from the immediate line, but their absence remained visible in the marks. Thrust holes in plaster and stone, blood spray on the far wall at shoulder height, burned channels across the floor where wind and fire jutsu had hit and not fully dispersed. A corridor transformed into an argument about entry angles. Hiruzen looked at it all and understood, with the cold clarity that only came to men after surviving the deaths they had already prepared to accept, exactly what had saved him time enough to live. Not the village in the abstract, not the will of fire as a slogan, not destiny, a boy. A forged boy with a spear and a hunger for sugar, and a combat doctrine so exact it had turned a public building into a controlled killing funnel for long enough to disrupt a Sanin's war clock. Hiruzen had approved the seal's continuation years ago. He had read the reports. He had signed the quiet instructions. He had let Konoha raise Naruto under observation, under fear, under neglect disguised as strategic distance, telling himself that time and structure and maybe kindness from the right instructors would guide the anomaly into something the village could bear. Now the village had been borne by it instead. He felt no comfort in that, only gratitude sharpened by dread. Naruto noticed him and inclined his head once because even now, after invasion, after blood, after perimeter and force and survival, the Hokage remained a superior officer in the simplest structural sense. No reverence, just correct acknowledgement. Hiruzen wanted to say many things. Thank you, perhaps, or I am sorry, or I did not mean for this, but all three were useless in their own ways, so he said the only thing that fit the scene without pretending he understood it fully. You held. Naruto answered with perfect matter-of-fact calm. Yes, the third nodded once, and moved on because the medics finally won the argument with reality. But the old man carried the sight of that corridor with him into surgery, into recovery, into every quiet hour of the next year when paperwork thinned and memory thickened. He had survived because the village had produced something he was no longer certain it had the moral right to call a child. That realization would not leave him. It would sit behind every order thereafter like a second pulse, quiet, precise, terrifying. By nightfall, Konoha still stood. Parts of it burned, parts of it bled. Whole sections of the wall required rebuilding. Names were being written on casualty lists that families would not want to read in the morning. The invasion would be called repelled, because history preferred active verbs when describing disasters that stopped short of annihilation. Yet in the center of the village, the arena's inner compound remained under guard, and the corridor Naruto had held was already being discussed in tones people used when they were not sure whether they had witnessed bravery, monstrosity, or an unstable overlap between the two. Naruto slept through none of it. He lay awake in the medic station long after Sakura's breathing had evened out in the next cot, and Sasuke had vanished again into whatever private dark he used to process humiliation and survival. The palms throbbed, the cheek cut pulled. Megura continued cooling inside him around fragments of absorbed force that had not yet fully settled into inert reserve. Outside, Konoha reconstructed itself noisily. Inside, Naruto reviewed entry lines, ninjutsu profiles, the speed at which a crowd became an obstacle rather than a population. The cost curve of maintaining a choke point alone. He learned because learning was what made the next perimeter possible. That was the final and perhaps most frightening part. He did not dwell on what holding the line had meant emotionally. He did not replay praise or horror on other faces. He did not think, not in the way stories liked, about becoming a hero of the village. He thought about geometry, about how many meters of corridor could be controlled before metabolic collapse, about how much chakra contact Megura could safely absorb under repeated fire and wind pressure, about which angles Sakura's charges had been most useful from, about how long he had bought the roof. That was all. And in the Hokage's residence, 3 floors above the rooms where surgeons worked to keep the old man alive, Hiruzen Sarutobi lay awake under medicine and pain and understood the chapter's true title in a way the village never would. The will of fire did not always burn in speeches. Sometimes it burned alone. Sometimes it wore no smile. Sometimes it looked less like inherited warmth and more like one silent person deciding that a line would not be crossed while he was still standing in front of it. Konoha had survived because of that kind of fire. The third would spend the next year being grateful for it. He would spend the same year being quietly and thoroughly terrified that he had allowed it to be grown. Chapter 9. The Akatsuki learns what the fox was hiding. Large organizations rarely feared strength first. Strength was measurable. Strength could be classified, compared, budgeted against, assigned to mission profiles and casualty expectations. Shinobi villages, criminal networks, mercenary states, and secret orders all understood strength. Strength made for useful reports. What they feared only after enough evidence forced them to admit it, was irregularity. An enemy who fit the known categories could be managed. A bloodline user, a summoner, a taijutsu specialist, a genjutsu trapper, a jinchuriki host, each came with doctrine, exploit vectors, likely emotional seams, energy curve predictions, acceptable losses, but an enemy who refused category did not merely threaten the body, he threatened the file system. Naruto Uzumaki entered the files that summer, and nothing in them fit cleanly after that. Information moved through the shinobi world the way rot moved through wood, quietly, unevenly, and always farther than the owners of the wood wanted to admit. The official story of Konoha's invasion stabilized quickly for the public. The sand had been manipulated by Orochimaru. The third Hokage had survived. The village had repelled the attack. The dead were honored. The walls would be repaired. Life would continue because villagers had to say such things aloud or risk hearing the truth instead. But public narratives were cloth laid over machinery. Underneath, the real reports multiplied. Anbu debrief summaries, medic observations, sealed witness statements, cross-examinations of captured sound shinobi, whispered recollections from foreign spectators who left the village with more than festival memories. Intelligence fragments from Wave's country that now, in hindsight, no longer looked isolated. The bridge battle, the mist kill zone, the Chunin exam forest incident that official records failed to explain with satisfying elegance. Neji Hyuga's defeat, the inner compound choke point during the invasion. Orochimaru's barrier delayed past prediction. One by one, these pieces entered circulation, not publicly, professionally, black market brokers first, then independent trackers, then missing Nin information cells, then the villages pretending not to buy from either of those while doing exactly that. Every piece degraded a little in transmission, but the core outline survived because repeated witness clusters gave it shape. Konoha's Nine-Tails host was wrong, not wrong in the civilian sense. Not cursed, not unstable, not fox-cloaked, not a time bomb wearing a boy's face, wrong in the technical sense. No reliable reports of feral chakra manifestation. No berserk incidents, no emotional surge state releases, no visible beast aura. Instead, a spear user with close-range predictive reading, brutal first-strike doctrine, and a documented pattern of making ninjutsu exchanges less favorable than they should have been. Then came the part that truly irritated every analyst who read it. He did not register like a proper jinchuriki to censor descriptions from hostile encounters. That should have been impossible, so the reports were reread, then bought again, then sold at double price to people who liked impossible things only when they were far away. In Konoha, Shikaku Nara was one of the first to understand the problem cleanly, not because he had the most access, but because his mind disliked waste in narratives, and most people's first interpretations of Naruto involved far too much story and not enough logistics. The strategy chamber beneath the administrative tower held 3 men that night. Shikaku, Kakashi, and an Anbu captain whose mask remained on even indoors, because some habits became ideology if practiced long enough. On the table between them lay reports from the Chunin exams, the invasion, and partial transcriptions from captives who had survived interrogation without retaining much dignity. Shikaku read one line twice, then laid the page down. No tailed beast's signature observed during direct engagement. He said, "That should have been dismissed as battlefield confusion." Kakashi leaned back against the wall with both hands in his pockets. It stopped being confusion when 5 unrelated reports said versions of the same thing. The Anbu captain tapped another file. Sound Operative 43 described him as the fox boy without fox chakra. 43 also believed our arena walls were alive, Shikaku said. He believed that after spending 12 minutes in the inner compound stairmouth. Shikaku was quiet. That more than most visible reactions meant concern. Kakashi watched him and understood the angle of the thought before it was spoken. Shikaku was not worried that Naruto might be dangerous. That argument had long since been buried under demonstrated fact. The worry lay elsewhere. How do you classify an asset the village does not fully understand, and every enemy will misunderstand in a different, potentially more expensive way? Shikaku picked up another sheet. This one contained comparative notes from the Forest of Death, reconstructed after the fact from Proctor Gaps, surviving team statements, and what Kakashi had chosen not to omit in private filing. Orochimaru engaged Team 7 directly, Shikaku said. He came for Sasuke? Yes. And left without applying the seal? Yes, Shikaku looked up. Because of Naruto, Kakashi did not answer immediately. The pause was honest, not evasive. That made it worse. Because continuing the original plan ceased to be elegant, Kakashi said at last. Shikaku's mouth moved by the smallest amount. That is a very bad sentence. It was a very bad afternoon. The Anbu captain shifted slightly. You're implying the Sannin recalculated mid-contact. I'm not implying, I'm reporting. No one in the room liked that. Because Orochimaru abandoning a chosen line of corruption did not happen under ordinary resistance. It happened only when new information entered the battle at enough weight to alter appetite. Shikaku lowered his eyes to the papers again. And now this reaches outside the village. Kakashi's visible eye remained unreadable. It already has. What does the old man intend to do? About Naruto? Yes. Kakashi thought of Hiruzen after surgery, awake, pale, too tired to sit fully upright, and still acting like a Hokage, because old men who had once held countries together forgot how to stop performing function. He thought too of the third's face when the inner compound reports were read back in sequence, one corridor at a time, until the arithmetic of survival became impossible to misinterpret. He intends, Kakashi said slowly, to avoid turning the boy into a title. Shikaku considered that. Wise? No, Kakashi said. Necessary. There's a difference. The Anbu captain spoke with the bluntness masked men often used in closed rooms. Necessary doesn't stop foreign intelligence from labeling him anyway. Shikaku looked at the files spread across the table. Waves, forest, preliminaries, finals. Invasion, no title, he thought. Of course not. Titles made things digestible. Naruto resisted digestion. He doesn't need a title, Shikaku said. He needs fewer predictable routes. Kakashi's eyes shifted. Explain. Any enemy with enough sense will stop treating him like a standard host the moment they receive even a quarter of this. Which means the first people to make a fatal mistake will be the ones relying on old Jinchuriki doctrine. He tapped the papers once. That won't be our villages. It'll be S-rank organizations, collectors, and ideologues who thought they knew what they were purchasing. The room cooled around that, because there was one such organization already moving in the dark, and every serious shinobi strategist, no matter how incomplete the data, had started hearing the same name too often. Akatsuki. Kakashi said it aloud. The silence afterward deepened just enough to count. Shikaku exhaled once, long and controlled. Then we're out of time. No, Kakashi said. He thought of Naruto sitting in the medic ward after the invasion, blood still tacky under fresh wraps, already reviewing geometry instead of fear. We're in the part where time becomes expensive. Far from Konoha, in the spaces between states where borders mattered less than endurance. Jiraiya received the first credible version 3 nights later. He was in a shabby inn room above a gambling floor that smelled of stale smoke and bad probability, when the toad courier arrived through the window with the look all messenger summons seemed to carry, when human intelligence had once again complicated a perfectly good day. Jiraiya untied the seal packet, read the first page, then the second, then poured sake he no longer wanted and didn't drink it. The reports contained too much official language and not enough admission. Konoha paperwork remained Konoha paperwork no matter how much blood had dried behind it. Still, enough truth leaked through. Naruto had held the inner compound longer than planned. Orochimaru had deviated. Sensor descriptions failed to register the fox properly. Direct contact ninjutsu seemed to increase rather than solve the boy. No emotional break state recorded. No beast cloak manifestation, no extraction pattern visible. Jiraiya leaned back against the chair and stared at the ceiling. Minato, he muttered, what exactly did your kid turn into? It wasn't really a question to Minato. Dead men remained famously poor correspondents. It was a question to Kushina's bloodline, to the Uzumaki seal logic, to every half-lost note from Whirlpool, and every sealed intuition older than the villages that liked to pretend they had invented control. He read one passage again. Subject's combat style appears to convert contact pressure into increasing offensive efficiency. Repeated elemental engagement not advised without better understanding of storage ceiling or release condition. Jiraiya grimaced. That was a bad report. The kind of bad report that made older shinobi nostalgic for the relative simplicity of giant summoned animals and explosive tag traps. He thought briefly of heading straight back to the village. Then he thought of the other thread. Akatsuki. His spy web had been catching fragments for months. Increased movement in rain. Hired collectors disappearing along transportation lines. Rumors of a group no longer content to remain rumor. If Naruto's anomaly had reached the same channels, if the organization hunting tailed beasts learned that Konoha's host no longer fit the standard extraction model, then the boy had just become interesting in a way most people did not survive. Jiraiya looked down at the reports and made the only decision available to men who understood danger but were too stubborn to be intimidated by clarity. He packed, not to run, to move closer. The boy would need context soon. And context, Jiraiya knew better than most, could save lives when raw strength made everyone else complacent. He folded the pages carefully, tucked them inside his robe, and muttered one final sentence before leaving the room. "Don't make enemies," he said to no one. It would be months before he wrote the phrase down exactly. The thought had already arrived. The Akatsuki meeting took place in rain. Of course it did. Aimgakure seemed designed by someone who had decided weather and grief should share architecture. Towers rose like rusted needles through endless gray. Pipes sweated. Water ran where streets should have had more dignity than puddles. Every surface held a memory of corrosion. Even silence there sounded soaked. The hidden chamber beneath Payne's tower was large enough to diminish the people inside it, and dark enough that the red clouds on black cloaks appeared first, bodies second. The organization assembled not as a friendly council, but as converging vectors of appetite. Kasama entered carrying his sword the way normal men carried confidence. Sasori stood in stillness so complete it made furniture seem expressive. Deidara arrived irritated by the concept of meetings at all and masked it with the usual complaints about art and delay. Conan remained near Payne's right hand, composed enough to make the entire room seem untidy by comparison. Kakuzu treated attendance like an investment not yet proven wise. Hidden smirked because he smirked at almost everything except boredom, and even that mostly because boredom reduced killing opportunities. Itachi Uchiha came last among the outer circle, as he often did, not because he was careless with time, but because timing in rooms like this was part of how power remained unadvertised. Payne sat above them, orange hair still under low light, Rinnegan eyes holding that flat, impossible geometry which made most ordinary discussions feel temporary before him. No one began until he chose it. When he did, it was with no wasted framing. Konoha's Ninetales host has changed category. The room sharpened. That sentence alone would have done it. The Ninetales existed in Akatsuki planning not as mythology, but as an eventual resource. Larger than the others in consequence, if not necessarily first in order, every member knew the doctrine hosts were vessels. Locate, isolate, subdue, extract. The beast lives, the host dies, the organization gains mass toward its true objective. It was not sentiment, it was procedure. Payne continued. Field intelligence from Fire Country, waves, and the Chunin exams indicates the host no longer presents as a standard vessel. Kasama's grin widened, shark teeth catching the chamber light. No longer, or never did, Conan said quietly. That was enough to still several people, because no longer implied mutation, never did implied design. Payne lifted one hand slightly, and a projection seal on the chamber floor bloomed with transcribed fragments. Partial witness reports, acquisition notes, condensed summaries from paid observers and dead intermediaries, whose value had already been consumed. No Fox Chakra manifestation. No emotional exploit pattern, contact-based deterioration of enemy advantage, Orochimaru deviation, barrier delay during Konoha invasion, Hyuga defense breach in finals. Kasam read the lines and chuckled low in his throat. So the leaf sealed their monster crooked. Itachi spoke for the first time. No, every eye that mattered shifted without seeming to. Pain looked at him. Elaborate. Itachi's face remained composed in that distant way of his that made men misread him as cold when he was more accurately exact. The reports are too consistent. There is no leakage pattern, no ordinary Jinchuriki instability, no sensor recognition on expected lines. His eyes lowered slightly to the transcribed notes. This is not a host suppressing a beast. It is a beast functionally hidden behind a different architecture. Deidara made a face. So what, HM? The brat's weird. Lots of children are weird before they explode. He has not exploded, Conan said. That's exactly the problem, Kakuzu muttered. Pain let the silence around that sentence settle fully, because yes, that was exactly the problem. Akatsuki's entire operational doctrine around tailed beasts assumed the beast remained legible enough to hunt. Seal the host, overwhelm resistance, extract under prepared ritual conditions, accept host mortality, proceed. A hidden village could complicate access. Bloodlines could complicate the fight. Emotional variables could complicate containment, but all of those complications still occurred inside the same file. What these reports suggested was more irritating. The Ninetales' output potential remained present, but not visibly expressed as a removable reservoir. The host fought like a closed-loop conversion system. Opponents fed him by engaging on wrong terms. No obvious elemental counterline had emerged. No grief trigger state. No rampage profile. No clean sensor anchor. Kasama crossed his arms over Samehada's hilt and grinned wider. Then we fight him. Problem solved. Hidden laughed. There it is. Sasori said nothing, which in him registered as contempt. Pain's gaze remained on the reports. Extraction assumptions? Conan answered this time, because she had already done the arithmetic, and Pain allowed her voice to stand where his did not need to waste itself. Compromised, she said. If the beast is structurally masked, rather than contained in a standard reservoir form, ritual separation may fail or produce incomplete transfer. The host might die without yielding usable mass, or survive partial extraction and destabilize the process. That quieted even Kasama a fraction. Because Akatsuki could afford casualties in battle, it could not afford catastrophic uncertainty in the collection sequence itself. Deidara clicked his tongue. So the leaf turned the Ninetales into a cursed puzzle box. Wonderful. Pain looked toward Itachi. Your assessment? Everyone in the room knew why his assessment mattered more than most here. Itachi was from Konoha. Itachi had seen the village secrets more closely than anyone else in Akatsuki, and though he rarely overtalked, when he did, Pain had learned to value density over volume. Itachi spoke in the flat, measured tone of someone who disliked drama too much to help others generate it. No elemental exploit vector, he said. Kasama's grin thinned a little. No emotional manipulation vector. The room held. Itachi finished. Recommend we do not engage. 12 words. That was all. They landed with more weight than most men's speeches. Kasama shifted first. That's cautious. No, Itachi said. It's efficient. Kasama's eyes sharpened. You're saying the host can't be taken. I'm saying premature engagement gives us uncertainty at the cost of information. Pain did not interrupt. Kasama pushed anyway, because that was his function in rooms like this, pressure applied in shark form to see which assumptions bled. He's a boy with a spear. He is the Ninetales host, Itachi said, in a form we do not currently understand. That hasn't stopped us before. Itachi's gaze met his. This is not before. The room cooled by another degree. Kasama did not look away. That, too, was part of his usefulness. He was no fool. Brutal, yes. Hungry for challenge, certainly. But not so mindless that he could not hear when another predator meant a sentence as fact instead of caution. Conan looked to Pain. Direct engagement is strategically poor, she said. If the host can only be fought and not reliably extracted, then initiating contact before the structure is understood risks destroying the resource. Kakuzu grunted. Which means more money spent later. Hidden made a face. You make everything sound boring, because most of your plans are expensive. Pain raised one hand. The room stilled. No one spoke over him. We do not engage the Ninetales host now, he said. That ended the argument because Pain was not a debater by temperament. He was a gravitational decision point wearing human shape. Still, he continued because the matter required precise doctrine. Observe, gather, confirm storage mechanics, release conditions, and extraction viability. Prioritize the other beasts while Fire Country recalibrates. If Konoha's host is a closed weapon system, then the village will eventually reveal its limits through use. Kasama rolled one shoulder. And if it doesn't, Pain's rings caught a dull glint as his fingers shifted on the armrest. Everything reveals its limits under enough weather. That was not reassurance. It was the kind of statement one built campaigns around. The meeting moved on after that to other matters: funding routes, target sequence alterations, movement cells, Rain's outer security. But the room had changed. Even the members pretending not to care now held the problem somewhere in their private calculations. A Jinchuriki you could not cleanly extract did not become less dangerous to them. He became less convenient. And inconvenience was what large plans feared most. After the chamber cleared, Kasama remained behind with Itachi just long enough to make the corridor between meeting and departure behave like conversation. Rain hammered the outer pipes. Somewhere above them, the tower groaned as if weight and weather had reached an arrangement neither enjoyed. Kasama rested Samehada against one shoulder and looked sideways without fully turning his head. You believe that report? Yes, Kasama smiled. Every part of it? No. Which part don't you believe? Itachi's face remained unreadable. I believe it is incomplete. Kasama barked a short laugh. That's your version of optimism? Itachi did not answer the joke. He was watching Waterbead and slide down an iron support in the corridor arch. Kasama went on. A spear user child who eats pressure and doesn't leak fox chakra sounds almost disappointing. No, Itachi said softly. It sounds like something Konoha will fail to understand until others pay for it first. Kasama let that sit a second, then grinned again, though less widely than before. You talk like you miss home. Itachi's eyes did not shift. I talk like I remember it. That, even Kasama knew, was not the same thing. They kept walking. At the outer stair, Kasama spoke once more. If we do end up fighting him later? Itachi looked out into the endless rain, then said the sentence as plainly as weather. Do not touch the spear unless you must kill him immediately. Kasama's grin vanished entirely for the first time in the exchange. He nodded once. Not from obedience, from understanding that advice phrased so specifically usually meant blood somewhere had already supplied the grammar. Back in Konoha, the aftermath hardened into policy. Security rotations changed. Naruto's mission assignments tightened without becoming obvious enough to insult him. The village did not announce that foreign intelligence had started circling him more actively. It simply altered routes, companion structures, and what kinds of work Team 7 was or was not coincidentally offered. Hiruzen signed those measures with hands still not fully steady from the rooftop battle. Naruto noticed every change within a week. Of course he did. Sakura noticed that he noticed, and decided not to ask yet, because when adults rearranged the world around Naruto, the reasons were rarely small enough to improve by being spoken aloud too early. Sasuke noticed only the parts that affected training schedules and resented those with his usual precision. Kakashi noticed all of it and said almost nothing, because saying the wrong thing to the right person at the wrong time was how villages turned preparation into prophecy. The one man not yet in place was Jiraiya, but he was coming. And when he arrived, he would not arrive because Naruto needed affection, though perhaps he did in ways no one on earth had learned to address cleanly. He would arrive because the strategic shape of the world had finally admitted what Konoha had spent years avoiding. Naruto Uzumaki could no longer be treated as merely the boy who held the nine tails. He had become the reason enemy doctrines would have to be rewritten. That made him dangerous. It also made him expensive to lose. For an old spy master who had loved Minato and Kushina in the only ways men like Jiraiya knew how. Those two facts were enough. That night, Naruto stood alone on the same rooftop he favored in the hours before dawn. Konoha below him had begun to look repaired from a distance. Villages always did. Fire damage covered. Broken tiles replaced. Markets reopened. Children laughing in streets where 3 weeks earlier people had died. Civilizations were very good at teaching stone to imitate health before the living underneath had caught up. He held a box of matcha in one hand and the spear against the railing with the other. The city moved. He read it passively now the way some people listen to rain. Not individual attack vectors, broad pattern. Foot traffic. Roof patrol rhythm. The different collective tempo a village developed after invasion when no one wanted to admit fear had permanently altered how they turned corners. Naruto bit into the matcha and looked toward the Hokage monument. He did not know about the rain meeting. He did not know the exact phrases Akatsuki had used. He did not know that Itachi Uchiha had recommended against contact or that Kasama Hoshigaki had briefly imagined him as manageable. He knew only what his body always knew before language bothered to arrive. The world had started leaning toward him differently. Routes changed. Watching eyes multiplied. Adults chose distance and proximity with more care than before. Pressure, once local, had widened. That was enough. He finished the matcha and set the empty wrapper beside the box with exact fingers, far away, beyond nations and rain and black cloaks and restructured plans. Enemy doctrine was already changing because of him. In Konoha, Hiruzen woke from a medic-induced half-sleep and signed another quiet order. Jiraiya crossed the border into fire country before midnight. And in the dark spaces where organizations mistook patience for ownership, Akatsuki adjusted around a single unwanted truth. The fox had not been hidden in a boy. The boy had hidden the fox. And now everyone who wanted the beast would first have to solve the weapon. Chapter 10. The spear that swallowed ninjutsu. Jiraiya met Naruto on a rooftop, because that was where difficult boys tended to go when villages became too loud. It was just before dawn, the hour when Konoha looked most honest. Market stalls still shuttered. Chimneys only beginning to smoke. Patrol routes visible if you knew how to read regular absence as much as motion. The village had repaired itself well after the invasion, at least on the surfaces people liked to point at. Roof tiles replaced, scorch marks sanded away, collapsed stone rebuilt into something cleaner than before, which was its own kind of lie. Villages loved restoration because restoration implied the past had stayed where it happened. It never did. Naruto sat on the edge of the roofline with a box of matcha balanced beside him and his spear resting against the railing. His posture was what Jiraiya noticed first, not the weapon, not the blonde hair, not even the face, which carried enough traces of both parents to make nostalgia feel like a physical injury if a man was tired enough to allow it. No, the thing that hit Jiraiya first was the stillness, not the lazy stillness of a child half asleep. Not the tense stillness of someone waiting for trouble to announce itself. This was deeper and stranger than either. The stillness of a weapon on a stand. Maintained. Ready, not inert, merely between tasks. Jiraiya landed lightly on the roof tiles 3 steps behind him. Naruto didn't startle. Didn't turn, only said, "Your footsteps are louder than Kakashi's." Jiraiya stared for half a second, then barked a laugh before he could stop himself. "Well," he said, "good morning to you too." Naruto lifted one piece of matcha from the box, took a bite, and finally looked back over his shoulder. He had Minato's eyes when he did that, too direct, too clear, too unfair to old men who had failed their friends in enough important ways. But there was Kushina in the shape of the face too, and something else beneath both of them, harder to name and impossible to ignore. Something forged. something Konoha had grown around and mistaken for silence simply because it didn't perform itself in ordinary ways. Jiraiya, Naruto said, not pervy sage the way another life might have taught him, not one of the Sannin with ore attached, just a name, correct, unadorned. Jiraiya approached slowly and sat beside him on the roof edge without invitation, because at his age and with his history, he no longer believed politeness should outrank urgency in matters like this. "You know who I am?" Naruto nodded once. "Your scent is in the Hokage archives and the old barrier rooms." Jiraiya blinked. "That is a deeply unnerving answer." Naruto ate the rest of the machai. It's accurate. That, Jiraiya thought, was going to be the problem with the boy in one sentence. Not cruelty, not arrogance. Accuracy delivered without any instinctive cushioning. He looked out over the village instead of at Naruto directly. The repaired streets below them caught the first gray edge of dawn. Somewhere 2 vendors were arguing softly while setting up a stall. Somewhere else a patrol changed routes with the tidy competence of shinobi who believed their work remained invisible because civilians like to help them pretend. "I got your reports," Jiraiya said. Naruto's eyes stayed on the horizon. "The village sends reports to many people." "Not the ones I mean." "Then which ones?" Jiraiya glanced at the spear. "The ones about that." Naruto followed his gaze without moving his head much. For a moment neither of them spoke. The spear was unremarkable if you only measured materials. Wood, metal reinforcement, grip wraps replaced often enough to show use rather than decoration. It did not shine with famous craftsmanship. It did not hum with theatrical power. It looked like a practical weapon wielded by someone who saw no point in elaborate flourishes. That was the lie of it. Or rather, the incomplete truth. Jiraiya had already read enough to know the physical spear was not the whole thing. Maybe not even the important thing. It was a conduit, an external line mapped to an internal architecture Minato's notes had described only poorly because Minato had died too early to complete the vocabulary. "I'm going to ask direct questions," Jiraiya said. Naruto considered that, then nodded. "Good, you answer direct." "Yes." "Also good. First one, what do you call it?" Naruto's hand settled lightly against the shaft. No reverence in the gesture, only familiarity. "Magura." Jiraiya's eyes sharpened. Minato's notes had used no name. Kushina, in the last moments before death, had spoken only of forge logic and Uzumaki architecture. The seal specialists afterward had recorded structure but not language. No one in Konoha's files had written Magura. "Who told you that name?" Naruto shook his head. "No one. You just know it." "Yes," Jiraiya exhaled slowly. "That was very Uzumaki, unfortunately. Bloodlines, especially dying ones, stored memory in places civilized systems called superstition right until superstition started predicting things correctly." He looked sideways at Naruto. "Walk me through it." The boy didn't answer immediately. He reached for another piece of machai, ate half of it, and only then spoke in the calm tone most people reserved for weather patterns or maintenance instructions. "The Ninetales chakra isn't gone," he said. "It's compressed." Jiraiya stayed silent. Naruto continued. "It doesn't function like a reservoir. It functions like structural energy inside Magura's axis. The seal and my network turned the fox's output potential into load-bearing form instead of active leakage." That sentence would have sounded like nonsense from almost anyone else. From Naruto, it sounded like a measurement. Jiraiya rubbed one hand down his jaw. "Structural energy." "Yes." "Meaning?" Naruto's fingers tapped the spear shaft once, not for emphasis, but as though locating alignment between the spoken idea and the external tool. "It's stored force that only becomes usable through physical doctrine," he said. "No emotional release, no rage state access, no cloak." Jiraiya's mouth twisted. "That part we noticed." "The fox's chakra is still there, but it's trapped as architecture first, power second." Jiraiya let that settle. It matched the field reports. More than that, it explained why every hostile observer kept coming back with the same irritated confusion. They were looking for beast signature. They were looking for a host-beast relationship. Instead, they were encountering something more like a forged spine built out of compressed biju output and wrapped in a boy's nervous system. Problematic, interesting, dangerous in ways paperwork hated. Jiraiya leaned back on his hands and stared upward at the paling sky. Do you talk to it? No. Do you hear it? No. The fox, Naruto paused, then said, sometimes pressure, never conversation. Jiraiya's eyes lowered again. That answer mattered. Most Jinchuriki doctrine relied heavily on the relationship axis between host and beast. Hatred, bargaining, terror, cooperation, suppression, eventual partnership if stories liked you enough. That entire file system assumed two wills in one body. Naruto was describing something else entirely, not host and prisoner, not rider and beast, foundation and weapon. A bad chapter for anyone planning on standard extraction. Jiraiya smiled without warmth. That's going to ruin some people's day. Naruto finished the second machai. Probably. He said it with no satisfaction. That too mattered. Jiraiya had dealt with enough power-hungry idiots in his life to know that the worst ones always enjoyed imagining how upset others would become once the full shape of their strength was revealed. Naruto, by contrast, seemed to view other people's future inconvenience as incidental background noise to a structural fact. Again, not comforting, honest. He rose from the roof. Come on. Naruto looked up at him. Where? Training ground, I want to see it. Naruto stood without objection, lifted the spear and followed. No questions about why. No childish excitement about impressing a legendary Sannin. No defensive suspicion either. Jiraiya filed that too. Naruto treated most things the same way he treated battle. If a thing would happen, then it was more efficient to meet it cleanly than spend extra energy inventing emotional garnish. The boy was either going to be wonderful or catastrophic for every adult who ever tried to mentor him. Possibly both. Jiraiya chose an old training ground outside the main village perimeter. One seldom used now except by Jonin, who preferred privacy, and teachers who distrusted fresh walls enough not to break them. The clearing held stone markers, older tree lines, and enough scarred earth to show that generations of Konoha shinobi had come here specifically to turn theory into bruises. The morning had grown brighter by the time they arrived. Birdsong filled the higher branches. Wind moved through the leaves in layered shifts. The world felt calm enough that what followed would look from a distance like ordinary instruction. Jiraiya preferred that. He set down 2 travel packs and pulled from one a scroll case heavy enough that Naruto's eyes tracked it with slightly more attention than he had given the sunrise. Before we begin, Jiraiya said, I'm going to state the obvious. A lot of people out there, he jerked his chin vaguely at the rest of the world, are going to make mistakes because they think they understand Jinchuriki. I'd rather not be one of them. Naruto shifted the spear into a low-ready position. All right, Jiraiya grinned. You make getting to the point feel rude. It isn't. See, that, Jiraiya shook his head. That is the exact thing. He unsealed the scroll onto the grass. Inside lay stacked tags, pre-prepared elemental seals, reinforced target posts, and several chakrasensory markers Toad sages used when they wanted measurements instead of stories. Naruto looked over the equipment once and immediately understood the shape of the exercise. You're testing absorption. Among other things. Naruto nodded. Good. Start with your baseline. No ninjutsu, no stored charge, just strike. 3 reinforced posts had already been set in a triangular arrangement at the far edge of the ground. Better material than academy stock. Denser core. Metal-ribbed interior. Jiraiya had clearly come expecting damage and planned accordingly. Naruto walked to the nearest post, settled his stance, and thrust once. The post shuddered, not dramatically, not split in half. But the impact line sank deeper than wood and muscle alone should have allowed, and the force transfer through Naruto's frame looked unnervingly efficient, as though there were no slack in any part of the body from foot to wrist. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Yes, he thought. There it is. Not the power itself. The alignment. Again, he said. Naruto struck 10 more times, no flourish. No variation for the sake of variation. The exact same line, corrected minutely each repetition until the 11th strike landed marginally cleaner than the first because that was how Naruto worked. Improvement as private argument, not public display. Jiraiya walked a slow circle around him while the boy drilled. The power wasn't only in the spear arm. It ran through the whole structure. Hips, spine, shoulder, wrist. Every movement coordinated around a hidden internal axis more rigid and more responsive than ordinary anatomy should have permitted. Kushina had been right. Minato, too. The fox had not simply been sealed, it had been converted into scaffolding. "All right," Jiraiya said. "Stop." Naruto lowered the spear. Jiraiya activated the first set of tags with one-handed seals. Wind chakra gathered along paper lines and burst outward in a slicing arc aimed directly at Naruto's center mass. The boy didn't dodge. He met it with the spear head. The contact made a hard, singing crack through the morning air. The wind blades did not vanish. They split around the shaft and tore across Naruto's sleeves and shoulders, but Jiraiya's sensory markers flared in exactly the way he had hoped and half feared they would. Some fraction of the force, no more than a sliver but a real sliver, did not continue outward, it vanished inward. Naruto's grip tightened once. Jiraiya saw the reaction. There. Yes, how much, Naruto considered for only a second. Minimal. The tag formula is weak and the attack line is broad. Jiraiya barked a laugh. Good answer. He activated 2 fire tags next. Flames roared low and fast across the ground, the heat wash enough to force birds from the nearby trees. Naruto stepped in, angled the spear head into the leading line of the jutsu, and again the same thing happened. Not nullification. Not invulnerability. The fire still wrapped, still scorched the outer layers of cloth, still demanded physical endurance from the body holding the contact line, but some of it fed the axis. Jiraiya could see it in the markers now, and more importantly, in Naruto's posture after the fact. The boy did not merely survive the strike, he emerged denser, not metaphorically, structurally. The next time he drove the spear into the post, the metal-ribbed core inside it groaned. Jiraiya stared. "All right," he said softly, "that's worse than I thought." Naruto pulled the spear free. "Worse! For people who plan badly, absolutely." That earned the smallest tilt of the head. Jiraiya crouched by the scroll and drew out a thicker packet of tags. "Now we stop pretending." The next hour became experiment. Jiraiya cycled through elements and pressure types, while Naruto answered the way he always did. Not in abstractions, not with mystical language, but with increasingly ruthless specificity. Wind release fed Megura only on contact lines narrow enough to preserve coherence. Broad dispersal patterns bled too much force into the environment to be stored efficiently. Fire release was better. Kinetic heat-bound chakra, especially when concentrated, traveled along the spearhead and shaft with useful density so long as Naruto's stance prevented full-body destabilization. Earth release was inconsistent. Static resistance offered less to draw than moving impact, but shaped eruptions and rising force lines could be partially swallowed where the weapon met them cleanly. Lightning was dangerous. The first time Jiraiya drove a focused lightning pulse down a prepared seal and Naruto caught it on the spear head, the entire clearing flashed white-blue. The weapon held. Megura drew some portion of the charge. The rest screamed up Naruto's arms hard enough to seize every muscle from fingers to jaw. He hit one knee. Jiraiya was beside him instantly. "You still alive?" "Yes." "Useful alive." Naruto tested one hand. The fingers responded with ugly stiffness. "Conditionally." Jiraiya snorted despite the concern. "That's your answer for everything, isn't it?" Naruto stood again under his own power. Jiraiya watched closely. No beast chakra flare, no feral surge, no emotional spill. Just a boy whose internal architecture had tried to eat lightning and discovered the price of greed. Useful data. Expensive data. The best kind if no one died obtaining it. "Lightning only on partial contact from now on," Naruto said. Jiraiya blinked. "You are not the one giving safety rules here." Naruto looked at the smoking spear tip. "That is the safety rule," Jiraiya sighed. I hate how correct you keep being. By midday, the clearing looked mildly cursed, burn marks in spirals, shattered posts, one crater from a misjudged Earthline test, shredded grass where wind strikes had gone wide. Naruto's sleeves were gone from one elbow down. His palms had been rewrapped twice. Jiraiya's notes now covered 4 dense pages, and somewhere within all that, the real shape of Megura had become visible enough to speak cleanly. They sat in the shade at last, with the spear laid across Naruto's knees, and a fresh box of matcha between them, because Jiraiya had enough field sense to understand that if he wanted the boy functioning through afternoon conversation, sugar was not indulgence. It was logistics. Jiraiya took a rice cracker from his own travel pouch, decided it was inferior by comparison, and stole one matcha without asking. Naruto watched the theft happen and did not comment. That means I'm family now, Jiraiya declared around the bite. Naruto looked at him flatly. No. Jiraiya laughed until his shoulders shook. Then he got serious. Tell me the rule in one sentence. Naruto didn't need to think long. Opponents who attack through direct chakra force contact increase my offensive ceiling until Megura's storage cap is reached. Jiraiya closed his eyes briefly. That was the sentence, clean enough to terrify an intelligence division. Again, he said. Slower, Naruto obliged. Megura absorbs kinetic chakra on contact, not all of it, not passively at range, it has to be structurally fed. He touched the spear shaft lightly with 2 fingers. The more ninjutsu or chakra-enhanced force I block through the correct line, the more output my next physical strike carries. Jiraiya took another note. There's a cap. Yes. Where? Naruto answered the same way he might have told someone how much water a barrel held. Current estimate is the equivalent of 2 fully formed tailed beast bombs. Jiraiya nearly choked on matcha. He swallowed wrong, coughed, glared at the boy, and finally rasped. That is not a number children should say before lunch. It's the useful number. Jiraiya wiped at one eye and laughed again, but the sound carried strain now. 2 fully formed tailed beast bombs, not because Naruto could casually launch them. That wasn't the point. The cap mattered precisely because it prevented that kind of narrative collapse. Megura did not make him infinite. It made him terrible within rules, a finite storage architecture. A terrifying one, yes, but one still governed by threshold and load. That meant strategy remained relevant, good, barely good enough. What happens if you cross it? Jiraiya asked. Naruto's gaze dropped to the spear. Unknown past the margins, he said. Before the full cap, the body begins degrading, grip failure, nerve burn, structural instability through the shoulders and spine. Past that, he shrugged once, slight but genuine. I haven't reached it. Jiraiya stared. This boy, he thought, had looked at a ceiling measured in the equivalent yield of Biju-class destruction and categorized it not as myth, not as forbidden wonder, but as a load limit to be tested responsibly later if circumstances required. Again, wonderful or catastrophic, possibly both. He took a slower breath. So your real doctrine isn't ninjutsu at all? No, not tailed beast release. No, not even spear combat in the ordinary sense. Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya leaned forward. Then say it exactly. Naruto did. I'm a closed-loop system, he said. Opponents fuel me. Silence filled the shade after that. The leaves overhead moved softly. Somewhere at the far end of the ruined clearing, a half-burned target post finally gave up and tipped over into the dirt. Jiraiya looked at the boy beside him and felt that old spymaster instinct clicking into place. The moment where scattered facts stopped being separate and became a strategic sentence. There it was. No emotional manipulation vector, no elemental exploit vector, no standard extraction certainty. And if enemies engaged him on the wrong terms, they did not merely fail to weaken him. They accelerated him toward whatever he had decided the finishing line should be. Jiraiya muttered almost to himself, "That's obscene." Naruto took another piece of matcha. "Yes, you agree. It causes problems." Jiraiya laughed tiredly. "Kid, it causes international ones." Naruto didn't reply. He didn't need to. The answer was already sitting between them in notes, scorched ground, and the remains of every test Jiraiya had thrown at him that morning. After a while, Jiraiya asked the question that mattered most practically. Then why train anything except the first strike? Naruto looked at him, and for the first time that day there was the faintest trace of something like approval in the eyes, because that was the right question. The cap is finite, Naruto said, and storage doesn't matter if the body is already broken before the release. The first strike is cleaner. Jiraiya nodded slowly. There it was again, cold, exact, almost elegant in its refusal to romanticize power. Naruto did not worship accumulation for its own sake. He did not believe in prolonging battle just because his system improved under contact. Megura made escalation possible. It did not make it preferable. If you could end the exchange before the enemy ever fed you, that remained superior. That principle, Jiraiya realized, might be the only reason the boy had not already become unbearable to reality. The first strike doctrine, Jiraiya said. Naruto gave a small nod. Then the storage function is fallback. No, it's leverage. Jiraiya smiled despite himself. You really don't waste words. No, still not family. No, that got another laugh. Then Jiraiya leaned back on one elbow, stared out across the ruined clearing, and asked the question he had been avoiding since dawn. Do you understand what this looks like to enemies? Naruto's answer came without ego. They'll try ninjutsu first because distance feels safer. And then, they'll make me worse. Jiraiya let out a slow breath through his nose. Yes, exactly, and that was the heart of the problem now. The world contained many dangerous people. But the world also contained many proud people, many doctrinal people, many clever people who had lived so long inside the logic of chakra systems that they would walk into Naruto's closed loop, believing their range and elemental superiority made them intelligent. Those people were going to die badly, not all at once, not theatrically, but reliably enough that sooner or later the reputation would harden. Jiraiya had spent his life studying war, writing, failing, grieving, gathering secrets, turning ugly truths into less ugly words when he could and living with the ones that wouldn't bend when he couldn't. He knew what a sentence like that became in a dossier. He also knew what kind of men heard such sentences and still attacked anyway. He looked down at the notes spread beside him, then at Naruto, then at the spear. The boy was watching the field in passive read, not because danger was present, but because passive read had become his default way of existing in open space. Even here, even now, even with Jiraiya sitting beside him, half sunlit and smelling of travel, ink, and badly justified vice. A child should not have looked this ordinary while being this strategically absurd. That thought hurt more than Jiraiya wanted it to. They stayed in the clearing until late afternoon, not because Jiraiya lacked the information. He had enough by noon to frighten a council room and rewrite a spy brief. They stayed because Jiraiya wanted to see fatigue. Wanted to know what Naruto looked like once the system was pressed beyond comfort but not into damage severe enough to matter. Power always lied most charmingly before exhaustion. Exhaustion told the truth, so he made Naruto drill after contact absorption, wind-fed thrusts, fire-fed thrusts, neutral baseline after partial storage, grip stability under repeated release, recovery intervals with and without sugar input, speed differences between stored and unstored body states, whether the extra density changed sweet sight timing or merely the force of follow-up strikes. The answers came as data. Stored charge made his next impact terrifying. It also made the body more expensive to maintain. Without sugar input and controlled breathing, performance decayed sharply after repeated high-density releases. With sugar and rest windows, the degradation could be pushed back, but not erased again, finite. Again, a weapon system with a cost curve. Jiraiya loved that almost as much as he hated what it meant, because limitless power destroyed stories and strategy alike. Finite, monstrous power. That remained usable, predictable enough to plan around, dangerous enough to command respect, At the end of the final drill, Naruto drove one absorbed, fire-fed thrust through the last remaining reinforced post and out the back. The wood split in a vertical scream and toppled in two clean halves. Then Naruto stood very still. Jiraiya saw the signs now, the slight tremor beginning in the forearm, the way the breath slowed too deliberately. The extra half-second before the boy loosened his grip because the fingers no longer wanted to obey cleanly. There. Human cost. Jiraiya stepped in, took the spear before Naruto could bother objecting, and laid it on the grass. Enough. Naruto looked at him, then at the weapon, then sat without argument, not obedience, shared measurement. Jiraiya handed him the rest of the machai. Naruto ate the first piece faster than usual. Good. Honest. After the third piece, the tremor lessened. After the fifth, color returned properly beneath the sweat and dust. Jiraiya watched it all and made another note. Fuel requirement post-output. Immediate sugar most efficient. Delay increases instability. He stopped writing there. The page already held too much truth. Some truths, once arranged in ink, stopped being observations and started feeling like confessions on behalf of the adults who had allowed a child to become this functionally specialized. Jiraiya closed the notebook for a moment and looked toward the village. Konoha sat beyond the trees, warm in late sunlight, pretending peace with that enormous institutional confidence villages wore until they needed children to pay for it again. He thought of Minato, of Kushina, of promises no one had made cleanly enough because the future had arrived too fast for everyone involved. Then he looked back at Naruto. The boy had finished the sixth piece of machai and was now sitting in silence with hands resting lightly on his knees, eyes half closed, body cooling from the inside down like a forge finally allowed to stop taking iron. Jiraiya asked one final question. What happens if someone refuses to attack you the wrong way? Naruto opened his eyes. The answer came immediately. Then I kill them with the first strike. Jiraiya let out a breath that might have been laughter if the world were kinder. That is also a bad sentence. It's accurate. Yes, Jiraiya said softly. That's what worries me. Naruto didn't respond. He rarely wasted effort pushing against worries he couldn't structurally solve. Jiraiya could respect that. He could also hate it a little, because it left the adults in the room responsible for having the feelings the boy had learned to work around. The sun dipped lower. At last, Jiraiya rose and reopened the notebook. He turned past the measurement pages, past the tag results, past the storage estimates and cap projections, until he found a blank sheet near the back. Then he wrote 4 words, "Do not make enemies." He stared at the sentence for a long moment after the ink dried. It looked absurdly small on the page, like most warnings that mattered. Naruto glanced at the notebook once. That's obvious. Jiraiya smiled without humor. To you, maybe. He closed the book and tucked it away. But I've met most of the people running this world, kid. He lifted the spear and handed it back. Obvious has never stopped them. Naruto took the weapon, rose, and looked toward Konoha's distant walls. Jiraiya followed his gaze. Somewhere out there, Akatsuki was already adjusting around incomplete information. Somewhere else, Orochimaru was probably smiling over stolen possibilities. Villages would keep filing reports. Enemies would keep making first contact mistakes. The world would continue, as it always had, to throw arrogant men at problems they misunderstood, until enough of them died to improve the quality of the next approach. And at the center of that future now stood this boy with a spear, a seal weapon in place of a standard beast reservoir, a metabolism that demanded machai like battlefield medicine, and a doctrine so mercilessly rational it almost felt gentler than the world that had made it necessary. Jiraiya started walking back toward the village. Naruto fell into step beside him. No grand declaration passed between them. No promise of mentorship spelled out in sentimental terms. There was only shared direction. That was enough for now. Because the next chapters of the world had already begun arranging themselves. And anyone who chose to attack Naruto Uzumaki with the wrong kind of confidence was about to teach the world something it would not enjoy learning. Chapter 11. Pain's 6 paths vs 1 trident single opponents were easy to mythologize. You could give them titles. Call them monsters, prodigies, traitors, heroes. You could say things like he was too fast, or she was blessed, or they should never have been born in our era, and feel, in saying those things, that the world had remained basically understandable even while it bled. Systems were harder. A system wearing 6 bodies and 1 will was not easy to mythologize because myth preferred singularity. Faces. Names. 1 shadow cast by 1 figure. Pain was not singular. That was why Jiraiya's final message mattered. It did not arrive as a letter. It arrived as blood code, and the kind of unfinished field note only veteran spies left behind when they understood they were no longer writing for publication. 6 bodies. Shared vision. Black receivers. 1 controller elsewhere. Do not read them as men. Read them as a mechanism. Naruto read the message on the Hokage's desk, in silence, while Hiruzen sat opposite him with both hands folded over the paper, and all the age in the village visible for 1 unguarded second on his face. The old man had survived Orochimaru. That survival had not restored him. It had only made the cost of continued office more apparent. Jiraiya had gone into rain because the pattern had become too dangerous to leave theoretical. Because Akatsuki had stopped being rumor and become schedule. Because the reports from the underworld had begun circling the same red cloud shapes too often and too accurately for comfort. He had gone smiling in that infuriating way men sometimes smiled when they had already accepted risk and no longer wanted the people left behind to talk them out of it. He had not come back, only the message had. Sakura stood at Naruto's left when he finished reading. Kakashi stood near the wall, visible eye downcast not from weakness, but from the brutal economy of a man choosing where to spend grief. No one in the room offered speeches. Team 7 had moved beyond the age where speeches did useful work on days like this. Hiruzen finally said, "If they come here, it will be for you." Naruto folded the page once and set it down. "Yes." The old man watched him carefully, not because he expected fear. Because he was measuring something more painful than fear. Whether Naruto's answer carried any trace of surprise at still being treated as an objective rather than a child, it did not. Sakura looked at the ink-slashed note again. 6 bodies, shared vision, 1 controller. Her voice remained level, but the tension in it was clean and dangerous. "That isn't a fighter, that's a battlefield doctrine." Kakashi's eye lifted. "Exactly." Naruto looked back at the coded diagrams Jiraiya had attached beneath the final message: body types, partial path abilities, asymmetries, rhythms. What little could be reconstructed from a fight too short and too ugly to produce satisfying textbooks. He did not think first about revenge, he thought about structure. If the 6 bodies shared vision, they functioned as 1 sensory mesh. If they functioned as 1 sensory mesh, then their bind states would be layered. If their bind states were layered, then defeating them as separate fighters would be less useful than reading the handoff logic between them. He said none of that aloud yet. He only asked the question that mattered most. "What range?" Kakashi answered. "We don't know exactly. Jiraiya's note suggests the paths coordinate cleanly at all visible battlefield distances, but the actual control lag seems negligible. Treat them as immediate." Naruto nodded once. Sakura saw the slight tightening in his shoulders that meant calculation had begun in earnest. She recognized it because she had spent years watching him transform fear-worthy things into measurable problems without bothering to tell the room he was doing it. 12 meters, she said quietly. Naruto glanced at her. She continued, "Your current sweet sight range under live combat density. 12 meters. Predictive window is averaging around 0.8 seconds against Jonin-level commitment patterns." Kakashi's eyes shifted between them. Hiruzen listened without pretending not to. Sakura folded her arms. "If the 6 bodies fight like a linked organism, then once any 2 or 3 of them enter that zone, he won't be reading individual attacks anymore. He'll be reading relay." Naruto gave the smallest nod. "Yes." Hiruzen closed his eyes briefly. There it was again. That thing which had become more frequent in rooms involving Naruto. The way ordinary people tried to discuss him through fear or reverence, while the people closest to him, the people who had survived alongside him often enough, spoke instead about ranges, load, angles, and cost curves. Less comforting, much more useful. The old Hokage opened his eyes again. "Then we prepare the village," he said. No one in the room said for war. It would have wasted time. Pain arrived to Konoha under a sky so clear it felt insulting. The morning markets had opened. Children crossed side streets carrying bundles they considered heavy, and their parents considered character building. Patrol routes had changed at dawn the way they always did. The village had settled into one of those ordinary days that people later called ordinary only because they did not yet know what category would replace it by evening. Naruto felt the first wrongness from a rooftop on the east side. Not chakra, not exactly, intent density. 6 separate bodies crossing the village perimeter should have produced 6 distinct mechanical signatures. 6 rhythms. 6 patterns of decision. 6 clusters of muscular preparation drifting through different streets as infiltration or assault developed. This was not that. The moment the paths crossed his passive read, the world inside 12 meters of any one of them behaved like a larger body divided into remote limbs. Even before he saw them, he felt the handoff logic. A shoulder committing in one street, as if informed by eyes around a corner it had never turned. A foot choosing weight distribution in anticipation of an attack line perceived by another body entirely. No hesitation lag. No confusion. One organism with 6 locations. Jiraiya's note had been accurate, not men, a mechanism. Naruto rose from the rooftop edge and took the spear from where it leaned against the railing. Below him, Konoha continued moving for another 6, maybe 7 seconds before wider perception caught up. That was how invasions always worked. The body understood first, then sound, then panic. The first explosion hit the northwest district, not large enough to level a block. Exactly large enough to pull attention, split shinobi response routes, and begin civilian misalignment. Simultaneously, 3 summons tore through streets farther south, great animal masses of teeth and claw and impossible scale. A centipede broke a wall. A bird rose above the rooftops trailing dust. Somewhere nearer the administrative tower, metal screamed and then went silent in a way that told Naruto a street had ceased to function as a street. A bell began ringing. Then another. Then the village remembered itself and became war. Naruto did not run toward the first sound. He ran toward the center, because if Jiraiya had been right, and he had, then Pain's doctrine would not aim at destruction alone. It would aim at layered bind states, split attention, relay pressure. Openings created not by one overwhelming strike, but by multiple bodies forcing impossible responses until the final line emerged clean. That kind of mechanism wanted the village to spread itself wrong. So Naruto ran for the geometry before the geometry was lost. Kakashi intercepted him on the roofline above the central avenue, one eye closed under the forehead protector. One visible eye already stripped of laziness. Below them, Anbu launched toward separate crisis points, and Chunin were pulling civilians into covered corridors with the harsh, efficient voices of people who did not yet know how bad the day intended to become. "North Path is mechanized," Kakashi said without preamble. "Summoner in the West District. One body hit the archives and asked for you directly." Naruto adjusted the spear in his hands. "Hokage!" Command bunker under the tower, still directing. "Good!" Kakashi looked at him for a beat longer. "Jiraiya's message still stands, don't read them as bodies." Naruto nodded. "I know." Then he was gone. Kakashi watched him move across the roofs with that same old veteran's dread he had felt since the bell test, only sharper now because the scale had widened. Naruto did not run like someone rushing into chaos. He ran like someone narrowing it. That was the only reason Kakashi didn't call him back. The only reason. The first path Naruto met in close range was not diva. It was human. The path moved through a half-collapsed street lined with broken merchant stalls and 3 dead Chunin already cooling at the edges of the dust. It saw him the instant he landed, because of course it did. Somewhere else, another pair of Rinnegan eyes had fed the information in before the turn was complete. Human path shifted weight, Diva path, 6 rooftops away, shifted too. Animal path's summon call began in another district, 3 decisions. 1 organism, sweet sight opened at 12 meters and 0. 8 seconds. Not enough to predict everything, enough to read relay. Human path's shoulder loaded not for its own opening strike, but to herd. A grab line, not to kill outright, but to force Naruto left because Diva's vector was already preparing down the avenue. Animal's summon pulse would arrive from the blind side once the displacement finished. The bind state had been built before contact. Naruto stepped forward instead of left. Human path's hand closed on air. The spear shaft cracked across its elbow line, not hard enough to shatter bone, hard enough to ruin the next angle. Naruto's first thrust went for the throat. A gravity pull hit from the avenue, Bansho Tenin. Diva had timed it beautifully. The pull should have taken Naruto's altered forward line and converted it into a fatal entry into human path's waiting hands. It failed because Naruto had read the pull in Diva's shoulder 0.8 seconds earlier. He grounded the spear butt into the stone. Let the gravitational drag bend his body instead of uprooting it, and used the compromised forward vector to accelerate the thrust rather than lose it. The spear entered human path through the upper chest and came out the back in a spray of broken dust and cloth. Animal's summon hit the empty space where Naruto should have been 1 heartbeat later. A giant crustacean crashed through a noodle shop and tore the building apart. Naruto had already withdrawn the spear and moved. The first path fell, no speech, no confirmation. Only one of the 6 bodies collapsing while the other 5 learned what his first strike looked like on contact. From 3 rooftops away, Diva Path watched with the same dead calm it watched everything. Asura's compartments opened further down the street. Animal retracted the summon and moved to new line. Naraka shifted behind cover, already adjusting to recovery doctrine. The mechanism updated. Good, Naruto thought. So will I. The village fight splintered into ugly segments after that. Pain did not concentrate all 6 bodies on Naruto immediately because Pain was not foolish enough to let obsession simplify a battlefield still full of valuable collateral. 2 paths remained on search and disruption lines. 1 drew out Anbu. 1 punished the tower perimeter. 1 kept asking civilians where the Ninetales host was as if language itself might save steps. The village answered in blood and confusion and stubborn, expensive resistance. Naruto moved through the center of that storm, reading the 6-body organism through broken ranges. An Anbu captain died because Preta Path neutralized a desperate lightning line, and Asura followed with missiles before the body hit the ground. Naruto arrived 3 seconds later. Too late to save the captain, exactly on time to punish the sequence. Asura's next shoulder released telegraphed missile spread. Preta advanced behind it, already prepared to absorb any elemental counter from the target zone. Diva, farther back, had shifted feet for another push line to ruin evasion if Naruto moved on ordinary shinobi logic. He didn't. He drove straight through the first 2 missiles. 1 exploded against the spear head. Megura drank some of the kinetic chakra and let the rest sheer bark from the nearby walls. Naruto's sleeves burned open at the forearms. He kept moving. The second missile he turned aside with a half-rotation of the shaft. Asura Path raised an arm blade. Preta Path entered the lane to catch a jutsu that never came. Naruto's spear but crushed Preta's knee sideways. The body collapsed into its own next step. At that range, absorption was useless. There was no chakra wave to feed on, only physical collapse and the weapon line already following it. Buzzcut Machai opened in tight, brutal sequence, shoulder gate, spine node, elbow line, neck base. Preta's arms lost coherence. The spear point entered under the jaw and ended the body before absorption doctrine had time to feel insult. Asura's arm blade came down for the back of Naruto's skull. Sweet Sight had read the relay from 3 bodies away before the arm fully extended. Naruto turned inside it and released all the stored force from the earlier missile contact through one short thrust to Asura's torso. The path came apart in a blast of shattered plating, torn flesh, and spinning mechanical debris. 2 more down, 4 remained. Above the district, the summoned bird screamed. Below it, Konoha burned in narrow lines and wide patches. Sakura's voice cut through one street directing medics. Hiruzen's command signals still moved from the tower district, which meant the old man had refused evacuation again. None of that altered the central arithmetic. The 6-body mechanism had just lost 2 limbs. It adapted instantly. Naraka moved closer. That told Naruto everything. Revival path. Priority shift. The first time Naraka brought a path back, Pain nearly won the whole battle. It happened in the ruined market quarter where 3 streets converged around a fountain, now broken into a crater of dust and tile. Naruto had just driven Animal Path through the chest after reading the summoning relay through its own creatures. A dog and bird coordinated on blind angles, both depending on the assumption that he would prioritize the visible mass instead of the body calling them. He had killed the caller. The summons dispersed. Then Naraka Path opened the King of Hell behind a collapsed wall, drew Human's ruined body into the grotesque mouth, and restored it in seconds. Naruto saw the corpse stand again, saw the mechanism heal its missing limb. For the first time that day, he changed not his angle but his entire battle order. Naraka first. Everything else second. Pain understood that he understood and committed all 5 active bodies to protecting the revival line. That was when the true 6 paths doctrine unfolded. Not simple overwhelm. Not one giant attack. Layered non-simultaneous bind states designed to consume a singular opponent's location until no answer remained. Diva forced displacement with gravity pulses too small to count as finishing blows, but large enough to ruin stable footing. Human and animal alternated attack rights so that every evasion entered another line already half-formed. Preta, newly revived, advanced as denial, not offense, taking space, making direct chakra discharge unattractive. Naraka remained behind the organism's moving shield. Every time Naruto solved one angle, another was arriving 0.8 seconds ahead inside the 12-meter mesh. It should have been enough. Against almost anyone else, it would have been. But Sweet Sight had matured beyond single-opponent prediction years ago, at 12 meters and 0. 8 seconds, it no longer read fists and blades separately in clustered combat. It read the interval between decisions. It saw the signal handoff from Diva's shoulder to Human's step, from Animal's summon pulse to Naraka's positioning, from Preta's denial line to Diva's cooldown adjustment. The 6 bodies stopped feeling like 6 men. They became one large organism whose tendons happened to cross streets. Naruto moved through them that way, not reacting to attacks, interrupting relay. He let Diva's smaller pull take him exactly 1 meter because the real danger was Human's hand on the exit line. Then he cut under it, used the forced displacement to close on Naraka, and drove the spear toward the throat. Animal's summon ram hit from the left. Naruto had read the call 0. 8 seconds earlier. He dropped under the beast's chest and let it plow through Naraka's guard line instead, buying only a fraction, but a fraction was enough. The spear point pierced Naraka's sternum, withdrew, and entered again through the mouth before the King of Hell could open fully. The revival path fell. No more returns. Pain's organism lost self-repair, and for the first time the 6-body doctrine became attrition rather than certainty. What followed was the ugliest section of the fight, not because Naruto lost control, because Pain did, not emotionally. Pain was too severe a machine for outward panic, but his doctrine had lost a function, and systems without repair become harsher under pressure. Diva ceased conserving force and began using larger pulses. Animal flooded the field with heavier summons meant to compress available space until even Sweet Sight would be reading too many moving masses to remain clean. Human hunted finishing lines like a scalpel. Preta advanced relentlessly, no longer as denial but as sacrificial grip if necessary. The village around them paid. A giant rhino crushed through 2 alleys. A gravity wave tore a section of outer wall down. 3 Jonin died in the distance trying to intercept the bird summon before it reached the civilian route. Naruto hated none of it in the moral, shouted way spectators liked. He hated it structurally. Every extra death widened the battle's noise, so he ended parts of it. The rhino took 1 stored charge thrust through the skull and collapsed hard enough to shake dust from the temple roofs. Human Path lost its left arm at the shoulder when it tried to enter on a soul rip line during Diva's push cooldown. Animal Path died finally in a blur of shaft work and 1 precise spear line through the neck because Naruto stopped chasing the summons and simply killed the hand that cast them. 3 paths remained: human, Preta, Diva. The organism changed again, cleaner now. Leaner, more directly murderous. And Diva Path finally stopped pretending Naruto was merely the field's central obstacle. All of Pain's will focused into that body, into the one carrying gravity as a weapon instead of a support function. Naruto felt it before the street knew its name, every remaining path aligned. Every decision in the mesh handed control to Diva, the shoulder loaded, the fingers spread. The world inhaled, Shinra Tensei, the repulsion hit like a god deciding distance should become law. Stone erupted outward. Rooflines folded. Bodies, debris, weapon fragments, whole chunks of storefront and wall were hurled away from the avenue center in a violent expanding radius. The street beneath Naruto cracked down to the foundation. He drove the spear butt into the ground. Megura opened inward. All the stolen force from the morning, the missile blasts, the wind lines, the summon impacts, the partial gravity pulls Pain had already spent, the residue of every contact Naruto had chosen not to waste, compressed along the axis inside him at once. He did not negate Shinra Tensei. No one could have called that honesty. He survived it by answering with a counter-surge, not outward in a wave, inward and through structure. For 1 impossible heartbeat, Naruto became the fixed point instead of the thrown object. The repulsion peeled skin from the knuckles beneath the wraps. Blood burst from 1 nostril. The muscles down his back screamed like cable under overstrain. Then the wave passed over him instead of taking him with it. When the dust lifted, most of the avenue was gone. Naruto was still standing. Across the cratered ruin, Diva Path's cooldown began. Naruto moved. Human Path entered to buy the interval. The spear took it through the eye and never slowed. Preta tried to catch the next line, hands opening to absorb a chakra flow that did not exist outside the weapon. Naruto's left hand slid forward. Buzzcut Machai shattered the Path's shoulder continuity. The spear butt broke the spine line. The body dropped, then there was only Diva, and 12 meters suddenly felt very small. Diva's eyes remained empty of expression, but its stance had altered. Not fear. Not human enough for that to matter. A refined caution, perhaps. The final body of an external doctrine forced into direct duel after all its bind states had been solved or killed. "Your pain," Diva said in Nagato's voice, "has not yet taught you anything." Naruto kept walking, the spear point leveled. He did not answer. Diva raised a hand for another pull. Sweet Sight had read the shoulder 0.8 seconds earlier. Naruto was already to the side when the force line fired. The pull caught only cloth and dust. He stepped inside the recovery arc and struck. Diva blocked with a black receiver rod. The contact sent a shock up both frames. Interesting. The rod conducted like chakra metal. Megura drew from it too. Diva tried a point-blank repulsion burst. Naruto met it with a short thrust that carried the remainder of his stored charge from Shinra Tensei's counter-surge. Spear and gravity collided. The receiver rods around Diva's wrists cracked first. Then the body went backward through the remains of a wall hard enough to disappear into the rubble with a sound like wet stone. Silence followed. No sixth relay, no re-entry, no revived line. The 6 paths had ended. Not because pain had been persuaded, because the organism no longer had limbs. Finding Nagato was not difficult after that. Jiraiya had already solved the first half of the problem in death. The black receivers mattered. Signal direction mattered. Range did not appear infinite in a mystical sense. It moved through prepared structure, line of sight, positioned concealment, and the practical physics of a crippled genius who had built war out of distance because his own body could no longer survive proximity. Naruto broke one receiver rod off Diva's ruined wrist, held it against the spear shaft, and let Megura feel the residual signal. There, faint, east, beyond the broken village, through the tree line, toward the old paper grove where abandoned shrines had once stood before weather and neglect made them look like permanent ruins. Naruto moved without waiting for a squad. There was no reason to bring more bodies into the final line. Behind him, Konoha would stabilize. Kakashi and Anbu would secure the paths. Hiruzen would continue refusing to die until the medics won by force. Sakura would already be moving wounded civilians and shinobi with that furious competence she wore like armor when the world stopped deserving gentleness. All necessary. None of it altered the remaining problem. The controller still lived, so Naruto went. The paper grove smelled of wet bark and old ink. Conan met him before he reached the central shrine. Sheets of paper rose from the trees like startled birds and then sharpened in flight, every fold becoming blade, spear, or cloud of slicing lines. She moved with cold precision, not because she believed she could kill him easily, but because protecting Nagato required immediate force, and no one in Akatsuki had survived long by mistaking grief for hesitation. Naruto cut through the first storm with the spear shaft held close and vertical, paper edges shredding cloth and skin, but losing structure each time the weapon lines stole their chakra cohesion at contact. Conan widened the spread, filling the path from knee-height to canopy with overlapping kill sheets. He did not force through the center. He read her. Even paper techniques required a body to decide first. Shoulder, elbow, fingertip extension before the swarm fully obeyed. He moved on the body, not the paper. Conan saw the shift too late. Naruto entered inside her ideal release distance. Buzzcut Machai struck twice, shoulder gate, rib line, not enough to kill, enough to collapse the next hand sign. The spear shaft pinned her against the shrine wall by the throat without puncturing. She looked at him over the wood with eyes that held anger, yes, and grief sharpened into ideology, but also a sudden precise understanding. He was not here to hear them. He was here to remove options. Naruto let her drop only once she stopped trying to cast. Then he stepped past her into the shrine interior. Nagato waited in a chair of metal and frame braces, the body beneath him little more than will threaded through starvation. The Rinnegan eyes seemed larger in that face than they had in any path, not because they were physically different, but because the rest of him had already been consumed by the project they served. For a moment, no one spoke. The room held paper dust, blood scent, and the strange quiet that came only after a great mechanism had failed in all its outer functions and been reduced back to a human being attached to a chair. Nagato's hands were already moving, not toward attack, toward a seal, Rin rebirth. Naruto recognized nothing of its inner beauty or tragedy. He saw only structure. A final technique intended to rewrite the battlefield after defeat, maybe to restore leverage, maybe to buy moral terrain through sacrifice, maybe even to return the dead as statement and make the controller the author of mercy after being the author of devastation. None of those reasons mattered. Nagato's shoulders declared the hand seal one fraction before completion. Naruto crossed the room in a single line. The spear point settled at Nagato's throat, 1 inch. The seals stopped half-formed. Conan was on one knee behind him, paper rising again despite the pain, and then not rising because she understood what that inch meant in this room. Nagato looked up at Naruto. No path-body between them now. No relay, no city, no doctrine made of distance, only one ruined man and one boy with a spear. "You won't even hear." "No," Naruto said. It was the first word he had given him. Nagato's hands went still. That stillness lasted. For several breaths, all the room held was impossibility. This, more than death, broke him, because Nagato had built his peace around control over sequence. Pain, destruction, demonstration, inevitability, response. If people could be forced through enough suffering, they could be disciplined into understanding. If nations could be made to fear the same weapon, they could be arranged. If he held the power to destroy and restore, he remained the author of consequences. Naruto's spear at his throat denied authorship, not by moral argument, by impossibility. "You do not decide the ending," the inch said. "You do not get to ruin and then redeem in the same motion. You do not own the right to reframe what you have done just because you still possess one final technique, peace through impossibility." Conan's voice came raw behind them. Nagato. He did not move. Naruto did not press the spear further. Nagato and Conan both remained alive. That, too, was deliberate, not mercy in the theatrical sense function. Dead ideologues became symbols. Living, disarmed ones became information and caution. Outside, Anbu were already moving through the grove. Kakashi had understood the signal trail faster than most men could have. Hiruzen had sent the hunters even while bleeding. The doorways of the ruined shrine began filling with leaf shadows and masked faces. Nagato kept looking at Naruto. "What are you?" he asked. Naruto's answer was as direct as every other answer that had mattered. The end of this mechanism. Then he stepped back exactly one pace and let the room belong to the village. Konoha counted the dead all night. There was no chapter-ending beauty in that work. No music hidden in it. Just names, wounds, debris, smoke, and the exhausted labor of people who had survived enough destruction to know that survival itself mostly looked like hauling weight after dark. The village had not been annihilated. That would matter later to histories and politicians and all the others who liked clean categories for disaster. But many had still died. Streets were gone. Houses flattened. Shinobi bled through field dressings, while medics prioritized the maybe salvageable over the certainly gone. Hiruzen, against every reasonable expectation and 3 direct medical orders, insisted on standing for the first casualty report and only then collapsed into a chair because the body no longer asked his opinion. Kakashi gave his own summary in clipped pieces. 6 path bodies neutralized. Controller captured alive, Conan alive, village perimeter secure by dawn, Anbu losses still being counted. Hiruzen listened with his eyes half closed, then asked only one question. How did it end? Kakashi thought of the shrine room, the spear at the throat. Nagato's hands frozen in the shape of a seal they would never complete, he answered plainly, without negotiation. Hiruzen gave the smallest nod, not approval, recognition. Elsewhere in the medic quarter, Sakura found Naruto on a broken wall overlooking what remained of the central avenue. He had washed the blood from his face, not all of it from the spear. The weapon stood upright beside him, one hand resting on the shaft. He was not wounded as badly as after the invasion against Orochimaru, but there was strain through the shoulders and forearms that she knew now how to read. The kind that appeared when he had fed Megura hard enough that the body needed hours to stop feeling like borrowed structure. She sat beside him without asking. Below them, recovery teams moved with lanterns. After a while she said, "Nagato and Conan are alive." "Yes." No speech. No. She looked at him. Not even one. Naruto watched the workers below shift a stone beam off a collapsed doorway. It would have changed nothing. Sakura leaned back on both hands and let that sit. With anyone else, that answer would have sounded cruel. With Naruto, it sounded like what it was, a line drawn between what language could solve and what it only delayed. After a minute she asked, "Did he try to fix it?" "Yes, and you stopped him." Yes, she was quiet a little longer then. Good! Naruto glanced at her once. Sakura didn't look away. I'm serious. He doesn't get to do that. He doesn't get to build a mountain of corpses and then decide he's the one who closes the ledger beautifully. Her jaw tightened. Good! Naruto said nothing. He didn't need to. Agreement existed comfortably in the silence. Below them, a medic team ran past carrying a child on a stretcher. Another group followed with an older shinobi who probably would not see morning. The village was alive. The village was broken. Both things could be true in the same street. Kakashi joined them last. One eye closed, the other tired enough that even his habitual ease had stopped pretending. He looked from Sakura to Naruto to the avenue below. Pain asked for you first, he said to Naruto. Yes, and the whole village still paid. Naruto's hand remained on the spear. Yes. Kakashi let out a breath through his nose. There were many things he could have said then. About responsibility. About systems hunting symbols. About what it meant to be the center of an assault and not the author of it. But Team 7 had outlived the stage where adults explaining burden helped much, so he said the only thing still useful. You did enough. Naruto looked out over the broken avenue, then answered in the same quiet tone with which he had once described range and storage caps and the first strike. It held. Kakashi followed his gaze. Yes, he thought it had, and that more than victory was what the village would spend years misunderstanding. They would tell stories of Pain's defeat, of the 6 paths broken, of the controller taken alive, of Konoha enduring again. Some would call Naruto a savior. Some would call him a weapon. Most would use whichever word made them feel safer about the fact that a boy had walked through a 6-body war machine, solved its relay structure, and ended the controller's final move with 1 inch of impossible steel. Kakashi knew better than to trust any of those words fully. What he had seen was simpler. A system had come to Konoha. Naruto had made it stop. By dawn, the village understood 3 things. Pain's 6 paths had failed. Nagato and Konan lived under heavy guard, and the Nine-Tails host had not fought like a Jinchuriki should. That last realization traveled fastest among the people who mattered most and least. Most, because intelligence departments and enemies and clan heads and old war veterans understood categories and knew when one had just broken in public. Least, because civilians turned it into stories by breakfast, and stories always simplified anything sharp enough to cut them. Naruto did not stay to hear those stories. When the sun cleared the damaged rooftops, he was back on a high ledge with a box of machai and the spear against the stone, looking down over a city still too alive to stop moving. The avenue below him was ruined. Workers had already begun clearing it. They would clear everything eventually, villages always did, but Nagato would remain alive. Konan too. And somewhere in a guarded cell beneath the administrative tower, the man who had called himself Pain had learned the one lesson Naruto had actually been willing to teach him. Peace did not always arrive through understanding. Sometimes it arrived because all the methods for continuing had been taken away. Sometimes it arrived because a mechanism had met a wall. Sometimes it arrived because one person, carrying a weapon forged from a beast the world still misunderstood, stood in the right place and made further movement impossible. Below, Konoha rebuilt. Above, the morning widened. And Naruto sat in stillness, while Megura cooled inside him around the remains of stolen gravity and borrowed force, his eyes half-closed in passive read. Watching the village continue, because continuation was what villages did after someone else paid the harder cost. Chapter 12. The last cycle after pain, the world should have paused. That was what ordinary people expected after catastrophe. A breath. A funeral season, time for the dead to become names and the living to remember how to sleep without waking already afraid. Villages liked to imagine history moved in chapters clean enough that one disaster could end before the next one properly began. It did not. Pain's attack had not been a climax. It had been a disclosure. The man called Pain had failed, yes. The 6 paths were broken. Nagato lived under guard, Conan with him, and the village had learned enough from the two of them, through reports, through silence, through things not said but made obvious by omission, to understand the final shape of the problem. Nagato had not been the end of Akatsuki. He had been one engine. There were others, worse than others, perhaps, because Pain had been a believer. Believers were dangerous, but they often exhausted themselves into clarity. The ones still moving behind him were different, more patient, more parasitic, less interested in proving their worldview than in inheriting the ruined world once everyone else had finished bleeding for it. Kabuto, Abaito, Zetsu, 3 names, 3 unfinished mechanisms, 3 surviving routes by which the cycle could restart under a new banner and call itself inevitable again. Naruto did not wait for the village to recover before understanding that. Neither did the village's more intelligent adults. Hiruzen Sarutobi received the briefing 2 days after Pain's fall with a medic seal still visible at his collar, and the sour expression of a man who had survived long enough to discover survival was only a more exhausting form of work. The intelligence chamber beneath the tower held the old core of Konoha strategy, Shikaku Nara, Kakashi, several Anbu captains, and 2 analysts who had not yet learned how not to flinch when conversations turned toward world-ending criminal networks. On the table lay the pieces, Nagato's routes, Conan's half-cooperation and half-contempt, fragments recovered from Akatsuki movements, the names of the dead, the names of the living, and one conclusion too simple for comfort. If the remaining architects were allowed even a season to reorganize, the war Naruto had just ended in the streets of Konoha would return in a larger shape. Hiruzen listened through the pain, through the medic interruptions, through the quiet panic of younger shinobi who kept hoping some senior officer would say this could be managed slowly. No one said it, because no one with sense believed it. Shikaku spoke first in the language he trusted most. Pain was centralized force, the remaining actors are distribution. He tapped one file. Kabuto gives reanimation logistics and battlefield multiplication if he's permitted prep time. Another. Abaito gives strategic mobility, extraction capacity, and political manipulation. A third. Zetsu gives concealment, relay, infiltration, and persistence. You can kill armies and still lose to persistence. Hiruzen's gaze shifted toward the far wall, where Naruto stood with the spear resting against his shoulder and his expression unreadable in the dim room. Assessment? Naruto's answer came without drama. They're not a future problem. One of the younger analysts looked confused enough to be honest. What does that mean? Naruto looked at him. It means they are a current problem that only appears future-shaped if you wait too long. Silence followed. Kakashi, leaning with one shoulder against the stone, closed his visible eye briefly. There it was again, that thing Naruto kept doing to rooms. Stripping everyone's preferred language off a problem until only its load-bearing structure remained. Shikaku, who valued clarity more than comfort, only nodded. Kabuto first, he said. If he gets Ito Tensei into the field, casualty math stops behaving like war and starts behaving like necromancy. Abaito second, Kakashi said, unless we can catch a movement seem sooner. Zetsu last. One Anbu captain asked. Naruto shook his head once. No, Zetsu is the one that remains if the others fail, last chronologically, not strategically. That made more than one person in the room uncomfortable. Good, Shikaku thought, they should be uncomfortable. Comfortable people made optimistic plans. Optimistic plans made widows. Hiruzen folded both hands over the table and looked from file to boy. In another life, the old man said softly, this would be John in work. No one answered. Because in this life, Konoha's most direct answer to the problem stood in the chamber, already carrying a weapon that enemies had begun restructuring doctrine around. Denying that fact for the sake of propriety would only delay the part where reality punished them for sentimentality. Hiruzen's eyes settled finally on Naruto. Then end the remaining lines. Naruto nodded. No ceremony, no oath, just acknowledgement of function. That was how the chapter began, not with a declaration of saving the world. with a village deciding it could no longer afford the cycle enough time to call itself fate again. The hunt became compressed time not because it happened quickly, because Naruto experienced it that way. Once the targets were named, most of ordinary duration ceased to matter. Sleep narrowed into maintenance. Travel became transition between solutions. Reports were only useful if they altered trajectory. Conversations were useful if they gave coordinates. The world reduced into moving lines and hidden mechanisms, each requiring a different answer. Kabuto came first. Of course he did. Kabuto Yakashi had always belonged more to preparation than battle. He was a collector of unfinished systems, a parasite of abandoned ambitions, a man who wore other people's discarded knowledge the way smarter shinobi wore armor. Under Orochimaru, he had learned the most dangerous lesson possible for someone already lacking a stable core of self. That if you could become useful enough to monsters, you might someday inherit their work and call the inheritance identity. Now pain had fallen. Orochimaru had long ago lost control of his own grand design. Kabuto, left with pieces of both and the awful flexibility of a man who could reassemble his ethics faster than most people changed clothes, had moved toward the oldest forbidden efficiency still available. Edo Tensei, reanimation. The dead turned from grief into labor. Naruto found him in an old shrine complex north of Fire Country where the roots had long since broken the paving stones, and rain had eaten the carvings flat enough that only the ugliest prayers still felt at home there. Anbu perimeter scouts had marked movement, snake summons, grave disruptions, storage scroll residue, enough old battlefield ash in one room to make any sensible shinobi want to burn the whole place down from a safe distance. Naruto entered alone. This was not bravado. Kabuto's work rewarded crowds. The deeper chamber smelled of wet soil, old blood, ink, and the medicinal sharpness of chemicals used by men who considered corpses a category of raw material. Lamps burned low around a ritual array already painted into the stone. 4 coffins stood half-emerged from black soil dragged up through a summoning field. Kabuto knelt at the center in robes too clean for the room and glasses catching the low light every time his head tilted. He looked up as Naruto arrived, then smiled in a way that reminded Naruto distantly of Mizuki and Orochimaru both, not because the men resembled each other, but because all three had learned to wear politeness after it stopped meaning anything real. "I was wondering which village would understand the urgency first," Kabuto said. "Konoha disappoints me less than usual." Naruto did not answer. He read. Kabuto's body was different from Orochimaru's ghost flicker wrongness, more integrated, more carefully altered. Snake sage modifications threaded into muscle and tendon, but without the Sanin's long history of body theft desynchronization. Kabuto moved like a man who had studied too many systems and grafted enough of them into himself that he believed accumulation had become identity. Still human mechanics underneath. Still hand seals, still breathe, still the body deciding first. Kabuto's fingers shifted over the seal pattern, not to attack Naruto directly, to complete the final inversion necessary for the reanimation call. That was the important part of Edo Tensei, not the corpse, not the coffin, but the chakra inversion in the seals. Life rotated backward through formula and vessel. A terrible technique always announced itself in structure before spectacle. Sweet Sight caught that inversion 0. 8 seconds before completion. Naruto moved. Kabuto's right shoulder had loaded for a snakeline counter while the fingers on the left hand finished the seal set. Intelligent. He had expected interruption, planned to punish it, but he had planned around ordinary reaction speeds and ordinary priorities. Around a shinobi seeing the summoning and rushing the man. Naruto was not rushing the man, he was interrupting the technique. The spear shaft flashed once and shattered Kabuto's left wrist before the final seal closed. Bone cracked. Tendons failed. The inversion died unborn in Kabuto's hands. At the same instant, Naruto pivoted and drove the butt end into the painted array at the exact nodal seam where the chakra rotation had nearly turned. The ritual imploded inward. One coffin broke open empty. Another collapsed back into mud. Two more froze halfway through emergence and then split. Dead fragments of history denied a second draft. Kabuto hissed, real pain breaking his smile. Then the snakes came. Of course they did. The chamber filled with white arcs and scaled bodies erupting from sleeves, floor seams, and the man's own open mouth with such practiced body horror that it had long ceased being theatrical to him. Naruto cut the first snake through the palate. The second he pinned to the wall with the spear shaft and never looked at again. The third wrapped his forearm and tried to torque the weapon line wide enough for Kabuto to enter with a chakra scalpel. Sweet Sight saw the scalpel first. Naruto released one hand, let the snake's weight pull the shaft down, and stepped inside the attack. Buzzcut Machai snapped short and merciless across Kabuto's right shoulder gate, the base of the neck and lower sternum. Not enough to kill. Enough to ruin the precision control the chakra scalpel needed. Kabuto retreated backward over his own ritual lines with the startled grace of a man who had expected his opponent to be less technical and more theatrical. "You read seals," he said, voice sharpening around genuine interest. Naruto's answer came as another strike. Kabuto blocked with a kunai coated in chakra and discovered too late that weaponized contact still fed Megura if the line held. The force of the block traveled wrong, not away. Inward, Naruto's next thrust carried that stolen pressure. It entered Kabuto just below the ribs and stopped 1 inch short of the spine. The medic nin coughed blood onto his own seal diagram. For a second, the room held stillness. Kabuto looked down at the spear in him, then up at Naruto. There was no ideology in Kabuto's eyes then. No inherited dream. No talk of destiny or peace or necessary suffering. Only the cold, furious recognition of a man whose elaborate future had just been reduced to the sentence he would not get to finish. Naruto pulled the spear back. Kabuto fell against the ruined ritual array, not dead immediately, dying with the awareness to understand why the first attempt had failed and why there would not be a second. That was enough. Naruto turned away before the body fully finished becoming one more piece of unusable knowledge. Kabuto's war had ended before the first dead man could rise. Obito required a different chapter. Kabuto had been hidden work. Obito was moving architecture. Masks, aliases, false loyalties, inherited grudges, world-scale manipulations draped over the face of a man who no longer seemed entirely interested in whether he was avenging history or simply refusing to leave it. He had hidden behind other people's villains so long that almost everyone who mattered knew him only through angled shadows. The masked man at Godric's Hollow in Minato's final night, the whisper inside Akatsuki, the impossible phase shift in battle reports that made ordinary taijutsu feel primitive and ordinary sealing doctrines suddenly anxious. Nagato's files had given them enough. Movement caches. Safe houses. Relay spots. One remote valley in the borderlands where space distortion traces had recurred often enough that even imperfect intelligence began treating it like a habit. Naruto arrived there at dusk. The valley was narrow and ugly in the honest way border places often were. Sparse trees, broken stone, wind that carried old ash from fires too practical to have been ceremonial. One abandoned watchtower half-collapsed on the ridge. Below it, a shallow basin where rainwater collected after storms and dried into pale mineral rings. Obito stood at its center before Naruto fully entered the open ground. Masked, cloaked, one eye visible through the swirl cutout, black and depthless in the low light, he had known Naruto was coming. Of course he had. Men like Obito built their surviving identity on always being half a step farther inside the pattern than everyone else. Interesting, Obito said. No backup. Naruto descended into the basin without hurrying, unnecessary. Obito's visible eye narrowed a fraction. That confidence usually kills people. Naruto settled the spear into both hands. Sometimes, wind moved across the basin, neither attacked first. Obito's body was difficult to read in the ordinary sense, not because Sweet Sight failed on him entirely, but because Kamui altered what ordinary commitment meant. Most fighters prepared to strike through flesh. Obito often prepared to let flesh become irrelevant first. His motions carried a thin, dislocated quality whenever the dimensional phase approached activation, as though the body had decided to stop belonging fully to the same space as its own attack. That made direct first strike doctrine dangerous, not useless. Dangerous. Obito knew it too. "You killed Pain," he said. "You broke Kabuto's hands before the dead could answer him, and now the village sends you to me with a spear." His voice carried dry amusement under the mask. Minato would have found that funny. For one instant, perhaps expecting emotional reaction, he waited. Naruto gave him none. Obito's shoulder loaded. Sweet Sight saw the strike line begin, then saw the phase shift nested inside it. The real threat was not the opening punch. It was the invitation for Naruto to answer with solidity at the exact instant Obito turned intangible and punished the follow-through. Naruto did not answer with solidity. He answered with distance. The spear snapped forward, a test thrust only, not meant to land, meant to map Kamui timing through contact absence. Obito phased cleanly. The weapon entered his chest and met no resistance. Useful, Naruto withdrew before Obito's countergrab could close. The first exchange told him enough to hate the problem properly. Kamui did not simply make Obito invulnerable. It reorganized the battlefield around the assumption that one side still respected matter. Naruto would have to make that assumption fail. The basin became a sequence of near contacts after that. Obito entered on blind angles and passed through spear lines that should have gutted him. Naruto chased none of the vanishing body mass and instead tracked the transition markers. Shoulder settling, hip line hollowing. The tiny mechanical shift before a limb recommitted to solidity for attack. Each time Kamui's intangibility ended, even for an instant, Sweet Sight sharpened around the returning flesh. Not enough for clean kills, enough to measure intervals. Obito noticed the measurement and stopped treating the boy as merely another force-based problem. He widened the engagement. Fire release. Chain lines. War fan gusts taken from old Uchiha doctrine and made uglier by long habit. Naruto fed on the direct contact pressure where he could, especially the condensed wind-fire intersections. Megura stored some fraction of each impact. The basin floor broke under mist strikes and phase shift corrections. Then Obito made the mistake Jiraiya had predicted of every arrogant man who believed his special rule made him immune to ordinary ones. He came closer, not because he had to, because proximity felt safer once the enemy's weapon kept missing space that should have been body. He began entering through Kamui's pocket itself, letting the distortion spit him out at killing distance where a normal fighter would already have committed too early. Sweet Sight adapted. At 12 meters and 0.8 seconds, Naruto no longer tried to read Obito's body alone. He read the pocket. The dimensional pull had mechanics. Subtle ones. The body preparing to leave space shifted weight in a way that still belonged to intention. The body preparing to return from it carried a re-entry pattern, muscles bracing fractionally before solidity reasserted. There again. The pocket was not thoughtless. It was a wound in the world a man kept opening with habits. Habits could be struck. Naruto began storing for one answer. He did not rush. He let Obito believe the pattern remained frustration. A spear that could not touch. A boy gradually adapting but still subject to the tyranny of intangibility. He paid for this lesson in cuts and bruises, and one cracked rib when a chain line hit just outside his preferred contact angle. Still he stored. Wind-fed blocks. Fire-fed deflections. Chakra metal rod impact when Obito tested him with close-range leverage. Everything Megura could safely take without tipping the body into instability. Finally, the basin narrowed to the sequence Naruto had been waiting for. Abaito phased the torso on entry to avoid the spear, planning to solidify the right arm inside Naruto's guard for a point-blank warp capture. Kamui's pocket opened. Sweet Sight saw the re-entry before the arm fully belonged to the world again. Naruto stepped not at Abaito, but at the hole in space. Then he threw, not as a spear fighter throws in performance demonstrations, not with arc, not with flourish. He threw the weapon like a verdict, all stored kinetic chakra released through the shaft in a single impossible line. The spear became more than wood and metal for that one instant. It became a projectile fueled by absorbed pressure from every earlier mistake Abaito had made in his confidence. It entered the Kamui pocket and did not vanish cleanly. Because this time the line of force was not obeying normal matter logic. Megura's release carried continuity through the distortion. The spear punched into the dimensional seam itself, and for one tearing, unreal heartbeat the world around Abaito behaved as though the space he relied on had been impaled. Abaito's body spasmed half-solid. The spear came out of nothingness behind him and burst through the shoulder just above the heart. He staggered, not theatrically, not in slow motion, like a man whose favorite law had failed while he was standing inside it. The mask cracked along one side. Blood hit the mineral-dry basin floor. Abaito turned, one hand flying to the wound. Visible eye wide now, not with fear exactly, but with the first clean awareness that the boy in front of him had just attacked his invulnerability instead of his body. Naruto closed the distance barehanded and seized the spear as it tore free. Abaito phased instinctively and almost got it back, almost, but pain had made the timing ugly. Naruto's next strike took him across the chest as solidity flickered in the wrong moment. The masked man vanished into Kamui entirely before the follow-up could become fatal. The basin went still. Only the blood remained. Naruto stood in the center with the spear in his hand, and the fractured seam of the last exchange cooling through Megura like dying lightning. Abaito had escaped, not because he had won, because the pocket had still existed long enough to choose retreat over death. That was acceptable. The chapter was not about killing him there, it was about breaking the certainty. From that night onward, Abaito would know that Kamui's pocket could be struck. That mattered more than any wound. The cycle needed its architects afraid. Zetsu came last, as he should have. Kabuto had been preparation. Abaito had been moving architecture. Zetsu was something worse in a quieter way, the thing that remained after plans collapsed, after leaders died, after ideologues were caged and masks broken. He was persistence. Relay. Witness. Opportunistic rot, pretending to be patience. The part of the cycle that did not care which banner flew so long as conflict continued providing it habitat. Finding him should have been impossible. That was the point. Zetsu had no muscles to read in the ordinary sense. No true fighter's breath pattern. No clean chakra signature presented in the way shinobi became legible under pressure. He moved through root systems, walls, battle debris, border trees, grave dirt, anywhere the world already accepted partial occupation. No weapon, no roar. No proper battlefield ego to provoke bad choices from. For 3 weeks after Abaito's retreat, Zetsu remained the hole in every net. Villages searched wrongly for chakra. Anbu searched for movement. Sensor teams searched for anomalies where anomalies were still willing to count as presence. Naruto stopped searching for presence. He started searching for the absence of sweet sight data. That was the breakthrough. Every human being, even one preparing an ambush flawlessly, gave something. Shoulder, breath, tendon load, the body choosing. Sweet sight had matured around that principle, until it had become almost unconscious in open terrain. Naruto could walk a crowded street and know, without trying, how many potential attacks existed inside 12 meters because every living body advertised its possible future somewhere in the muscles. Zetsu did not. At first that had made him invisible. Then it made him obvious. Because a region where there should have been human uncertainty, but was instead blank mechanical nothingness, was not neutral. It was signal. A deliberate hole punched in the field of ordinary intention, Where there is nothing to read, something is hiding. Naruto found the first blank beneath an abandoned watch road near the border of Earth Country. Too small. A fragment. One of Zetsu's distributed portions slipping through root and soil. He burned it and moved on. The second blank appeared in a merchant convoy lane where 3 bodies should have existed behind a supply cart, and only 2 did. He cut the third one out of a tree. By the fourth, Zetsu understood he was being hunted by someone who no longer looked for bodies at all. That was when he made the error persistence always made eventually. He tried to move beneath a battlefield too fresh with death to be ignored. An old clash site at the edge of a ravine, half-buried weapons and old blood turned black in the dirt. The perfect place for a creature like Zetsu to hide among endings and call it camouflage. Naruto arrived near sunset. The ravine was quiet, wind through grass, distant birds, no visible movement. And one perfect blank under the left ridgeline where a human body should have created possibility and instead created nothing. Naruto stopped, looked at the earth, then said, for the first time in the whole hunt, to an enemy who had not yet emerged, "I found you." The ground split. Black and white halves rose out of the soil in one grotesque flowering motion, the face opening around its own grin. Zetsu's voices came layered and disagreeing with themselves the way mold disagreed with walls. That shouldn't have been possible. Naruto leveled the spear. It was. Zetsu laughed, because Zetsu liked impossibility only when it remained someone else's future problem. You know what survives longest in this world? Not villages, not cage, not your precious principles. What survives is continuation, roots in blood, conflict finding a new mouth to speak through. I don't need victory, I need time. There it was, the chapter's true enemy spoken out loud at last, not hatred, not even ambition, continuation for its own sake, cycle as organism. Naruto took one step down the ravine slope. No, that was all. Zetsu moved not like a fighter, but like spread. Tendrils, root spikes, body halves splitting and rejoining through soil and stone as if making targeting itself seem childish. Sweet sight gave him nothing from the body. So Naruto used the blank instead. Where the root spikes emerged, the ordinary field of possible motions died a fraction before the attack. Where the body dipped into earth, the surrounding rhythm changed not by presence, but by the removal of expected life noise. Zetsu could hide from normal sensory logic because he was not normal life. He could not hide from subtraction. Naruto struck the gaps. Spear down through the blank seam in the soil. A black half screamed. Reverse swing through the dead air beneath the root spread. White tissue tore free. Zetsu tried to split wider to become less a body and more an infestation. Naruto fed one last store charge release through the shaft and drove it into the ravine wall where the largest blank opened. Stone cracked inward. The spear carried force through soil, root, hidden body, and cavity alike. The whole left side of the ravine collapsed in a grinding roar. When the dust settled, half of Zetsu remained pinned under broken earth and exposed roots, black fluid leaking into the dirt. The creature still smiled. Persistence did that. "Kill me," it hissed, "and something else grows." Naruto looked down at it, at the thing that had survived by treating every age as raw material for the next war, at the creature who had mistaken continuation for immortality and parasitism for inevitability. Then he placed the spear point at the center of the only remaining blank and drove it through until the ground below answered with finality. No speech followed, because nothing useful remained to say. The cycle ended not with understanding, with refusal. Refusal to let the thing continue speaking through new mouths just because history had gotten used to hearing it. The ravine held silence after that, real silence, not hiding, not waiting, just wind and dirt and evening descending over a battlefield that would no longer feed another century of manipulation. When Naruto returned to Konoha, no one asked him for a triumphant report. The village had grown out of that stage with him. He entered the strategy chamber after dark with travel dust on his clothes, blood at one knuckle not his own, and the spear against his shoulder. Hiruzen sat beneath low lamplight, surrounded by paper enough to bury smaller men. Kakashi stood by the window. Sakura, who had started coming to these meetings more often because strategy rooms kept needing someone who understood Naruto without romanticizing him, leaned against the wall with arms folded. Hiruzen looked up first. Kabuto, dead. Obito, wounded. Kamui is no longer secure. Kakashi's visible eye sharpened at that. Explain. Naruto did briefly. The pocket, the throw, the seam struck. Sakura closed her eyes halfway through and muttered something about how Team 7 had long ago stopped qualifying as a reasonable unit of measurement for combat doctrine. Kakashi said nothing at all for several seconds, which in him meant he had just realized several future conversations were going to become much more difficult for enemies. Hiruzen asked the last question. Zetsu? Naruto's hand settled once on the shaft. Ended. The old Hokage nodded once. No one in the room smiled. This was not victory in the bright sense. Too many had died already for brightness to survive unchanged. What had been accomplished here was narrower and in some ways colder. The remaining routes by which the same old war could have regrown itself under new management had been severed. That mattered. It mattered enough that the entire room exhaled without meaning to. Shikaku joined them minutes later with border reports already arriving. Disruption in covert relay networks. Several dead-drop routes gone silent. Mercenary cells losing central payment lines. Rumors of Akatsuki fragmentation spreading faster than their truth value justified, which was how power vacuums always announced themselves. He listened to the summary and then looked at Naruto. That was fast. Naruto's answer was immediate. They were already late. Shikaku actually laughed at that, though the sound was brief and tired. Of course, he thought. Of course that is how the boy sees it, not a future prevented. A delay corrected. Hiruzen set his pen down. The great villages will feel this soon. Yes, Shikaku said. Especially when they realize Konoha solved the remainder before a coalition could even start pretending it was necessary. Kakashi looked out into the dark village beyond the tower glass. They'll want a summit. Of course they will, Sakura said. Fear loves meetings. Shikaku gave her a sidelong look of genuine respect. That's annoyingly accurate. Naruto said nothing, but he already understood what came next. The mechanisms were gone. The vacuum remained. And vacuums were what nations called diplomacy, whenever they hoped someone else might blink first. That night, for the first time in years, Naruto stood on his favored rooftop and found the passive read of the village changed. Not safer. He did not think in those words. Less recursive. The ordinary motion below him carried fewer hidden spirals of delayed catastrophe. Patrol routes looked like patrol routes again instead of future corpse positions. Civilians moved through streets without unknowingly crossing plans nested inside other plans. The city's rhythms had not become peaceful exactly. Villages were never peaceful in the pure sense. Too many moving parts. Too many fears disguised as laws. Too many old men and young ambitions and historical injuries folded into the architecture. But something had ended. The box of machai beside him remained unopened for a while. The spear leaned against the railing upright and still. He looked out across rooftops silvered by moonlight and understood, with the same matter-of-fact clarity that had guided every fight in the last year, what other people would spend decades trying to turn into philosophy. Cycles did not stop because everyone finally understood each other. They stopped when continuation became impossible. When every available route to repeat the mechanism was closed hard enough that history had to look for a new shape. Naruto had done that, not healed the world, not redeemed it, simply refused it one more turn. The realization brought no joy, only quiet. He opened the machai box and ate one piece slowly while the village below continued in the ordinary miracle of not yet knowing what had just been removed from its future. Far away, hidden lords and criminal brokers and village spy masters were already realizing their charts no longer matched reality. Akatsuki's remaining lines had gone dark. The men and things they had assumed would carry war forward had vanished into solved space. Rumors would become panic. Panic would become conferences. Conferences would become treaties or threats, depending on who sat longest at the table and who entered the room willing to make silence expensive. That was tomorrow. Tonight, the last cycle had ended in a ravine under broken roots because one boy had learned to see absence as signal and refused to let persistence keep calling itself destiny. He finished the matcha, set the empty wrapper beside the box, and watched Konoha breathe. Chapter 13. The Cage Summit Kneels. The 5-Cage Summit was not called because the nations suddenly discovered wisdom. It was called because fear had lost the luxury of privacy. Akatsuki's remaining lines had gone dark too quickly, too cleanly, too decisively for any serious village to believe coincidence had done the work. Pain's failure had already destabilized the hidden nation's confidence in the old math of deterrence. Kabuto's death before Edo Tensei reached operational scale, Obito's retreat with his invulnerability publicly damaged in the intelligence underground, and Zetsu's disappearance into final silence had done the rest. The problem was not that war had ended. No one at the level of Cage was stupid enough to think history allowed that. The problem was that the next war no longer had a central external engine to blame, which meant the villages had to look at one another again, and that was always the more dangerous stage. When people could point to Akatsuki, they could still pretend cooperation was moral. Once Akatsuki's architecture collapsed, cooperation became political, which was another way of saying everyone wanted to know who had profited most from surviving. Konoha had profited most, not in money, not in land, in answer. That answer had a name, a spear, and no interest whatsoever in making diplomacy emotionally comfortable. So the summit was called. And everyone arrived afraid of the same thing while phrasing that fear differently enough to remain respectable. The Land of Iron received the meeting under snow and steel. That was one of the reasons Cage summits favored it. Samurai neutrality carried theater with useful weight. The mountain air made every sound feel cleaner than it was. White slopes and disciplined guards and polished corridors implied that the men and women inside might behave with similar dignity, even when history had already shown otherwise. Naruto arrived with Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Shikaku at dawn. The fortress of the samurai rose from the mountain like an old blade hammered into stone. Banners snapped in the cold wind. Armor-clad sentries stood at every major gate, posture so exact it almost offended shinobi sensibilities. Inside, the halls smelled faintly of oil, snowmelt, paper, and old wood heated by disciplined fires. Hiruzen moved slower in winter now. Age and the rooftop battle against Orochimaru had made negotiations physically expensive in ways he no longer bothered pretending were temporary. Still, he wore the Hokage's robes because symbolism remained a tool, and the old man, for all his quiet guilt, had not forgotten how to use one. Naruto walked half a step behind him with the spear resting against his shoulder and a sealed wooden box under one arm. Kakashi noticed the box. Machai. Yes, Shikaku, walking on Hiruzen's other side, did not bother hiding the brief, dry amusement that crossed his face. "You packed snacks for an international summit." Naruto looked at him. "It will take too long." Hiruzen exhaled what might have been a laugh if old men still had the energy to indulge properly in absurdity. "Unfortunately," he murmured, "that is probably the most strategically sound assumption any of us are bringing into the room." They continued down the corridor. Snow-bright light cut through the papered windows in pale strips. Somewhere deeper in the fortress, other delegations were arriving with their own attendants, guards, and rehearsed priorities. Cage summits always looked orderly before the central room opened. Everyone still had time to believe they would control their face, their tone, the pace of concession. Naruto read the building long before he read the people. Guards at every 50 steps, 3 hidden sentry nests above the central chamber approach. A narrow cross corridor to the right where samurai reserves could seal the room if talks failed into something more honest than speech. Good. The land of iron still respected architecture. When the summit doors finally opened and the chamber revealed itself, Naruto understood the shape immediately. Circular room, high ceiling, snow-muted light from above. 5 main seats arrayed around the central table. Secondary standing positions behind each for aides and guards, enough distance between chairs to preserve dignity. Little enough distance to ensure every gaze mattered. And already inside, waiting with all the stiffness of people determined not to admit they had been measuring this moment for weeks. The Tsuchikage, old and weightless-looking, but with eyes too sharp for age to be comforting. The Reikage, broad-shouldered and radiating the kinetic offense of a man whose patience had always been more political than natural. The Mizukage, smiling in that dangerous way some intelligent people smiled when they intended to say soft things with sharp edges hidden inside them. The Keizukage, Gaara. He was younger than the room in a way that still unsettled the others, though no one with sense underestimated him anymore. He sat too still for the chair to fully claim him and looked, at first glance, almost nothing like the boy who had once bled in an exam arena while a beast tried to turn his body into doctrine. At first glance only, Naruto saw him see the spear. Gaara saw Naruto see that he had seen it. No words passed between them, none were needed. They were two of the only people in the room who understood from the inside what it meant to have once been planned as a vessel, and now be something else entirely. The samurai host announced Konoha formally. Hiruzen entered first. That was expected. Then Naruto did. That was not. The room changed, not loudly. No gasps, no childish visible shock. These were Kage, not academy students, but every body in the chamber adjusted. The Tsuchikage's attendants shifted weight as they recalculated threat proximity. The Mizukage's smile became more precise. The Reikage's shoulders widened almost imperceptibly because some men met unsettling realities by becoming more visibly physical inside them. Gaara's expression did not move at all. Hiruzen took Konoha's formal seat. Naruto did not stand behind him as a guard. He crossed the inner floor and sat at the table, not in the caged chair, at the table itself, in the open interval between Konoha's place and the neutral central space, as though the room had been built expecting him all along and simply forgotten to label the seat. Then he set the box down, opened it, and took out a piece of machai. No one spoke. For the first few seconds, the silence belonged to etiquette. Surely the room thought the old Hokage would explain, or the boy would defer. Or one of the samurai would object to seating and restore the hierarchy to something everyone could pretend they still understood. None of that happened. Naruto ate the first piece of machai in total calm and looked at the table, not at any face in particular. The summit began. And for the first 17 minutes, the villagers exhausted themselves trying to negotiate a reality Naruto had no intention of debating. It started the way all such meetings started, with the wrong language. The Tsuchikage spoke first of security vacuum and post-Akatsuki regional balance, because older men preferred to discuss control as though the thing had merely shifted hands rather than vanished. The Mizukage spoke next of cooperation frameworks and responsible intelligence sharing. Every phrase polished enough to count as either genuine diplomacy or very expensive misdirection, depending on where one sat. The Reikage went at the issue directly: border trust, hidden village militarization. What Konoha had known, and when it had known it, whether Akatsuki's collapse had truly been the natural result of battle, or whether certain nations had allowed threats to grow until they became useful. Hiruzen answered in the way only old statesmen could answer, with truth trimmed so close to strategy that honesty and concealment shared the same sentence. Gaara said little. When he did speak, it was to cut waste out of the room. Confirmed border facts, confirmed deadlines of Akatsuki movement, the practical consequences of stability in Wind Country after the organization's disruption. He spoke as Keizukage, yes, but not fully like the others. less possessive of performance. More aware, perhaps, of what happened when people mistook inherited office for immunity to reality. Through all of it, Naruto sat, listened, ate matcha, the first piece, the second, then nothing for a few minutes while the table's motions settled into visible patterns. 17 minutes was long enough for pretense to reveal its weight. The Tsuchikage right hand kept tapping twice against the table edge whenever he approached a point of actual concern and disguised it as derision. The Mizukage smile thinned whenever talk drifted too near hidden weapons and village research histories. The Reikage breathed harder through the nose than the mouth, a classic marker of a man restraining the urge to solve politics through speed and collarbone breaks. Hiruzen's fatigue sharpened every syllable. He was conserving. Gaara remained the stillest body in the room besides Naruto's own. And beneath all the formal language, the same central fear kept tightening everybody's shoulders at exactly the wrong moments. If Akatsuki was gone, what stopped the villages from rebuilding their own versions under nicer names? Nothing. Nothing except cost. That was why they were here. Not for peace, for measurement, to see whether Konoha's answer could become everyone's problem with one wrong sentence. The Reikage finally gave the room permission to stop pretending. His palm landed flat on the table, not a slam, not yet, but enough force to make the lacquered wood speak. This is ridiculous. Silence followed immediately. He looked first at Hiruzen, then at Naruto. A criminal network collapses across multiple nations. A Sannin survives a village. Another one dies. A masked war architect disappears. Hidden systems all over the continent go dark. And we are supposed to sit here and act as though this is merely a matter of border accounting. His jaw tightened. Say the real thing aloud. Hiruzen's eyes did not leave him. The real thing, the Hokage said softly, is that every village in this room knows how easy it would be to begin again. The Reikage's gaze shifted to Naruto. And the real answer is him? No one interrupted. That too was its own answer. The Tsuchikage exhaled through his nose. Konoha sends a Genin-age spear user to sit at a cage summit and expects us to call that stability. Naruto took another piece of matcha from the box, chewed once, swallowed, then, for the first time in 17 minutes, spoke. Yes. The room went still in a new way then, not because of the word, because of the tone, no challenge in it, no mockery, no speech-making. Just direct confirmation that the old categories had already become insufficient whether the room found that rude or not. The Mizukage smile returned, though now it held less decorative softness than before. Then, perhaps, she said lightly, Konoha should explain what arrangement it believes the rest of us are expected to accept. Naruto set the box down. His hand rested briefly on the table beside it. Then he spoke in the same voice he used to describe load limits and battlefield structure and the first strike doctrine. No hidden weapon programs, he said. No new Jinchuriki, no tailed beast research, no redistribution under new flags. He looked around the table once, not long enough to become theatrical, long enough to read the room. The Tsuchikage's shoulders tightened first, because old villages all had older cupboards, and old cupboards always held projects no one liked to discuss in sunlight. The Mizukage's eyes narrowed fractionally with thought, not outrage. Gaara did not move. The Reikage's fingers curled once against the tabletop. Not yet anger, but the body preparing to decide whether authority had just been insulted or relieved of an obligation it did not trust itself to carry alone. Naruto finished. If any village restarts the cycle, I will visit. That was all. No threat delivered in raised volume. No promise of massacre. No chest-beating declaration that he alone would reshape the world. Just the note of what would happen if the structure resumed. The samurai guards at the room's edge did not move, but many of them forgot to pretend their hands were nowhere near their swords. The Tsuchikage leaned back slightly, as men often did when they realized the floor under a meeting had changed texture. The Mizukage studied Naruto with the open concentration of someone too intelligent to waste time feigning offense when curiosity was more profitable. And the Reikage tested the silence. Of course he did. He was the only one in the room built to. He rose from his seat not quickly enough to be attacked, not slowly enough to be harmless. The air around him thickened with restrained lightning chakra and enormous physical certainty. He leaned both hands onto the table and looked directly at Naruto across the polished wood. A single visit. He said. No one breathed wrong in the room. The Tsuchikige's aides went very still. Kakashi's visible eye sharpened into a line of pure attention near the wall. Shikaku's expression did not change at all, which meant his mind had become a battlefield of contingency trees. Hiruzen remained seated. Gaara watched. Naruto lifted his eyes to the rakeage and said nothing. That silence lasted 5 seconds. 10. 20. At 30, the rakeage understood what everyone else already had. Naruto was not challenging him to a dominance contest. Not because he lacked capacity, but because the room no longer required demonstration. The old metrics had already been invalidated in the world outside these walls. Pain had failed. Akatsuki had fragmented. Kamui had bled. The cycle had been closed hard enough that everyone sitting here now knew, whether they wanted to admit it or not, that the boy across from them was not speaking from arrogance. He was speaking from demonstrated probability. The rakeage sat down. He did not apologize. He did not need to. The test had ended by itself. The Tsuchikage broke the silence first with dry old man irritation aimed mostly at reality. Well, he muttered, that is one way to streamline negotiations. The Mizukage laughed softly under her breath, not because it was funny. Because sometimes the world became so direct that the only dignified response left to clever people was brief appreciation for the obscenity of it. Gaara spoke next. I agree. Every eye in the room shifted to him. The Kazekage folded his hands loosely before him. No hidden weapon programs. He said, no Jinchuriki, no tailed beast replication or substitution research, no transport custody under cover identities. His gaze moved from cage to cage without effort. We already know what happens when villages tell themselves they can control these tools better than the last ones did. No one could argue with Gaara cleanly, not in this room, not with his history. Not with Naruto sitting 3 seats away and carrying the same category in a different shape. The Tsuchikage grunted. Stone will not restart beast hosting programs. The Mizukage inclined her head. Missed as well. The rakeage said nothing for a moment longer than pride preferred. Then, Cloud does not need borrowed monsters. That was not exactly concession. It was enough. Hiruzen spoke last among them. Leaf agrees. The samurai mediator, who had spent the last quarter hour doing the spiritual equivalent of holding his breath in a snowbank, finally found his voice again. Then, terms can be drafted. Shikaku took 1 step forward from the wall. I already have language. Of course he did. He crossed to the table, unrolled a thin prepared document, and laid it in the center. 1 paragraph. No decorative philosophy. No flourishes about lasting brotherhood or shared destiny between nations that had spent too many wars proving how conditional both concepts were, just the terms. No hidden weapon programs, no Jinchuriki, no tailed beast research, no exceptions, no enforcement mechanism written. It did not need to be written. The enforcement mechanism was eating the last piece of machai from a wooden box 10 inches away. The Tsuchikage read the page and made a face old men reserved for truths they had no moral right to resist, yet deeply wished came dressed in more ceremony. This is absurdly concise. Shikaku answered, so is artillery when used correctly. The Mizukage signed first. Not because she was most eager, but because she understood tempo and had already calculated that the room would only become more expensive if everyone kept pretending indecision added leverage. Gaara signed second. The Tsuchikage third with visible resignation. The rakeage last, the brush leaving a harder line across the paper than anyone else's. Hiruzen signed for Konoha and slid the brush away. It was done. No banners waved, no one clapped, no one stood to declare a new era of cooperation, because everyone in the room knew this was not friendship. It was containment. a mutual decision born from fear and arithmetic that the cycle would not be allowed new servants under more official names. Naruto closed the empty box and rose. The room did not quite know what to do after that. Cage summits preferred endings that looked like process. Subcommittees, implementation schedules, formal dinners where everyone lied politely over fish. This one had ended more like a battlefield after the last necessary blow. Suddenly, with all the essential things decided and nothing left but the awkward logistics of surviving proximity to the fact, Naruto stepped away from the table. No bow, no wait for dismissal. He had fulfilled the structural purpose of the meeting. Remaining beyond that point would only invite useless attempts at humanizing a function the room had just agreed to fear productively. The samurai guards parted for him without being asked. That, more than the treaty, unsettled the aides. Power they understood. Orders they understood. But disciplined neutral soldiers making room because a room itself had internally updated around one person's presence. That felt too much like kneeling even if no knees bent. Kakashi fell into step beside Naruto in the corridor beyond the chamber doors. Snowlight washed the stone pale, their footsteps echoed in the quiet. "Well," Kakashi said after a few moments, "that went better than expected." Naruto looked at him once. "No one attacked. That is a very low bar for diplomatic success. It was the relevant one." Kakashi huffed a laugh. Behind them, Shikaku and Hiruzen emerged more slowly with the samurai mediator and several scribes already preparing sealed copies of the accord. The old Hokage looked tired enough to become transparent in the winter light, but some thin line of satisfaction remained under the exhaustion, not pride. Something older and more complicated. Perhaps relief that the world had finally admitted in writing one of the things it had forced a boy to spend his life proving. Gaara joined them at the outer hall before his own retinue could intercept him. He stopped a respectful distance from Naruto and for a moment said nothing. Snow blew through the open walkway beyond the pillars, turning the air between them into moving white grain. "You did not threaten them," Gaara said at last. Naruto's hand rested on the spear shaft. "No." Gaara looked back toward the closed summit doors. They still heard one. Naruto didn't answer. Gaara's mouth moved by the slightest amount, not smile, not sorrow. "Recognition, perhaps. When they built us," he said quietly, "they thought fear would make us useful in one direction only." Naruto met his gaze. They were wrong. Gaara inclined his head once, not as Kazekage to Konoha's envoy, as one former intended vessel to another. Then he turned and went back toward his own attendants before the moment could become a story someone else might later misunderstand on purpose. Hiruzen watched the exchange from several steps away and said nothing. Good, Naruto thought. There had been enough words today already. The summit's consequences spread faster than most treaties managed. That was because this one did not depend on trust. The hidden villages did not suddenly become virtuous. Stone still hid brutal programs. Cloud still trained hard enough that every piece resembled temporary offensive delay. Mist still smiled over old blood and new ambition. Sand still lived with scarcity sharpened into policy. Konoha still wrapped fear in warmer cloth than the others and called that moral difference. None of that changed. What changed was simpler. No village now believed it could restart beast hosting or hidden weapon lineages in secret without the others suspecting immediately, and without Konoha's answer becoming involved. Every council chamber on the continent began quietly shredding proposals that might once have been advanced under different names. Research notes disappeared into furnaces. 2 black-budget laboratories in Earth Country burned one night and were never officially acknowledged. A cloud containment project lost funding within a week after the rakage tore the ledger in half over his own desk. Mist dissolved a covert cell in silence and then denied it had existed. Konoha sealed older archives under Hiruzen's direct authority and signed every restriction with more speed than any other village, which did not make them cleaner, only more honest about what they feared. The treaty had no enforcement mechanism written. so the world enforced itself through anticipation. Naruto's promised visit became the continent's most efficient form of deterrence without needing to occur even once. That, more than anything else, changed military planning in the years after. Strategists still modeled border wars, still modeled supply disruptions, assassinations, proxy conflicts, and clan escalations. But when it came to tailed beasts, human weaponization, and cycle restarter programs, the calculus had collapsed into one line of private notation in too many rooms to count. Do not invite Konoha's spear. No one wrote it in official policy. Everyone trained around it. That was what kneeling looked like in the hidden world when no one wanted to bend the knee publicly. Not submission. Internal revision. Naruto returned to Konoha by sunset. The village was quieter now in the hours before evening than it had been in the years before the summit. Not safer exactly. Villages were never safe. But the particular kind of fear that came from old men considering whether they could build new monsters behind closed doors had diminished in ways even civilians who knew nothing of the treaty could somehow feel in their bones. He walked through the gate with the spear over one shoulder and the empty Machai box in the other hand. The guards nodded. One opened the gate wider than necessary. Naruto continued without comment. Inside, the market district glowed with late orange light. Children chased each other between stalls. A vendor argued over fish weights. Somewhere a young shinobi was being scolded for using chakra on a bet he should have been smart enough to lose without technique. Ordinary sounds, ordinary motion. The kind of life politicians like to talk about protecting while people like Naruto actually paid the cost for making protection real. Sakura found him on the rooftop before night fully settled. Of course she did. She had developed over the years the unnerving habit of locating him not by tracker skill alone, but by inference. Where the village would look from a certain height, what parts of the skyline gave him the broadest passive read, what places he considered efficient for silence. She climbed the last ledge, sat beside him without asking, and handed him a fresh box of Machai. He looked at it, then at her. "The summit went well?" she asked. Naruto took the box. "Yes." Sakura leaned back on both hands, looking out over Konoha's roofs. "Shikaku already told me the treaty language." "Yes." She was quiet for a second. "Then, did they argue?" "Yes." "Did you threaten them?" "No." "Did they hear one anyway?" Naruto opened the box. "Yes." Sakura laughed softly under her breath. "Of course they did." He took one piece, ate it, and watched the city below settle further into evening. After a while, Sakura said, "It's strange." "What is?" "That you ended up doing what every Hokage talks about wanting to do." Her expression remained on the village, not on him. "Stabilizing the world. Stopping the next cycle before it starts." She paused. "And you still don't want the hat?" Naruto looked at the Hokage monument carved into the mountain stone faces, titles. Public memory pretending leadership could be contained inside a chair and a hat and a building with enough paperwork. "No." He said. Sakura smiled without mockery. "I know." She understood now what many others never would. The Hokage's office was for warmth, continuity, visible faith, and the management of ordinary contradiction. Naruto was not ordinary contradiction. He was the line that existed, so the office did not have to become a fortress permanently. The village needed someone else to sit in the chair and speak the language of human hope. It needed Naruto to remain unseated. That did not diminish him. It made the arrangement survivable. Below them, evening lamps bloomed one by one through the streets. Naruto ate another piece of Machai. The spear rested upright at his side. And across the continent, in council chambers and hidden archives and burnt laboratories and cancelled proposals, the world adjusted around the fact that one meeting in the Land of Iron had ended without a war, only because everyone there had finally agreed the next cycle would not be worth the visit. That was the kneeling, not bodies on stone, ambition lowering its eyes. Chapter 14. Sweet-tooth sovereign peace did not arrive like dawn. Dawn was clean, predictable. It had edges. Even when clouds dulled it, a person could still point and say, "There, that is where night ended." Peace, real peace, did not behave so politely. It came in increments too small for speeches, in roads that remained roads, in children growing old enough to misremember fear, in treaties that held long enough for people to stop checking whether they still held every morning, in budgets quietly rewritten away from catastrophe, in patrol routes that became routine instead of triage, in border reports so boring that entire offices started complaining about paperwork again, which was how civilizations announced they had survived. Konoha learned peace the way scar tissue learned weather. Not beautifully, not all at once, but with enough repetition that the body stopped bracing at every movement and only later realized the danger had failed to return on schedule. Years passed that way, not empty years. Years full of small repairs, old funerals, new births, endless administrative mistakes, harvest disputes, academy complaints, border trade arguments, weather damage, tune-in promotion debates, and all the countless insignificant irritations that only became visible once war stopped eating the center of every conversation. For most of the village, that was what peace meant. For Naruto Uzumaki, peace meant something narrower, no new cycles. That was all. Everything else, prosperity, laughter, markets, festivals, academy graduations under clear skies, these were consequences. Good ones, yes, necessary ones, but consequences. The actual work of the years after the summit was not to create joy directly. It was to make sure the old machinery never found a way to begin again under cleaner names, so Naruto remained, not as Hokage, never that. The village, in its more sentimental corners, had tried imagining it once. The quiet boy who became the spear at history's throat. The one who ended Akatsuki, broke pain, shattered the six paths, forced the summit, and made the great villages sign fear into policy. Surely, some people said, that should lead to the hat. Surely the village's strongest answer ought also become its highest symbol. But strength and symbol were different species. Naruto understood that long before the rest of them. The Hokage's office required warmth in a way he did not naturally possess and had never pretended to. It required the ability to hear 50 competing small pains in a single day and respond to each without reducing any of them to mere structure. It required public reassurance, ceremony, a patience for petitions, a tolerance for crying civilians, hopeful children, proud clan elders, frightened shopkeepers, and all the millions of ways human beings needed to be spoken to before they would trust a system again. Naruto could protect that system. He could not become its smile, so someone else took the office. Not Hiruzen forever. Time had finally asked too much of the old man, and surviving too many endings had left him with the one wisdom he had earned honestly. That love for the village did not always mean continuing to sit in the chair until the chair turned into a coffin. And not immediately any bright, eager successor the village might have romanticized either. The office eventually passed to Kakashi. At first, many in Konoha laughed quietly at the idea. Hatake Kakashi, late, dry, mildly obscene in literary preference, outwardly unserious when seriousness was not tactically required, did not look like a ceremonial answer. That was why he fit. He had warmth where it mattered, though it had always lived buried under irony, grief, and years of practical violence. He understood the village's contradictions and disliked enough of them to govern honestly. He could smile in public without lying too badly. He knew when to delegate. He knew when to refuse. He knew, perhaps most importantly, how not to mistake strength for leadership simply because they happened to share a roof sometimes. And he already understood Naruto well enough not to try framing him into a job the village would only use as a shrine. So Kakashi took the hat. He wore it with the exact same expression he had once worn chronic lateness, with the mild air of a man who had somehow gotten stuck in something both troublesome and deeply unavoidable. The village liked him. That mattered. Naruto did not envy him. That mattered more. Konoha prospered afterward in the quiet, practical ways prosperity preferred. Trade routes through waves and beyond stabilized. Once isolated communities now moved goods without passing through extortion choke points that had once felt permanent. Border agreements with sand reduced transport losses enough that merchants started complaining not about raiders, but tariffs, which was an enormous moral improvement by Shinobi world standards. The academy expanded. The hospital received more funding than some elders preferred and fewer funerals than any of them expected. Construction crews stopped repairing war damage and began building things no one needed except for the luxury of wanting them. Children played in streets where adults had once died. That more than treaties proved the era had changed. Naruto watched all of it without claiming ownership. He had no monument, no formal office beyond those that needed his presence only when a problem had become too sharp for ordinary channels. No public title the village fully agreed on. Some called him Konoha's spear behind closed doors. Some, more nervous, used sovereign when discussing the summit years, though never too loudly because the word implied authority no legal document had granted, and everyone still preferred pretending law mattered. Most civilians simply knew that Naruto Uzumaki existed somewhere above the ordinary pattern of village life, and that when the world had once tried to become a machine again, it had failed to pass through him. That was enough. He did not seek more. Each morning, before the city fully woke, Naruto climbed to the same rooftop, not always because nostalgia demanded routine, mostly because the rooftop remained the best passive read vantage in that district, and because habits that kept a village alive did not become less useful simply because the village had enjoyed peace long enough to stop thanking them properly. He sat there with a box of matcha balanced beside him, the spear leaning against the railing, eyes half closed. Below him, Konoha moved, bakers opening shutters. Patrol shifts changing by footstep rhythm and gait timing. Children dragging training bags too dramatically for their own actual burden. Merchants arranging fish or fruit or paper lantern stock according to the private superstitions of trade. Academy students late and trying not to look late. Civilians in arguments about roofs, drainage, debts, planting schedules, dowries, and all the ordinary sacred nonsense that made villages worth protecting long after the grand speeches had gone stale. Naruto's passive read touched none of it in the paranoid sense. He was not scanning every civilian as a threat. He was simply where he always was, at the edge of the village's motion, reading the broad pattern through the body before the body fully knew it was being read. The posture had a name now among certain shinobi who had trained enough near him to notice such things. Passive read. It sounded more mystical than it really was. In practice, it meant the city arrived at the edge of his consciousness in moving lines. Not 1,000 specific lives, not a surveillance state precision of every breath and turn, but the living pattern of a place not currently under attack and therefore wonderfully, beautifully inefficient in all the ways only peace could afford. Some mornings, Naruto ate one piece of matcha before sunrise and one after. Some mornings, the whole box was empty by the time the light reached the market roofs because training later would be heavier. Some mornings, Sakura joined him before hospital rounds and complained about staffing and idiot Chunin, who thought stitches counted as optional. Some mornings, Kakashi appeared late to his own dawn, as if trying to preserve old habits in the face of public office, stood beside the railing in the Hokage cloak, and looked out over a city that still found it strange and somehow correct that the man in the hat and the man without one shared silence more easily than conversation. And many mornings, Naruto sat there alone, not lonely. Those were different conditions. People kept getting that wrong where he was concerned. He was alone because aloneness made the city simpler to read, and because solitude, once a necessity, had become a clean preference. Kakashi visited less over the years. At first, it was because the office devoured time the way fire devoured dry brush. No one became Hokage and remained leisurely unless they were very stupid or very corrupt, and Kakashi was neither. There were border disputes to smooth, alliance structures to maintain, village elders to outmaneuver politely. Chunin exams to host without triggering 3 different diplomatic incidents, and endless pages of administrative punishment for the crime of surviving into relative peace. Later, though, the visits became rare for a different reason. Kakashi found it difficult to sit for too long with someone who had no unresolved questions. It was not that Naruto lacked complexity. He had more of it, perhaps, than most people who spoke twice as often. But he had long ago ceased needing the world to explain itself morally before he acted in it. He did not sit with old griefs, asking whether they had meaning. He did not spiral around the village's failures demanding they become philosophically coherent before he accepted them as failures. He had his dead, yes. Everyone did. He had the weight of what he had become and what it had cost, yes. But he carried those things the way he carried the spear, not lightly, not without consequence, simply without theatrical protest. Kakashi, by contrast, was made of unresolved questions the way other men were made of bone. He still visited, but less. And when he did, he often stood beside Naruto on the rooftop with the Hokage cloak stirring in the wind and looked more tired after 10 quiet minutes than he ever did leaving a full council session. One such morning, years into his office, he arrived carrying a stack of papers and no visible enthusiasm for any of them. Naruto glanced at the stack. Kakashi followed the look and said, "No, you can't stab bureaucracy." Naruto took another piece of machai. "It would reduce delays." "That is not how governance works." "It could." Kakashi huffed a laugh despite himself and set the papers on the railing. The village below them shimmered faintly under early summer heat. After a moment he said, "Do you ever regret it?" Naruto looked at him. "The hat." "No." Kakashi's visible eye bent in tired amusement. "I should have known." He looked out over the city. "I meant this version of peace." Naruto considered the question. Kakashi had asked it carefully, not whether he regretted the fights, not whether he regretted the summit, or pain, or Abaito, or the terrible clean line by which he had ended the last cycle before it could become another generation's inheritance. This version of peace. The one enforced partly by the fact that the continent knew exactly what would happen if certain old programs restarted. Naruto answered with the same directness he used for everything worth saying. "No." Kakashi nodded once. The answer, if he had been honest, had never been in doubt. Still, he asked the second question because it was the one he could not stop carrying. "Does it feel like peace to you?" Below them, a child dropped a market basket, shouted in outrage at the fruit rolling away, and immediately gained the assistance of 3 unrelated adults who had no reason to help, except that ordinary days made such behavior possible. Naruto watched that for 1 second before answering. "It holds." Kakashi closed his eye. Of course, he thought. Of course that would be the answer. To anyone else, the distinction might have seemed bleak. To Naruto, it was honest enough to count as gratitude. The village held. That was peace in the only unit he had ever fully trusted. Kakashi gathered the papers again after a few more minutes. As he turned to go, Naruto said, "You're late to a council." Kakashi looked over one shoulder. "Some traditions deserve respect." Naruto ate another piece of machai. Kakashi left shaking his head with that same old expression, half fondness and half fatigue, like a man who had become Hokage and still somehow found the spear on the rooftop more difficult to explain than any law he'd signed all year. Gaara visited once a year, always once. Never ceremonially announced beyond what protocol demanded, never accompanied by the full burden of summit theatrics or treaty review unless some practical necessity happened to coincide with the timing. He came because deserts and leaves had each survived what should have consumed them. He came because there were few people on earth with whom silence did not immediately become performance. He came because one former vessel-turned cage and one former vessel-turned deterrent understood one another through categories neither village could ever fully domesticate. The first time he visited after becoming fully established as Kazekage, the elders in Konoha expected private talks, strategic updates, perhaps negotiations over trade or border patrol rhythm or escort doctrine. Some of those happened. Then Gaara climbed to the rooftop at dusk. Naruto was already there, the spear leaned against the railing. The city below glowed in scattered lamps. Summer wind moved warm through the alleys and over the tiled roofs. Gaara stood beside him. Neither spoke for a long time. That was not awkwardness. It was the opposite. Silence with most people demanded maintenance. One had to reassure, perform presence, sprinkle language across it so the other person didn't begin inventing insult or emotional distance where none existed. With Gaara, silence was already translated. At last, after nearly an hour, Gaara said, "Cloud dismantled the last sealed research vault this spring." Naruto nodded once. Stone burned 3 more. Yes, Gaara's eyes tracked the village below them. Children ran across a side street carrying paper lanterns much too early for festival night. "It still surprises me," he said. "How much of peace is paperwork and fear?" Naruto took a piece of machai from the box and handed it over. Gaara accepted it, which would have shocked anyone in either village who had not outgrown their own mythology enough to understand the gesture. "Those are stable materials," Naruto said. Gaara looked at the machai, then at him. For one impossibly small second, amusement, not softness but something adjacent, touched the corner of his mouth. "Is that your diplomatic analysis?" "Yes." Gaara ate the machai. They sat in silence again. And when he left, it was with no ceremony beyond the one nod at the roofline that had by then become their version of parting. Not friendship in the childish sense. Not brotherhood spoken aloud for the sake of emotional symmetry, recognition maintained across distance. Once a year, exactly enough. Sakura, by contrast, visited irregularly and noisily, and with the full right of someone who had earned access through years of holding angles other people forgot existed. She became what everyone who had survived long enough alongside her should have known she would become. Terrifyingly competent. Not merely as a medic, though the hospital eventually learned to reorganize around the fact that Haruno Sakura did not ask the impossible from healing so much as intimidate it into becoming protocol. Not merely as a tactician, though the village increasingly found that any room containing Sakura and maps became more honest than comfort preferred. She became, in effect, one of the few people who could speak to Naruto without mistaking either his silences or his answers for blankness. That made her valuable beyond rank. She also never stopped being capable of irritation at exactly the right volume. One autumn evening, she climbed to the rooftop carrying 3 reports under one arm and a fresh box of machai under the other. Naruto looked at the reports, then at the box. She sat down beside him and handed over the machai first. "Medical priorities," she said. "Then peace." Naruto accepted the order without comment because she was one of perhaps 4 people in the village whose sequencing he considered structurally trustworthy. Sakura opened the first report and read aloud portions he would otherwise have ignored. A cluster of post-war injuries surfacing again in veterans now old enough that scar damage and suppressed chakra pain had become administrative burdens instead of dramatic conditions. The second report covered hospital staffing in outer districts. The third concerned academy students training too hard under mythologized narratives of previous wars and damaging themselves for no gain except embarrassment. Naruto listened, not because he loved administration, because Sakura had learned over the years that if you wanted Naruto's attention on something outside immediate strategic crisis, you had to translate the issue into load-bearing consequence. Veteran pain, untreated, became degraded readiness in the reserve population. Outer district staffing gaps became invisible civilian loss until it accumulated into bitterness. Children training toward myths became adults misreading what the previous generation had actually paid for stability. These things mattered. When she finished the third report, she closed the folder and looked at him. "You know what the problem is?" Naruto took a piece of machai. "Several. Don't be impossible on purpose," he waited. Sakura exhaled through her nose. "The problem is that too many children think peace happened because strong people wanted it badly enough." Naruto was quiet. Sakura continued, voice lower now, less annoyed and more tired in the way only healers and administrators ever really mastered. They don't see maintenance. They don't see triage. They don't see how many small, stupid things have to be done correctly every year to stop one old pattern from getting romantic again. She looked out over the village. They'll turn all of it into stories if we let them. Naruto thought of the summit, of pain, of the ravine where Zetsu had ended under broken roots, of Kabuto's hand seals stopped before the dead could answer, of all the bright, clean lines history later preferred because messy maintenance made poor legend. Yes, he said. Sakura nodded once. Then, after a pause, I'm building a curriculum module. Naruto looked at her. She smiled with exactly the amount of wicked intelligence she had earned over the years. For academy upper levels and Chunin prep, post-conflict systems ethics. Why hidden weapon programs always come back dressed as emergency necessity. Why villages tell themselves the same lies. Why treaties are not morality. Naruto ate another piece of matcha and considered that. It will upset the elders. That, Sakura said, is one of its better qualities, he nodded. She stayed until the rooftop light went blue-gray and the village lamps below began taking over for the sun. Then she stood, gathered her reports, and before leaving added one final sentence without looking back. You know, she said, for someone who doesn't talk much, you've become incredibly inconvenient to every bad idea in the continent. Naruto's answer came as she stepped onto the lower ledge. Yes. Sakura laughed once and disappeared into the evening. As the years passed, Naruto's place in Konoha became impossible to fit into old vocabulary and therefore settled into something older and simpler. He was not Hokage. He was not Anbu, not a clan head, not a counselor, not a permanent commander with office walls and appointment schedules. He was what the village had when the world needed an answer sharp enough that everyone else could go back to being human afterward. That made ceremonies awkward. Anniversaries, especially. Konoha liked anniversaries in the way most nations liked selective memory, bright enough to use publicly, trimmed enough to leave out the parts that still made the surviving adults uncomfortable. There were years when the council proposed monuments. Years when merchants wanted a festival route named after the Summit Accord. Years when over-enthusiastic Chunin suggested titles to be spoken at winter assemblies, public honors dressed up as gratitude. Naruto refused all of them with the same exactness he used for combat. No speeches, no statues, no hat, no title. The village eventually learned that did not stop people from building private mythologies around him. Nothing stopped that. But official Konoha, perhaps for the first time in its history, managed a modest virtue. It left one of its most necessary people unframed. Kakashi helped. So did Hiruzen in retirement, old enough by then to understand that institutions often honored people most honestly by not digesting them into symbols. And Naruto, unframed, remained what he had always been most cleanly, present. That turned out to be enough. The continent behaved better when he was simply there. On winter mornings, the rooftop was cold enough that the breath showed. On summer mornings, the tiles warmed early under the sun. On rainy mornings, the city below moved through silver noise and slick alleys, and the smell of wet wood rising from the market district. On all of them, Naruto sat in the same place with a box of matcha and the spear leaning upright beside him. He had no need to announce vigilance. No need to dramatize burden. The city below him no longer looked like a battlefield held together by treaties and fear alone, though both still formed part of its skeleton. It looked increasingly like what peace bought when it lasted long enough: inefficiency, waste, softness, festivals, petty complaints, ordinary ambitions. Lovers late to meetings. Children inventing games on streets older people once bled to preserve. Academy students worrying about examinations instead of invasions. Merchants complaining about weather patterns and tariffs rather than raids and missing nin. The great villages did not become good. They became constrained. That was enough for history to cool. Sometimes Naruto thought of the old line Jiraiya had written down after the first full test of Megura's mechanics. "Do not make enemies." The phrase had become continental policy more or less by accident. Naruto found that mildly useful and not particularly profound. The world had finally learned what happened when it confused continuation with inevitability one too many times. Good. Let it remain educated. Below him, Konoha lived, not because it had solved humanity, because it had enough room now to continue failing at ordinary things instead of apocalyptic ones. That was peace too. 1 year bled into the next. Hiruzen died eventually, old enough that grief felt less like interruption and more like weather finally reaching a tree that had stood longer than anyone believed wise. The village mourned him properly. Kakashi spoke. Sakura didn't cry until later. Naruto attended, stood where structure required him to stand, and let the old man go without trying to turn the leaving into language. There had already been too many unfinished apologies between them and enough mutual understanding in the final years that the lack of words no longer needed correcting. Kakashi aged into the office rather than out of himself. Gaara continued his yearly visits. Sakura rebuilt entire medical systems and then yelled at anyone who praised her in the wrong tone. New generations rose with only partial understanding of what had once nearly remade the continent into another cycle and were spared full understanding because the old routes remained closed. And each morning on the rooftop, Naruto remained. No title, no monument, no hat, just the city, the railing, the machai, the spear, and the passive read of a world still moving because someone long ago had decided it would not be allowed to become a machine again. Gaara once asked him, years into this piece, whether he ever grew tired of the same rooftop. Naruto had looked down over Konoha at children training in one of the lower yards, their movements enthusiastic, sloppy, and magnificently unburdened by actual war. "No," he said. Gaara, after a pause, had nodded as though the answer were perfectly complete. It was. Because the rooftop was not routine in the dull sense. It was proof. Proof that enough mornings had occurred without catastrophe, that a place could become sacred simply by continuing to deserve its own ordinariness. That was what Naruto guarded in the end, not glory, not memory. A city having the right to remain mostly uninteresting. The final morning of that long peace chapter came like all the others, the sky pale before sunrise, the village below still half asleep, a delivery cart already too early on the west road, the smell of distant baking rice, a patrol changing shifts 3 streets over, somewhere a dog barking because dogs remained among the world's most structurally redundant alarms. Naruto sat in his usual place. The box of machai beside him was half empty. The spear leaned against the railing upright and motionless. Below, Konoha breathed. No title had ever been pinned to him hard enough to hold. No office had ever claimed him. The village still did not know exactly what to call the shape he had become inside its history, and that was good. Better than good. Honest. He had not wanted thanks. He had not wanted a monument. He had wanted the cycle ended and the city left alive enough to become ordinary. That had happened. Far below, children moved through streets that no longer remembered war firsthand. Merchants opened shops. Academy students argued about tests. The Hokage's office lit one window, then another. Somewhere Kakashi would already be late to something necessary. Somewhere Sakura would already be overworking herself for reasons she considered structurally sound. Somewhere, far beyond the walls, the great villages would continue watching one another with all the old caution of history, but without the same appetite for experimenting on the future. Naruto lifted one last piece of machai from the box and ate it slowly. The light widened. The city sharpened. The spear remained perfectly still against the railing, and in that stillness, Naruto above, Konoha below, peace held not as gift but as maintained fact. The truth of the entire era settled into its final shape. Peace is not always a gift given. Sometimes it is a cost paid once by someone who never asked to be thanked.